welcome again to another stream for today. Welcome, Hypnos, Roars, and Jamal. Welcome. Ube about to be sleep deprived after this. Well, it's not because we usually stream at 9 p.m. So it's like an early stream. So it's the regular stream. You know what's not gonna be fine though? My throat. Okay, because my throat has been opening up and down because of the because we're talking. I'm always speaking in visual novels. So yeah, my throat is already tired now from the amount of opening my mouth and closing it multiple times. I gotta go to the bathroom number 2. See you later. What? Don't you wanna like bring my earphone and watch? Never mind. It's 9:57. Well, in my time, it's 8:57 p.m. And we're gonna be playing a special game. I found this like before February, and it seemed really cute. It seemed really nice. It seemed really gay enough for you guys to enjoy. Okay, I can assure you, this one might not be that cursed. I mean, we have played some cursed things already. Cupid's kiss was kind of heartwarming and neat and quick. We also have There's Something Wrong with My Blind Date, which was also mysterious. There's also one with Sayata Station where that one is really weird. Well, not super weird. And also we have this one, My Confounding Cat is Criminally Cute. And do you guys want to know the story? Well, we'll know. Okay, why would you want me to watch you while in the bathroom? Because you don't want to miss this out. This is the last visual novel that we're gonna be playing for Valentine's Day. Also, yesterday when I left, you said don't go. You sound like a needy BF. What do you mean? Okay, you guys are just projecting here. Okay, of course I want people to stay because anyways, yeah, okay, anyway, sorry, I my brain just like died for like a second. Okay, anyways, let's go play this one, okay? Let's play My Confounding Cat is Criminally Cute. I wonder what this game is all about, everyone. Okay, here we go. Opening it now. This visual novel is actually paid. It's actually on sale right now. You guys can buy it. If you guys want. It's only $2 or $3. I waited for the sale for this one, and I'm glad I waited because now we get to, play it. Hello there, Nez. We're playing a gay game. Okay, now stay. I'm joking. I'm sorry. It's mean. Oh, I have to go have a nice dream. I'll be in your dreams. That's scary. What? Why would you say that? Okay, here we go. Let's play English. Whoa. Ebi Hime. No, I don't want to pick the second one. I don't know. Look at the cat. Look at the cat. Okay, let's change the music volume. Make it like less loud. Yeah, the game looks cute, guys. That's okay. And it's a cat. I love cats. But I don't love them that I might marry them. I don't know what this game is all about. So let's start, everyone. Okay, here we go. Let's start. Okay, Chapter 1, My Confounding Cat. Okay. Alright, I believe that should be everything. Now tell me, will you be able to finish my potion in time? Won't you, Aster? Aster? Like Aster from NU Carnival? I hope not. I don't want to meet them. Why do I even remember their names? Cute things can be dangerous. No, this is not like a Doki Doki type situation. Please promise me that you won't let me down. This commission is very important to me, as you ought to know. If I do not get that potion in the next 2 days, I fear I will not be able to attend my mammon's ball. Sorry. That would be the most distressing turn of events for all involved, given my dear mammon has spent so much money on procuring me a dress. And, oh, what a dress it is! It really is divine! It has the most wonderful sleeves. They're gauzy and I don't care. I'm joking. Angelique. Tell me more. They're gauzy and they sparkle just like the starlight, and the bodice is embroidered with stars. It's the most darling thing. And the shoes! Everyone! I tried to look politely intrigued by Angelique's chatter, but that's easier said than done. I couldn't care less about clothes. Oh! And Angelique boasting isn't doing anything to help. I don't really care. It's actually making me want to kick her out of my home. Oh my god! Such an introvert already. But I can't do that. It would be a huge social fox pass. Angelique would never forgive me for it. I've never been unfortunate enough to get in on Angelique's bad side, but I've heard she has something of a vicious streak. About 80% of the stuff which comes out of her mouth is about balls, gowns, and ball gowns. But she's not one to be taken lightly. She is a member of the esteemed Lumiere family after all. It is, in any case, a most wonderful dress. Why do you look like Asuka? Like, he has a face that looks like Asuka, right? You know, Asuka from Evangelion? I am very much looking forward to wearing this dress. And to the ball, of course, which I love balls. You would not let her hard work to go to waste, would you? She asked me a question, and for once, I don't think it's rhetorical. I'd best put on my best customer service smile and give her a proper reply. You need not worry, Miss Angelique. I will do everything in my power to complete your commission in a timely manner. When have I ever let you down? In all the years you have known me. Well, I suppose that is true. For a wizard, you are surprisingly really reliable. Why am I always... Why is my tongue always gets shorted on that? I know you're kind. You're kind? Are often regarded as charlatans who take advantage of those in need, but you have only ever been gracious to me. That is one thing that I like about you, Aster. That and your pretty face. I shall never see another wizard in all of Axel. In all of Miel with you around. You're better by far than all the rest of them, and you always listen to what I have to say. And all of those other wizards, they all have this weird beards and they look old, and you look fine. You're nothing like that awful rodent who told me to leave because all my instructions gave him a headache, or Miss Laurie who told me the deadlines I kept giving her were unfeasible. You make me feel vile as a customer like them. You flatter me, Miss Angelique. I'm woefully indecorous in comparison to you. I mean, I did spend the last 15 minutes dissociating. Not that she knows about this. That might sour our working relationship. Well, of course you are. That ought to go without saying. I am the only daughter of the Lumiere family. It would be unthinkable for a mere wizard such as yourself who lives in the forest to best me in terms of charm or charisma. But you treat me with the respect I am owed, and for that, I am rather fond of you. What do you guys think of Aster so far? Now, I would love to stand about and chat. Hasn't she done enough of that already? Please, Lady Lumiere, have mercy on me. Please, we need to continue the good parts. It's getting boring. Is that what it's trying to say? Please, But I'm certain you have other things you would rather be doing, dear Aster. And I have a tea party at 2 I simply cannot miss. I will be seeing you the day after tomorrow. I hope that my potion will be done by then. But, of course, I am sure that it will. Your abode might be a bit of a mess, but your work ethic is nothing to be scoffed at. Yeah, you look at the room, it's so messy. Look at the papers there. I mean, how could you... What if you're trying to look for a paper? That's hard, oh my god. I mean, they already invented books. They already invented wine. Has they never invented a proper way to organize paper? Now, come along, Ninette. We have places to be. Certainly, milady. Oh, there's a maid there, named Ninette. Angelique's loyal maid Ninette bows her head, but she doesn't look at me. Not that much that's much of a surprise. In all the years Angelique has been coming to see me, I don't think that door maid of hers has spoken to me once. Sometimes, I really do think that she hates me, but I have no idea why. Maybe she thinks I'm a crook because I keep taking Angelique's money. Sometimes, I feel like a bit of a crook myself, accepting her gold coins hand over fist for such simple tinctures, but hey, she's the one who comes to me. I'm not forcing her to patronize me. In any case, I'm relieved when Angelique and her maid finally leave. Now, I can finally get working on that potion I've been meaning to make a start on. I crack my knuckles. I tried doing that. I don't know if you guys heard that. Then look about my living room. It might be messy, but it's a controlled sort of chaos. Are you sure controlled? I mean, that's probably ergonomic. I mean, look at that. You already have the papers that you need there. The bottles and everything. It's not messy. It's just that what I wanted to see. I know where everything is, which is pretty important, since I make a living brewing potions for clients like Angelique. Angelique asked me for a potion to smooth out her wrinkles, which is a joke. I mean, she's not even 18 yet. What wrinkles? I'd understand her request if she was, say, in her 50s, but Angelique looks as fresh as a daisy. She's been coming to me since she was 15 for tonics, to whiten her teeth, to straighten her hair, to lengthen her eyelashes, to strengthen her fingernails. Oh my god! This poor girl is gonna have, cancer at the age of, 20? It all seems a bit pointless to me, given Angelique is already very pretty. But I'm not going to tell her that. It isn't really my place to comment on her appearance, and anyway, the customer is always right. But it's better to just give her what it wants. I suppose she must have her own troubles. Being a young lady, she's probably under an immense amount of pressure to look a certain way. But still, the anti-wrinkle potion is new. She's never asked me for a potion like this before, but I'm not worried about it. It would hardly be my first time brewing such a tincture. Most of my clients are young women and not so young women who are concerned about the effects of aging. I brewed so many anti-wrinkle potions during the last 5 years, I could do it with my eyes closed. Angelique hasn't given me much time to brew her potion. That's why the apothecaries now stop accepting requests, but I can manage it. Your potion will take me half an hour to brew, if that. So if I don't need to get started on it at once, I can afford to play around a little first. Is that what you're gonna do? Well, time to doom scroll, I guess. The potion I want to make instead is pretty specialized. A tonic that should let drinker understand and speak the language of faithfolk, if only for an hour. It's an unusual potion, and it's devilishly tricky to get right. It doesn't have that much practical applications either. Most people would prefer to steer clear of the faithfolk altogether. Speaking to them generally considered a no-go. The Fae are renowned for being mischievous, and it's hard to talk any sense into them, even if you can understand their language. I can't imagine anybody would want to buy this potion from me, and even if they did, it'd cost them an arm and a leg. I've been working hard on this potion for a month now, but I've not made much progress. I've gone through a truly eye-watering amount of ingredients to little avail. The steady stream of commissions I get from people like Angelique goes a ways to replenishing my coffers, however. So long as I can continue to get a few customers a week, I can keep on indulging my more esoteric hobbies during my free time. I work on desperately dull, uninteresting potions to fund my true areas of interest. Nobody will care about this potion, but I do. I set up my work area, putting vials from shelves and wiping down the inside of my cauldron, then roll up my sleeves. Now, let's get down to work. I set about chopping my ingredients for my fave talk potion, my bro for it in concentration. I tried using mandrake root during my last experiment a few days ago, but that reacted badly with the newt's eyes. My previous attempt exploded in my face, quite literally, which deterred me for a few days. Oh my god, are you okay? I'm pretty stubborn when it comes to my potions, but I can get disheartened if things don't go according to plan. It's not uncommon for me to shelve my experiments for days, if not weeks, if I'm having a hard time with them. It took me almost 6 months before I was able to perfect that potion which can turn humans into merfolk, and vice versa. It was very tricky, and it was hard to test since I couldn't get many volunteers. The people from Oxel were worried they'd end up stuck with gills and tails for the rest of their lives. I had to craft most of my potions myself, which had some rather interesting, shall we say, effects on my physical health. I didn't get landed with permanent gills or permanent tail, but I did end up vomiting bubbles for a week after one particularly bad batch. Oh my god. Yes. Okay, I think we're back. Please, please don't cut that. Don't cut that. Don't cut that, Twitch. I hate the Twitch stream protect or something, or disconnect protect, because it doesn't really protect it. Is this spliced? I don't know. Sorry. My internet suddenly decided to oof or something. Ah, no! We're in the new session already. I hate this. Oh well, it is a new... Oh, come on. I hate this. I hate Twitch. Okay. I thought it was my network acting up. Yeah, I'm sorry. That was my network acting up. I hate when it does those things. Okay, sorry. Let me read this again. So, basically, for those new people that are watching right now on a new session or a new stream, because this has been clipped, I recommend you guys watching in the Twitch people, okay? I recommend you guys watching the previous VOD, which is at the very end. Don't worry, because we just started early, so you don't even have to watch it. But basically, Aster is a witch. Not really a witch, but is a brewer. Right? Yeah, he's a wizard. There you go. I'm close to getting it right. I'm sure of it. I have most of the ingredients sussed out at this point. I just need to take a bit of time to fine-tune everything. I'm going to prove to myself that I didn't graduate from Oleander Academy at the top of my class for nothing. Now, let me see. What should I use as the catalyst today? I perused through my jars of ingredients, then clicked my tongue. I have more than enough lemongrass, but I'm running low on blind worm stings and sheep's entrance. What do you mean a blind? How do you even know a worm is blind? I might have to stop by Excel at some point later in the week to stock up on the ingredients I can't forage for myself. It wouldn't hurt if I had a few more bat wings at my disposal either, or lizard gullets. Yes, I'm back, everyone. Am I still not back? We're back, right? Yeah. Since my stores are looking pretty dire, I should be conservative with today's efforts. What the? Okay, what? That was weird. I don't know what just happened. Sorry. Okay. I chop sorrel, parsley, and thyme, then grate the end of a bicorn's horn into a fine silver powder. All of these ingredients get dropped into my cauldron at irregular intervals, alongside a bunch of wild carrot and a few choice toadstools. I mix everything together, counterclockwise, all while keeping a close eye on the color of my concoction. My potion was moss green at first, but with a bit of a stirring, it starts to turn a pale, almost iridescent pearl. It's quite pretty, actually. I hope this is a good sign. I continue stirring, reciting enchantments under my breath all the while when... Oh no! What was that? What the... Did something just fall down my chimney? I look around my cottage, then groan. Oh no, oh no! My cottage has never been tidy, but it looks like a battlefield right now. The floor and the walls are pitch black. The soot from the fireplace has gotten everywhere. What soot? Oh no. This is going to take forever to clean. Well, at least my greens look untouched. I'm relieved that everything where it ought to be, more or less. But what caused this mess? Also, yeah. Yeah, just restart. Restart your Twitch, everyone. I've had birds fall down the chimney a couple of times. But whatever this was made such a loud noise, I doubt it's a startled jackdaw. I wonder what this is. I wonder, maybe it's that cat. Let's see. I creep towards the fireplace, grabbing the poker as I do. Never hurts to be cautious, then glance down. What is this thing? What? It's a little hard to tell since it's pitch black, but... Mer? It's a cat! You don't know cats? The sooty creature mews disconsolately, and the penny finally drops. Are you a cat? Mer? Mer? Meow? Come on, I don't want to do cat noises for you guys! That's something you have to pay or something. I don't know. The cat purrs at this, its eyes wide. Its eyes are pretty interesting. Actually, one of them is blue, while the other one is brown. I don't think I've ever seen a cat like this before, actually. I'm not much of a pet person, but quite a few of my fellow witches and wizards are in training over at Olander Academy had cats. Can we have some cat noises now? They're a popular choice for a familiar, more popular than toads at least, because they're reasonably intelligent. Some cats can even learn 1 or 2 magic tricks on their own, if their owner invests enough effort into their education. This cat seems to be of questionable intellect. However, I doubt it can be all that wise, since it fell down the flue of my chimney. How did that even happen? I stare at the cat, as though that will help me divine its secrets. Is it my signal Ube is still frozen? Wait, what? What do you mean we're still frozen? What? What are you guys talking about? Are we back now? I'm a bit confused. Hypnos, can you restart? Restart Twitch, guys. Restart Twitch. Oh, you guys are missing this out. No, it's not good. I'll wait for you guys. So look at this cat. Look at this cat. They just caused chaos. Ow! Evil cat. What do you guys think of the cat and the boy? Mer? 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 Jeez. Then, I sigh. It looks a little like Ube. Everything looks a little like Ube. You guys always say that. Don't I have better things to do than stare at a mangy feline all day? A cursory glance at the cat reveals that it doesn't have a collar. I'm guessing it's a stray. It looks scraggly enough, though part of that might be down to the suit. The cat's covered in it. I can't even tell what color it's supposed to be. It could have a snowy white coat for all I know beneath all of that dirt. Huh. What should I do? I should probably shoo the cat away and get on with my work, but... Meow? 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 The cat peers at me and I freeze. I can't just kick it out. It's not when it's in such a state. That would be cruel. I should clean it up at the very least. If I leave the cat like this, it might develop some sort of lung problem. That's good. That's nice. Okay? That's kind of you. The cat looks pretty woe-begone already. It inhales, its nose twitching, and then... Achoo! It sneezes so suddenly I jump. I didn't know that cats could sneeze, or that they could look so very sad and sorry while doing it. Mer? The cat mews sadly. Its head's hanging. It looks so pitiful, I feel sorry for it. Poor thing. Well, this isn't how I imagined my morning would go. Well, I wasn't expecting guests, but now that you're here, I suppose I might as well show you some hospitality. I'm not an uncivilized brute, so... Would you like a bat? You look like you could use one. Oh no. That's not good. Cats don't like taking bats, though. I made that offer with nothing but the best of intentions, of course. But as it soon transpires... Oh my god! Hey, stop squirming around, you stupid thing! I'm trying to help you! Meow! Didn't you hear what I just said? You're getting my floor all wet! Meow! Just stop it already! Oh my god, I don't have to help you, you know? I'm going out of my way to look after you. So the least you could do is appreciate it. Now, sit. Still. This is embarrassing. The cat doesn't look very happy about this, but he still obeys. Thank goodness. His ears fold back, looking disgruntled. He subjects himself to the indignity of shock horror being washed by me. It's horrible of me, really. How could I countenance doing something so very wicked? I must be the spawn of the great demon queen Asmodeus herself. Based on the way the stupid feline has been acting, you'd think I was torturing him, not trying to help. You can glower at me all you want, but I'm doing this for your own good. You don't want to be traipsed around being utterly filthy, do you? Wait, oh, there is a cat noise. Do you guys hear that? There is. Wait, I don't have to, wait, I don't have to make a cat noise, wait, am I hearing it? Yeah, meow. Where is that? Is it the SFX? Let's see. That's still not that loud. What? Oh. I guess I just have to continue doing the sounds, huh? Okay. That's what I thought. Besides, if it gotten any more sooty paw prints track all over my floor, I'd have been pissed. I try to keep my house clean, you know? The cat glances about my living room at this, in a manner that looks almost disbelieving. He isn't judging me, is he? First Ninette, now him. I can't catch a break. Hey, stop looking at me like that. I didn't have to run you a bat, you know? I could have, and maybe I should have kicked you out in the moment you fell down my chimney, but I didn't. I'm nice like that, see? At least, I can be. You really shouldn't try my patience, though. Its reserves are limited. Just like bicorn horns. Meow? Yes, that's right. As I'm telling you to behave, you're on your very last warning. Do you hear me? Meow. I think the cat must hear me, loud and clear. Those pointy ears of his aren't just for show. Because he purrs discontentedly and hangs his head. He looks pretty woe-begone, but he doesn't try to squirm away from me again. This is progress. If he keeps being this well-behaved, I ought to be able to get him all washed and dried in under 10 minutes. Kibby. What a production. You're more trouble than you're worth. Do you know that? Yeah, I bet you do. You ought to count yourself lucky. You're a reasonably cute animal. If you were a stoat or a ferret, I would have cursed you without a second thought. Meow! Oh? You want to know whether I can really do that? Well, you better hope you don't find out. Don't test me, Peepsqueak. I don't have that much patience. That poor cat. 15 minutes later. Right. I think that should do it about... I think that should just about do it. I finished drawing the cat to the best of my abilities, then stepped back to admire my handiwork. The cat looks a little worse for wear, but that's probably to be expected. He did just fall down the chimney. His fur is still all matte, but at least he isn't sooty. That feels like an accomplishment at least. I think I've done all I can do. Now, are we going to be a good boy and get a move on? Time's wasting. Meow? The cat pads over to me. He rubs his head against my calf in what is probably meant to be an affectionate manner. Or maybe it's just being obsequious? Sorry. Either way, it is kind of cute. But I'm sensing there are ulterior motives at play here. Don't you want to leave? Is that what this is all about? Meow! The cat gives me a shin and another rub. I'm no expert when it comes to cats, but I think that's a resounding yes. It's sweet he's gotten so attached, I guess, but I'm sorry. But I can't let you stay here. I don't have any room for you. My house isn't very big, see? Meow? Is he trying to talk me around? I know you're pretty small, and I know you wouldn't take up that much space, but you still need food and water. And time too. These are resources I can't afford to give you. The last one in particular. I'm too busy to take care of a pet. I'd only end up neglecting you. You don't want that, do you? Meow. You say they don't mind? Meow. You can hunt for food on your own? Meow. You just want somewhere you can rest your weary head at night? Meow. Aww. Yeah, I get that. We're all looking for a place we belong in this world, but I found my place, see? I've been living here on my own for the last 5 years and I'm perfectly content with my lot in life. I don't need anybody else getting in my way. Meow? Yeah, I know it sucks, but that's simply the way it is. I'm just not cut out for living with other people. I'm too antisocial. Meow. You can only say that because you don't know me. We're still strangers. Meow. You'd like to change that? Meow. You guys hear that? Yeah, I'm hearing the sounds as well. How enthusiastic. I'm glad you think so highly of me, but I bet your opinion changed pretty quick if you actually lived with me. I can be quite unbearable, or so I've heard. I'm a total workaholic. There's nothing I care about more than my potions. If you got in my way, I'd probably end up losing my temper. Meow! You'd like to see that, would you? I imagine you'd be singing a different tune if I really did get mad at you. I might not look very intimidating, but I can be if I want. Really now, Aster? Really? You intimidating? You don't have... No, I can't see that. I can't see Aster being angry. What is the angry little Aster gonna do? Cast me a spell? That is actually scary. Please don't. Ubi, do you like meowing like a cat? No, because I'm not a cat. Woof just sent me a DM. Oh my god, he found it. No! Why? What? I don't like that. Ubi certainly a cat, not an... I am a cat! I am an angel! You don't believe me? Well, good. Let's have it stay that way. I don't have any real urge to lose my temper at such a small animal. What you saw when I was trying to clean you was nothing, really. Now, you really must leave. I was in the middle of working on a potion, you know, before you so rudely interrupted me. I'd like to get back to work, and I can't afford to keep babysitting you. Meow, meow. You say you're not a baby? That's funny. You're sure acting like one. Oh, really, Aster? I mean, you're the one who looks like a baby. Stupid. Sorry. Meow. Then you should at least... Then you think I should let you stay here because you're a baby? Meow. Meow. That's not enough logic. But it made an even worse parent than I would a pet owner. So, I head on over to my front door, then open it with a creak. It's time for you to go. Shoo. Shoo, come on. Meow. The cat's ears droop. He looks pretty cut up about all this, but he doesn't try to argue. Instead, he slinks over to the open door, his head hanging all the while. Sadly, he shoots me one last parting look. Then, with an indignant sniff, he heads off. He actually leaves! Oh my god. I know I made the right call of ridding myself of my feline friend, but for some reason, my heart feels heavy as I shut my front door behind me. Do I miss him already? Oh, pull yourself together. There's no sense in fussing this much about a single silly cat. I mutter this to myself as I turn my attention back to my potion. I'd like to make a bit more progress, but I can't focus. For whatever reason, that dog keeps shouting his lungs out. Oh my god! My heart isn't feeling it. I don't usually have any issues with dogs barking, but when I do, I hate it. I hate it so much because it disturbs my streaming. In fact, it's always been the opposite. I used to get so embroiled with my private studies back in Oleander Academy that I'd stay up all night in the library, perusing through the ancient leather-bound books. I'd completely lose track of time, so much so that when the bell rang for morning classes, I'd jump an alarm. I endured many sleeps. Let's make it louder, the music, at least. Not that loud, though. So you're a cat. You hate dogs. Okay, come on. I don't hate dogs. It's just that I don't like dogs that are barking. Okay, it's annoying. I endured many sleepless nights back in school, largely owing to my own obsessive thirst for knowledge. That might, in hindsight, might have been one of the reasons why my classmates used to avoid me. I must have looked a bit of a wreck, with my horribly pasty skin and the dark bags under my eyes. I really lent myself to my classmates' jeering, thanks to my sleep-shod appearance. I've never been one to care about my looks, or to brush my hair. Maybe that's why I find Angelique's obsession with balls so alienating. I can't think of anything in the world I care less about. There's no such thing as a dog that doesn't bark, so that means you hate all dogs and therefore you're a cat. No, you can train your dogs to not scream all the time. Training over my own reflection in a mirror seems a waste of time when there are so many books to read in the world and so many potions to be brewed. I would rather indulge myself in my interest, not fritter my time away fussing over my appearance. I'd prefer to devote my time to something that will last, writing academic treatises, making new discoveries, and brewing tinctures. My research has always filled me with the motivation I need to get out of bed in the mornings, no matter how warm my sheets might be. But, it's no good. I can't get into the swing of things today. I keep dropping my ingredients both down myself and onto the floor. My workstation is scattered with bits and pieces of crushed lavender, decapitated bluebell heads, and finely ground bicon horn. I always keep my windows shut while I'm working, so the breeze can't interfere with any of my ingredients in both the winter and the summer months. This self-imposed isolation is something I'm used to, but my house is starting to feel uncomfortably stifling. My nose is scribbling when I inhale, and I sneeze. Achoo! I wonder if this is because of the suit. I did try to sweep up the floor after that cat fell down the chimney, but I was in a hurry, so I don't know if I did the most thorough of jobs. I hope I've not been breathing in stray suit for the last half hour. That's a bit worrying. That's a bit of a worrying thought. But what happens to my hand is even more worrying. I was tossing some ingredients with the blade of my trusty knife when I sneezed, and the sudden, unexpected shock of it made me jump. The blade of my knife shifts, and then... Damn it! That stings! I set my knife down on my cluttered work table and examined the base of my left thumb. Oh, you're getting bad luck because you just don't want to keep that cat, do you, huh? This is what's happening. You're being unlucky now because you just rejected a cat. A really, really cute cat. I'm hoping that was just a scratch, but... Oh great, this is all I need. I've cut myself. The cut is a fairly shallow one, but it's starting to bleed a bit in a hesitant, almost pathetic manner. A few droplets of crimson ooze from the shallow line which bisects the bottom of my thumb, and I click my tongue. I like to press on with my experiments, but making a potion while you're bleeding is a big no-no. Blood is a pretty potent ingredient when it comes to magecraft. Getting any of it into a potion can drastically change the composition of said potion to a dangerous degree. Here's a lesson I learned the hard way when I was fiddling with a potion to suit sore throats back in Oleander Academy. I worked on that potion in my room late into the night and was so focused I didn't pause to light a new candle when my old one went out. This made me incredibly easy for my right hand to slip. The blade of my knife bit into my left hand, and as it did just now, and... well, the results were nothing short of disastrous. I did manage to finish that potion, but it didn't suit my sore throat. The unwitting introduction of my blood instead turned the potion into a truly hellish concoction, which gave me an awful fever. Oh my god! I was laid up in the infirmary for almost a week, sweating bullets, all the while hallucinating that I was being tormented by tiny imps with pointy pitchforks. I'm not keen to relive that experience in a hurry. I guess I'd better call things for now and wash my hands. I should also try the ingredients I was laboring over, in case I've gotten any blood in them. Dang, he looks just like you. No, he doesn't. What do you mean he looks just like me? No? What do you mean? What's the similarities here? He has blue? Okay, that is a very different. th- That's a different dog noise. I'm actually worried. What is that? It's not me. I don't look like that, okay? I have yellow eyes. He has blue eyes. He. The hair, you goofball. Okay, but the hair. It never hurts to be too careful, but it can certainly hurt if you're too careless. This is a pretty major setback, though. Those were the last of my foxgloves, and now I bled all over them. Are you gonna get mad? I'm gonna. Ah! If I want to keep going with this potion, I'll need to head outside to pick some more ingredients. It's a hassle, but I guess it's the price I have to pay for getting so distracted. I wash my wound and dress it. Then, once I staunch the bleeding, I am ready to go out. Sorry. I retrieved my trusty wicker basket and slided my firm, sensible boots. Expensive boots I bought from Axel's market 3 summers ago. That they're made, according to the enthusiastic cocker, from real dragon hide. I'm not sure whether these boots are actual dragon hide or not, but they're sturdy enough. They aren't pretty, but they get the job done. Then, to nobody in particular, I murmur, I'm heading out. As is to be expected, however, nobody replies. Other than the occasional client, my home is pretty much always empty. I tell myself that the way I like it, then it is really. But I do wonder sometimes. Maybe the incessant silence is kind of sad. Just a little. Aw, it's so lonely, everyone! Now, let me see. I perused the forest with eagle eyes in my search of the ever-elusive foxgloves. Sometimes, when I require several different sorts of flora, I have a feeling that this is going to be a long one. It is definitely going to be a long one. That's why I made this last, everyone. I'll head over to Axel so I can buy all the flowers I need in a bulk from a florist. I might be a man with no romantic experience to speak of, but I'm on first name terms with every single major florist in Oxel. I go to the florist once a week, and that's at the bare minimum, to stock up on ingredients. Most people might pop into their local florist to buy roses for a paramour, primroses for their parents, or lilies for those who have dearly departed, but I've never had to make a trip to the florist for personal reasons. For me, it's strictly business. I guess that might sound a little sad, but I never thought of it that way. Really, I haven't. I keep a wide berth from people because I don't much care for them. I'm fond enough of my mother, I suppose, but I'd rather not spend some more time with her than I have to. She asked too many questions about my love life. Oh my god, and you're like, I don't care. I think she might be hoping that I'll give her grandchildren before long, which, well, good luck with that. You forgot to change the category. It's still on just chatting. Yeah, it's intentionally on just chatting, everyone. I'm getting distracted though. I would go to Oxel for these foxgloves, but Oxel is a good half hour's walk away. I don't feel like expending that much energy for few flowers. If I'm going to go all the way to Oxel, I might as well pick up all the other ingredients I need from the local apothecaries, and then I'll be there all day. Why? Because it's complicated. I just want to grab my flowers and head back home. It's not really complicated. It's not because I'm lazy. It's just that it doesn't have a category. I just want to grab my flowers and head back home. I don't think I can deal with more socializing today. Not after my early meeting with Angelique. She's completely drained my energy reserves. Like some sort of social vampire. Oh my god. At least the forest is peaceful though. Tall, proud trees rise up around me wherever I look. Their trunks are gnarled and knotted with age, and their bows and bent and twisted. I mean, I can switch on games in demos, but I mean, come on, guys. Just Chatting has a lot of viewers. Just Chatting has like 195 No. We can go there, but like, fine then. Fine. You guys don't want new people to join our streams? it here. Games plus them. There. It's a mature rated game. There you go. I actually can't do it. This is not a mature rated game. That might limit our things. So we have to stay with just chatting. At least the forest is peaceful enough. Tall, proud trees rise up around me wherever I look. Their trunks are gnarled. I already said this. Oops. Yeah, it is. It says mature only. Something like that. You know, like when I go switch to Danganronpa, it would go with that. It's weird. Verdant leaves festoon these branches, though which the sunlight shimmers, dappling the forest floor and the top of my head. It's a lukewarm sort of a day, not too hot nor too cold. A few birds chirp among themselves, hidden amongst the branches, and the undergrowth shifts with smaller animals, rabbits and squirrels. It's all very pleasant, except that dog barking right now. I like the forest. That's why I chose... Where's that cat? Can I pick that cat right now, please? I like the forest. That's why I chose to live out here, but... I can't find any here either. Right now, I just want to find my foxgloves. I'm so focused on them, I don't hear... I hear it. I definitely hear it. I definitely hear what that is. What is happening. Why is that dog always... Do you guys always get so annoyed when there's a dog who just interrupts your stream? Why would... I'm so focused on them, but I don't hear the telltale rustling before it's upon me. Hello there, Twitch user 4689. We're playing a gay game right now. Ube, fight back. Bark back at that dog. No, I would love to, but no, I don't want to make enemies, okay? I don't want to make enemies of my neighbors. I was actually planning to buy this things where, I don't know, like you plug it and then it has these frequencies where they can't bark, but then that might hurt them, like in their ears. I don't know. It's a domino effect now. I'm sorry if I'm interrupting this. You can skip everyone. But do you hear that? It's a domino effect now. When that dog barked, the other dogs outside will also start barking, and then it's gonna be. Oh my god! You hear that? Oh my god! I'm sorry. Okay. I'm so focused on them, but I don't hear the telltale rustling before it's upon me. But I do hear the high-pitched yowling that accompanies it. Oh my god, what was that? Let's make things louder here so you can't hear it. What was that? What in the... Now, is it just my imagination? Or does that horrible screeching sound a lot like... Oh my god! Why are you there? When's the anime stream? You'll see in the schedule, I think. I don't think your neighbors are gonna be too fond of that idea. Yes, see? That's not good. I was right. It is a cat after all. And it's not just any cat. I recognize those eyes. This has to be the same black cat which fell down my chimney earlier. And it looks like it's gotten caught up in yet another sticky situation. Oh my god! You're stuck again! Are you doing this intentionally? The cat is suspended in the air by several thick dark vines. Vines which can only belong to a mandragora. This is the worst. Mandragoras are the bane of my existence. I can't stand them. They come in all shapes and sizes, but are good at making nuances of themselves regardless of their stature. They're living plants which roam the woods, scooping up prey indiscriminately with their vines so they can chow down on them. Mandragoras have large flowery beads which open up the center where they can deposit their victims. Birds, small animals, and even people. Oh my god, save them, please! Okay. I don't know what is YBC. I've been caught up by a couple of mandragoras in my time when I was busy foraging for ingredients. It's always incredibly annoying, but its encounters have never been much more than nuances to me. Mandragoras can grow to be very large, but they all have one key weakness. Since they're essentially overground flowers, they're highly susceptible to fire. An ordinary person, or an ordinary animal, would find it hard to best a Mandragora. But I'm not an ordinary person. I'm more than a match for these monsters. I'm not particularly scared, therefore, of this unexpected foe. It might be bigger than me, but most things are. That's something I've learned to. Well, I'm not made peace with it, exactly. I wouldn't mind being a few centimeters taller, but the respective differences in our sizes doesn't really matter, okay? I can turn this thing into tinder in an instant. Okay, alright. Oh my god, he's using power right now, everyone! Alright, you, out of my way. I'm not interested in playing your little games. I was in a bad mood already, and seeing you has made it even worse. Now get out of here. Meow? Yeah, I'll get you down from there, so don't worry. I'm not about to let you choke to death, no matter how silly you might be. Wait, can I just... I swear, this is another deja vu! I swear, I've dreamed this before. I've dreamed myself I didn't know it was this game, but I remember dreaming a cat. I remember dreaming a guy like using powers or something like that, and then saving him and also streaming it. That is so weird. This is a dream I had a long time ago. This is a deja vu, right? That is so weird. What if everything is a lie? I don't know. That is weird. Nobody deserves a fate like that. Though, really. What sort of cat falls down a chimney, then gets caught by a mandragora? Don't you have any sense of self-preservation? You're so stupid. Not that I can talk, I suppose, given I've been captured by monsters like this a few times before, but hey-ho. Brace yourself now. I'm not going to target you, but this might hurt a little. Burn. Oh my god, it just burned the cat! Don't burn the cat! Plumes of flame burst from my palm, searing the mandragora in an instant. Oh my god, that was loud. The mandragora lets out a truly horrible sound upon realizing its predicament. Something that's halfway between a howl and a scream. It shifts to and fro, perhaps in an attempt to put out the flames which have begun to consume its leafy body, but it's in vain. The fire continues to spread along its vines towards its core, its flower-shaped head crowned by noxious pink petals. The mandragora switches its large, leafy body back and forth, and, during the commotion, its grasp on the black cat slackens. It singed, still burning vines convulse, and then... Oh my god! Did it fall? The cat falls through the air, plummeting towards the forest floor. I don't know how much about cats, but I do know they're supposed to be good at landing on their feet. That drop was really high, however. And that cat is falling fast. I can't say I fancy this feeling's chances all that much. I don't trust him to come out of this unscathed. I mean, he did fall in your chimney earlier, remember? I didn't set that mandragora on fire so its victim could be flattened against the forest floor 0.05 seconds later. Oh my god, I wonder who voices the cat. Wind! I crowd a second spell. Oh my god, it's a spell! Another spell! And not a moment too soon. A pocket of air solidifies beneath the cat's body before it can hit the ground. The cat looks a little shaken about all this, but it doesn't look any worse for wear. I think it'll be fine. You silly thing. I scoop the cat into my arms as I speak, then press him to my chest. Aww. Fyodor, hello there, Fyodor. We're playing a cat game right now. I scoop the cat up into my arms as I speak, then press him into my chest. By this point, the mandragora has sloped off into the forest, still smoldering. I didn't really hit it with a spell potent enough to singe him into an immovable crisp. I didn't want to risk emulating the cat in the process, so the mandragora will probably still be fine when it puts itself out. I can't say I care too much for the plight of the mandragora though. I'm much more concerned about the cat. How did you get snatched up by that creature anyway? I thought I told you to be careful. Meow. The cat hangs his head. Does he regret what he's done? Well, good. He should. Now don't give me that look. It won't absolute you of your own idiocy. Can you really not be trusted in your own? Meow, meow. That's what I thought. Jeez. Cats don't literally have 9 lives, you know? That's just a superstition. You can't afford to be so cavalier. Do you promise you'll be more careful in the future? Meow. Well, good. I wouldn't want to take a suicidal cat back home with me. That sounds like it would be a huge headache. Meow? The cat looks at me curiously. I guess that means, if I have to translate from cat, you want to take me back home with you? Ah? Are you gonna take the cat? Well, duh. Haven't we established that you need somebody to look out for you? I wouldn't feel right letting you go off on your own when you probably get yourself in trouble again. It'd be like throwing yourself to the wolves, quite literally. I cast explode, you better explode. Okay, no, you can't explode me. Oh, yes, that's right. There are wolves who lurk in this forest. Though, they only tend to come out during the night. Didn't you know that? That's scary. You didn't? I'm glad I was able to warn you, then. Now, do you want to come with me? It was only through sheer dumb luck that you survived that entanglement with that awful monster. If any more predators go after you, you might wind up being a goner. The cat purrs. That's how you say it, right? Hello there, jellyfins, welcome! The cat purrs, then nuzzles his cheek against my chest. We're playing a visual novel about cats, and it's gonna get crazy, don't worry. Heh, I appreciate the sentiment, but it's fine. You don't need to thank me. As a wizard, it is my job to help others. Now, let's go. I don't know about you, but I don't much like hanging about in the forest like a scarecrow. And that's how I end up carrying the cat with me through the forest, all the way back home. The foxgloves I wanted to pick have been all but forgotten. I can't stop for diversion now. Not with a black ball of fluff to look after. I can always worry about the potion later. Aww, look at that! He got adopted! Maybe that was that whole cat's plan! That evil cat's plan! I don't bother trying to resume my work when I finally get home. Instead, I turn my attention towards making some food for my little guest. I'm guessing he must be hungry after the day's hardships. I guess which proves to be right on the money, given he practically wolfs down in a bowl of chicken I set in front of him. Chicken! What? I love chicken! Okay. Do you like that? I'm guessing that's a yes. I laugh and bend down to scratch my new companion behind the ears. What have you been eating lately? Anyway, you're so skinny. Haven't you been eating? I take it you're a stray then. Don't you have an owner? The cat looks at me for a few moments. Bits of disgusting chicken and sauce splattered against his whiskers, then shakes his head. Was that in response to my question? Ubi is a chicken. Be careful, Ubi. The cat will eat you. I'm not a cat, a chicken! It's unlikely, but... So you're all alone? The cat nods. Huh. He might not be as stupid as I thought. That's a bit sad. Though, I did already have my suspicions. If you had an owner, you'd have a collar, but you don't. And it's not like there are any houses around here anyway, other than mine. You're quite a while away from Axel. I do wonder how you wound up here. But I doubt you'll be able to tell me that. That demands more than a yes or no answer, doesn't it? Well, whatever. I don't know what your story is or where you came from, but none of that matters now. You're with me, and I'm going to look after you. I promise. Aww. I'm not much of a people person, but having a pet might not be too bad. And you know what? I'm getting your balls removed. Just so I won't mingle with other cats outside. No, I don't tell this to anybody who stops by. I like to keep my feelings to myself, you know? But I doubt you'll be relaying this to anybody. You can keep this a secret, can you? I thought so. I knew I could trust you. You're not like any of my classmates back at Oleander Academy. Oleander. I grit my teeth together, reminded momentarily of the unpleasant times I had back in that academy. I've not cared to interact with people very much since my school days, beyond what was necessary for my survival. I interact with my clients, mostly Angelique if I'm being honest, and I can talk to the various shopkeepers in Excel, but I don't really enjoy it. I don't like being around people in general. That's what I always doubt myself at least, but sometimes I guess I do get a little lonely here, all on my own. It's not like I'm desperate for friends or anything, but having a little guy like you around might not be so bad. He is like me. He is me, guys. He is me. I'm introverted. Like, yeah, I know. I can invite VTubers and stuff like that, and I find them. But like outside streaming, I don't talk that much. Oh. You are a pastel chicken, my friend. Wings always make squeaky noises, feathers. Chicken to me. Heh. Maybe you need to be careful about your viewers too. They like chicken nuggets. What? I like chicken nuggets more. I am an introvert. What are you guys talking about? I am an introvert. Oh? You're wondering about all that stuff I said earlier? Yeah, I know. I might have said I didn't have the time to look after you. I'm still not sure if I do, actually, but even the great wizard Aster can change his mind. I might have made a mistake. Oh no. You're a handful. Yeah. Now go. Leave. But it might not be as bad as I feared. I'd like to think that you and I will be able to get along decently well. So long as you don't fall foul of any more mandragoras. Do you think you can do that for me? Good. I like your enthusiasm. Let's give this a go then, shall we? I already given up on myself. But maybe even I can make a new friend. Aw, look at that! He made a new friend, everyone! I'm the only one talking here. Me, myself, No, they are here. Everyone's here. They're just so focused on the story. Later that night... Jeez. What a day. I reached for my cape and tug at it with tired fingers. I feel pretty weary from the events of the last 12 hours. So much it's more of an effort to remove my cape than it really ought to be. Today was supposed to be relaxing, or as relaxing as I ever permit myself at least. I hadn't intended for a stray cat fall through the flue of my chimney, but then again, does anybody? And I certainly hadn't expected to rescue the same stray from a bleeding mandragora. It really has been a day full of surprises. And if there's one thing I don't like, it's surprises. I vastly prefer it when my life goes the way I had planned, down to the T, though that, of course, isn't always possible. Today's events have made that readily apparent. I continue to fumble with my cape, cursing as I do so. Damn it. I really must be tired. That's why I hate it so much when my daily routine gets thrown. It has a pretty devastating effect on my efficiency as a functioning human being. And if there is one thing I dislike, it is being inefficient. Our time on this planet is finite. As such, we ought to use it effectively. I don't really have the time to spare the fuss over stray cats. But despite that, I still went on my way to rescue that silly stray. I wonder why. I contemplate this. All while engaged in the arduous task of getting undressed when I hear the now familiar sound of footballs in the hallway. Huh? I turn, blinking as my bedroom door creaks. It's the cat! It swings back, then reveals a lit, dark body, four-legged, with pointed ears and a striking pair of mismatched eyes. This body belongs, of course, to my newfound companion, the stray cat whose foolish actions have been occupying the lion's share of my thoughts during the last 5 minutes. The cat purrs at me, his head tilted, and I frown. My fingers still about my cape, as softly I say, "Now, what are you doing here? You're not afraid of sleeping the whole way on your own, are you?" Meow. The cat meows again, in a tone I'm half tempted to describe as ingratiating? Is he trying to get on my good side? If so, he might be smarter than I gave him credit for. His eyes do look rather bright. They seem more perceptive than those of a regular cat. But maybe I'm projecting. I don't spend much time with cats on the whole, or any animals in general. Oh my god, my throat! Or any animals in general, for that matter. Apart from the dried out bits and pieces of them I use for my potions, I might be applying human attributes to this cat that it doesn't have. It is plain to see, after all, by looking at him, or down at him, that he's only an animal, and a foolish one at that. I click my tongue. Click! It'll be harder for me to sleep tonight if you insist on mewling like that, and you distracted me plenty already. Oh my god, I need to drink water. Cats are very smart. I accidentally taught my Siamese cat to open doors, and now I always have to lock them like some paranoid. Oh my god! Well, maybe my cats are dumb. They don't know how to open doors yet. But they do know how to piss me off. Like just earlier, okay? I was about to sleep again. I woke up early, but I was like, I needed more sleep. But then I hear someone in the litter box. Okay, I hear brushing noises because they're gonna poop. It was Reg, I think. No, it was Temmie. Temmie was about to poop. And then I got up, and then Temmie left. And I was like, why would you leave the litter box? So I went back to the bed, I laid back down, and then he went back there. And then I got up, and then he left. So I just waited there for a few seconds. And me waiting a few seconds when I'm very sleepy is not good. It makes it even harder to get up. But yeah, I hate that. They're evil. They're trolling me 24/7. Everyone. I'm beginning to regret taking you in. No, it's not a regret, Aster. I mean, one thing that Temmie did save me was when I was about to sleep. I don't know why, but Temmie was like near me, like in my head, which is not normal, honestly. Temmie is usually not the cuddly type, She prefers to do her own thing, like Aster here. But then she's like going near the corner near my head, like near the walls. And I was like, what the hell are you doing? And then I did a flashlight and I saw a cockroach next to in the wall. It was scary. Oh my god. My cats poop at least at exact times. One always walks into the bathroom exactly around 3 p.m. and 9 p.m. I can't predict it. Well, I wish I could predict mine too. Sometimes my body wakes up when it feels like someone's gonna poop. My cats are gonna poop. What are we talking about cat poop? Let's continue. I'm beginning to regret taking you in. That's a good thing. I'm joking. The cat meows again, then pads over to me and rubs his head against my leg. Is this supposed to be an apology for all the trouble he caused me earlier? If so, it's not wholly sufficient as far as an apology goes. But, well, alright. I can admit it. It is rather charming. No, it's alright, don't worry. I'm not going to throw you out. I didn't go to all that trouble of rescuing you from that awful mandragora so a hungry wolf could turn you into a tasty snack. Meow. If you don't want to be alone, I guess you can spend the night with me. Is that what you want? Aww. Alright, I get the message. You can stay here, provided you don't make too much of a racket. Do you think you can behave yourself? Meow, maybe. My sister's tarantula once escaped. It was found dead in a litter box. Next to it, my black cat that looks like he's secretly Batman. Oh my god, that is scary. That is like a message from you guys. Like, I'm stronger than you might think. The cat meows and nods his head, in what I can only suppose is assent. I can't say that I'm crazy, but the thought of sharing my room with anybody else but a cat makes for better company than another human. He's less noisy, as if anything else, when he isn't purring, that is. I'll hold you to that. I offer the cat to a small smile, then finish stripping off my clothes. Once unclothed, I change into my pajamas, then ruffle the cat on his head. That poor cat! Or lucky cat, I don't know. That poor cat just saw him did that in front of him. You're so clingy. Though, I thought cats are supposed to be independent. I didn't expect you to start meowing the moment I retreated to my bedroom. But maybe you had a rough time. You weren't kicked out by your old neighbors, were you? Oh, please, you're such a baby. But I guess it's fine. I could do with the company. I do wonder though, maybe Clingy would be a good name for you. Or Tiny. You're so small. Is that, you hate that? Oh, you don't like that? Meow. Well, whatever. I can think of a better name for you later. I might have to, if you're planning to hang around. I can't exactly keep calling you Cat. I'm not very good at naming things though. My potions make that pretty obvious. They have a litany of exciting titles, such as Sleeping Draught number 3 and Teeth Whitening Elixir number 18. Oh my god. A lot of people come to me, by the by, because they want white teeth. And no, I'm not really sure why. It seems to be a popular trend with the folk over at Excel at the moment. It might take me a bit before I can give you the regal, dignified name you deserve. I hope you understand, Cat. It was formerly known as Tiny, no matter how briefly. Ha, well good. I'm glad you have so much faith in me, at least. I would be less convinced if I were in your shoes. Or pause. But I'll... Oh my... I'm hearing cat... I'm hearing a cat fight. Did you guys hear that? Maybe if I change the filter of my mic. Did you guys hear that? I don't know if you can see that. I don't... You guys see that? It's a... Oh my god. Cat fight happening outside while I'm also playing a cat game. I hear it. You hear it. Okay. Okay, but I'll try not to let you down. And never gonna give you up. And never gonna let you down. And hurt you. Maybe we can stick with Tiny until I think of something better at least. Yeah, I know it sucks, but just try and deal with it. We all have our own crosses to bear. Oh my god. I snuff out the candle. I snuff out the candle on my bedside and slide beneath my sheets, then glance over at Tiny. Are you going to climb aboard? Then, there's plenty of room. Meow? Tiny purrs at me in a manner which seems uncharacteristically malcontented. I don't think he's very happy with his current name, but he's not so very unhappy that it keeps him from accepting any exceedingly generous offer. Tiny leans back on his haunches, then after a pause, jumps up. He lands nimbly on the side of my bed, more nimbly than I had thought him capable of, given the numerous scrapes he's gotten himself involved in during the day, then pads over to my side. He spins about in a circle once, twice, while pawing at the mattress before he settles. He lies down on the bed in a fluffy black ball, looking a little like a bagel. A basil? Then, with a catty yawn, his eyelids flicker. He nuzzles his cheek against his paw, then falls asleep. Aww! I watch Tiny for a few moments, smiling as he slumbers. Before, with a small yawn, I find myself pulled down by sleep's allure. My breathing begins to regulate itself. No one would say that. Now I'm manually breathing. You guys have to manually breathing too, okay? Okay. In a slow, rhythmic manner, in tandem, almost with Tiny Own's snuffled exhalations. And less than 5 minutes later, I too doze off. Basil who? Basil nom nom nom. Don't eat basil. Sometime later. What happened? Huh? What? What happened? I blinked groggily, dispersing a litany of white spots that are flickering lazily in front of my vision. My head is pounding, and I feel dazed. What time is it anyway? I'm not sure, but it's so early the birds haven't even begun chirping yet. Is it 2 o'clock? 3? I groan. I don't usually wake up in the middle of the night. My sleeping schedule, like many other aspects of my life, runs like clockwork. Regular, monotonous, and wholly expected. I can't say I like this change in my nightly routine very much. I didn't have a bad dream, did I? How embarrassing. I'm much too old to be jolted awake by silly nightmares. I'm already 26, for goodness sake. You're 26? You don't even look like one. I shifted in bed, trying to get comfortable once more when... I can feel something wrapped around my waist. Something significantly firmer and more immovable than my sheets. Wait, what's happening, guys? Guys, are you paying attention? What's happening? I don't have much to compare the sensation to, but if I have to levy a guess, then... It feels a little like somebody's embracing me. That's ridiculous, though. I've not been embraced in years. Not since I was a very young boy, prone to nightmares, and my mother still tucked me up in my bed and kissed my forehead. Ow! I've been living in my small cottage all alone, deep in the forest for the last 5 years. During this time, I've not engaged in any degree of intimacy with any living creature beyond accepting coins from the palms of my customers. Really, even that? I mean, I can get it, it's kind of disgusting because germs, but like, come on. I've certainly never hugged any of said customers, though a couple of them do seem fonder of me than is professionally appropriate. I've heard it said I have a decently pretty face, despite being so aloof. But I'm getting ahead of myself. It really does feel like someone is embracing me. But why would they? Who are they? What does this person want from me? I want a chocolate. And most pressingly of all, how is this happening? I turn about in bed, my eyes wide, and then... Oh my god! What? We turned into a human! What? This scared me! Oh hey, are you finally awake? I didn't want to say anything when you look so peaceful, but I've been wanting to talk to you for a while, if you don't mind. There's somebody lying on my bed after all! Oh my god, our faces are so close together. It feels like it's staring into my very soul. Our noses, meanwhile, are scant inches apart. They might as well be brushing. Either it was a normal game. Oh, come on, you know why I have to pick this for Valentine's Day. His lips, too, are perilously close to my face. So much so, he would need only lean a little bit, and then... Now why am I thinking this? It's most unlike me. I shouldn't be letting my thoughts get the better of me. I should shout this at this man, this stranger, and cast him from my bed in an instant. But for some reason, his eyes make me halt. I wonder... You're not... tiny, are you? This man, who is a good deal more muscular than I... Why are you looking at his muscles? This man, who is a good deal more muscular than I am, scoffs. Then in a low voice that's more appealing than it should be, why are you saying all these things? He says... I am? Yeah, though I have a few issues with that name. I don't think it suits me very well. Right. I take it you're not really a cat then? No, I'm not. How astute of you. That man, not tiny, grins. Whatever, give it away. Oh, shut up. Stop being such a smart aleck. I push not tiny away. At long last. My bed might be small, but there's really no reason for him to cling to me like that. And shuffling back, I say, what is your name then? And just who are you? What's going on? Well, I'm glad you asked. I'm not, as you correctly guessed, a cat. Not really. I'm a perfectly ordinary human. As a matter of fact, with a single drop of magic in my bloodstream. Least to my knowledge. Not to my knowledge. My name's Blaze, not Tiny. My parents aren't around anymore. But I'd go back in time and crucify them if they called me that. It's a pleasure to meet you. What a cat is, I wonder, right? It's a pleasure to meet you, probably. I mean, Aster. Thanks for taking me in and for bathing me, and feeding me, and for saving my hide and all. I really do appreciate it. Oh, it's no problem. I answer somewhat stupidly, until a split second later, I start. No, wait, this is a problem. This is a big problem. If you're an ordinary human, like you claim to be, then how did you wind up in the body of a cat? Don't tell me. Yeah. Aster is Shizo, and Blaze was always a human. No. Yeah. I think you might have figured it out already, since you're an all-powerful wizard, but I might as well spell it out. I was actually cursed. I did suspect as much, yes, based on what you said, but why? What did you do? Nothing, really. I just had to make a powerful enemy is all. They must have been powerful, yes, to perform an information spell on you like that. I had no idea that you were really a human when I first saw you. You had me quite fooled. I know. I'm sorry about that. I know it might seem, from my perspective, that I tricked you into free bed and board, but that really isn't the case. I wasn't trying to hoodwink you. I didn't want to become a cat any more than you want to be lying in bed with a stranger like me at this moment, I'm sure. Ah, so he is aware that I'm finding this whole situation incredibly uncomfortable, is he? At least he's not wholly ignorant. That, or I'm worse at hiding my real feelings than I like to think. Perhaps both are true. Let's go with that, so I can save some face. This just kind of happened, I guess. Please, these things don't just happen. Did you make an enemy out of a witch? That's exactly what happened, yeah. I pissed her off pretty bad, and without any warning. Blaze snaps his fingers. Well, you saw the end result. She cursed me into a body of a cat. You are the cat now, though. No, I'm not. It looks like the spell wears off after midnight. I wouldn't be surprised if I turned back into a cat come the next morning, however. That seems like the sort of thing she would do. Sorry. Blah 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 blah. Blaze sighs, then looks down at himself, picking at his trousers. So you already dressed when you transform? This is not accurate. If you are a cat, you would not have clothes. Or else you have clothes while you're a cat. Because, yeah, he should have been naked. Not that I want him to be naked, I'm just saying the logic. But this is magic, so yeah, everything doesn't make sense. You know what they do at midnight? You can guess. They sleep? It feels good being back in my original body, but I shouldn't get complacent. The curse hasn't been broken just yet. And this curse... I frown. Now that I've put a bit of much needed space within myself and Blaze, I can think a little more clearly. I feel more level-headed, but I still don't feel quite like my usual self. But can you really blame me? I defy anyone to remain calm in a screwy situation like this. When was it cast on you? Do you know? Oh yeah, that's easy. It happened earlier today, around midday. Midday, huh? So you'd be only a cat for a couple of hours when we met? Something like that, yeah. Huh. That goes quite a long way to explaining why I was so awful at being a cat. He had not much bear experience, oh my god. I felt almost inclined to let him off the hook right after the incident with the Mandragora, but only almost. Hey, Blaze, enlighten me. How much do you remember from the time we spent as a cat? Oh, I remember pretty much of it. I remember that dogs barking all day. Oh my god, can those dogs please stop? Experience at once. At a cat, Fyodor! What kind of experience are you even thinking? I remember all of it. The spell I was hit with, whatever it was, well, hasn't done anything to mess around with my memories. Why do you ask? Why, you wonder? I grit my teeth together, my fingers cold in my lap as a sudden realization hits me. Those dogs are barking! I know, right? At 10 p.m. If he remembers everything about the time he spent as a cat, then that means he remembers falling down the flue of my chimney, being attacked by that mandragora, and the secret? Hello there, Superhime-chan. Welcome. I was getting undressed when he came into my bedroom. Oh no! You're right! What? He just saw you naked. That's not good. That means he saw me. He saw me. Hey, Hester. Don't look so flustered. I might have seen you naked. Yeah. Okay. Does he have to say? Does he have to be so upfront about it? But it's not anything to be embarrassed about. I mean, we're both guys. You don't have nothing. I don't. Though you are on the scrawny side, I guess. Scrawny side? Huh? Why of all the cheek? Is that really something you should be saying to the guy who just saved your life? Hey, I'm just saying it like I saw it. And I did see quite a lot of you, I'll have you know. Well, yes, I'm aware, but you don't have to harp on about it. Weren't you the one who was getting hung up over it, though? You've gone all red. that should have be a perfectly normal reaction, I think. Ow! Superhime-chan, you followed us before, right? Did that guy just said Aster has a small No! You guys are overthinking this. No! I think scrawny side, meaning like maybe he's skinny or something. I thought I did. Oh. You might not have a sense of decency, but I do. I'm not... oh, sorry. This is Aster, I forgot. You might have a sense of decency, but I do. I'm not in a habit of stripping in front of strangers. Other than me, that is. That's different! You know that's different! Oh? Are you saying I'm special, Aster? You're especially irritating! Know your place, you rotten brat! Hello there, Kanekiri. Welcome! Welcome in our stream. We're playing a gay game. When did they kiss, damn it? What is this? This guy named Blaze just saw this guy named Aster naked. That's all you need to know. What game are you playing? Wait. This guy here became a cat earlier, but now he's back. Does it make sense? I saw you from shorts. Oh, welcome in our shorts. You saw my shorts? Oh, you saw our short. You short. Okay. Welcome. We're playing a visual novel right now. No, stop saying that. No! You guys need to stop. I plant my palms on Blaze's side. Then, unceremoniously, I give him a shove. We're playing like this is a Valentine's special stream. So we're playing like, this is a gay game. And I missed it? What? I watched it for a month now, and I can never make it to your stream. You should follow us, kinda curious, so you always know when we stream. You can be our 440th follower. Oh no, I already know. Yeah! Look at that. I'm a good business boy. Yay. Yep, yippee. I'm a lot smaller than Blaze is, according to him. I'm scrawny, and under normal circumstances, I'd never be able to shift him. I think the suddenness of my action must have taken him by surprise, however, because he gasped. Hey! I give him another shove and he shifts. Ow! Ow! Toppling over the side of my bed with a thud. Hey, Esther, what was that for? What do you think it was for? You can't just come into my house, take advantage of my hospitality, then make fun of me? I mean, scrawny? Who asked you for your input? I figured it was deserved. Blaze grumbles as he sits up, still rubbing his rear. After you called me tiny. I guess it makes sense. You're the tiny one now, Aster. Hot take, the white hair guy is a power bottom, definitely. What is a power bottom? You were tiny. You were about this big. And you really are scrawny. I didn't think I was offending your sensibilities, my good sir, by saying something you ought to know. Of course I know about that. I'm well aware of my own shortcomings. Thank you very much. Psh, shortcomings. You can say that again. You don't need to point them out. Need I remind you, you are a guest. You're only here because of my hospitality, which is not, I must warn you, boundless. Now, if you don't want me to kick you out into the night, I'd advise you to keep your bottom lip buttoned. Manners don't cost a penny. Alright, I'm sorry. I didn't realize I'd touch a nerve. You really are so sensitive. Have you ever stopped to consider, Blaze, that it is not I who is too sensitive, but you who are unpardonably insensitive? Nope. I can say it never crossed my mind. Ugh. I'm annoyed by the flippancy of his response, but I'm not wholly surprised. He strikes me as the sort who acts first, then thinks later, if he thinks at all. Okay, why is he looking up and down? Why is he checking out now? I wonder if that's how he wound up getting cursed in the first place. He must have annoyed that poor witch to within an inch of her life. If he wasn't already suffering from the effects of one enchantment, I'd be tempted to hit him with a spell of my own, just to shut him up. I can't say I'm too fond of Blaze, he hasn't made the best first impression, but I can't exactly kick him out. I guess I can let him stay. Just for now. Is this game a male harem game or it's probably just Blaze, Kane. But that doesn't mean I'm about to let him back into my bed. Yeah, I'd better stick my hand to my own cauldron. You really are impossible. I sigh, and then turn my back on Blaze, winding my blankets back around me like a protective cape. I'm not in the mood to engage you in any further. It's all pointless, particularly given you're so unpardonably rude. Now, I'm tired. I think I'm going to go back to sleep. When are they gonna redact each other's nope until they both... God, I cannot say the stuff on Twitch. What are you talking about? What? Good night. What? Hey, Esther. You can't seriously mean to make me sleep on the floor, can you? Oh, I can, and quite easily. The floor is almost too good. In fact, for the likes of you. You should consider yourself lucky I've not banished you. My magnanimity really knows no bounds. Yes, it's very kind of you, I'm sure, but the floor is uncomfortable. I won't get a wink of sleep down there. And I won't get a wink of sleep if you insist upon sharing my bed. You're much too big and the bed is too small. It wasn't made for two people. Is the floor for you or nothing? But what? Don't tell me you want to spend the night out in the woods, among the grass, avoiding the claws and fangs of vicious monsters, because if that is what you're after, you're going about it the right way. Has your brief time as a cat made you appreciate life on the wild side? Is spending the night with you starting to feel like living the wild side? You're so tetchy. I thought I was supposed to be scrawny. You can be both. Jeez. Are you still hung up about that? As much as you were over the name Tiny. Haha, well, I guess I can't argue with that. Huh, that's funny. I thought you were the sort who liked arguing. I do usually, but maybe not this late. I'm getting pretty tired myself when Blaze yawns. One hand pressed to his mouth. Oh, all that time spent as a cat really taking it out of me. I can imagine it would, yes. It is exhausting. Or so I have heard, to assume a form other than your own, particularly forms which are more smaller than ordinary humans. Did you know that cats' hearts beat as twice as the speed of a person's? They do? That's right! The smaller an animal, the more quickly its heart needs to beat to pump up the blood about their body. This enchantment will be putting you under a lot of stress. I'd be more surprised if you weren't tired. Jeez, this is all I need. I hope that this doesn't make me feel ill. I can't imagine being forced into a cat's body has many health benefits of that trait, no? So does this mean I'm basically an invalid? More or less, until you find a cure for your current predicament. Oh my god, my throat just died. Did you guys see that? Based on the chat, I have a feeling you're probably the same. What is it? Why are you talking about sizes now? What size are we talking about? It's big. It's very big. It's very thick as well. I don't like the color of it though. It's like orange or like skin. I don't know. I wish I have this like straw. Ow! 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 I wish I have a straw for this tumbler that I have. Thank you, Andy's Plays VA, for rating us. Thank you. What is big? My water bottle. My tumbler. So I'm sick, and you're making me sleep on the floor? That's really cold of you, Aster. Hello there, Andy. I know, I'm basically heartless. Well, at least you admit to it. I feel like you were being an awful lot nicer to me back when you still thought of me as a cat. It was your imagination. You sure? I'm positive. I am not a nice person, you see. Ask anybody. I'm sure they'll agree with my assessment. I'm selfish, cold, and naughty. Oh, haughty. What is haughty? I don't need help. I don't help anybody or anything without appropriate payment. Right. I'll keep that in mind. Happy Valentine's Day, Andy Plays. How are you guys doing? Blaze's voice trails away, and soon silence fills my darkened bedroom. I turn over beneath my sheets, hoping to get back to sleep, or at least some approximation of it when... Hey, Aster. What? I told you I was cursed by a witch, right? You did, yes. What does that... But what does have that to do with anything? Her name's Charmaine Valeur, and she's the daughter of a wealthy family. And they all live in this huge house over in Uxel. The Valeurs, huh? I recognize their name. I know that they're incredibly wealthy, though I didn't know that they had a daughter. I thought they had a son instead. Well, maybe you are the son. I mean, he's the son. Sorry, They're French? I suppose you learn something every day. Or night, I guess, in this instance. The French, they are everywhere. Okay. Is this game bad for you guys now that you know that they're French? I don't know what sort of spell she hit me with. I don't know how to lift it. I don't think I'll be able to figure it out on my own, but I can't exactly ask Charmaine about it on my own. I don't think the curse has been broken yet, so... So what? I raise an eyebrow. So, what do you want from me? I was wondering if you could talk to her for me. You might not be the best with people. I wonder what gave that away. But you should be a damn sight better at talking Charmaine around than I can. I mean, at least you can actually talk. And you're not a bad looker. Really. I reckon you'd be rather handsome if you put a bit of effort in your appearance. Maybe combed your hair. What? His hair is fine! Charmaine likes handsome men. Ones who are all skinny. I think you'd be her type. Oh, please. You don't need to flatter me. I already know what you think of me. Don't think I've forgotten. You're still stuck on the scrawny thing, huh? Please clicks his thumb. For a great all-powerful wizard, you're surprisingly immature. And you're shameless, asking favors from me when I've done nothing but all day. I already saved your life once. Do I need to keep going out of my way for your stupid sake? It was probably your fault you got cursed to begin with. Figure it out yourself. I would, but I can't. Not the way I am. The whole cat curse is gonna work against me and you know it. I need somebody to help me. If I'm ever going to be able to talk some senses into Charmaine, and right now you're the only person I can ask for help. I have a feeling he's just saying his type and not actually the girl. We don't know that yet, though. We'll see. We're gonna complete this. Don't worry. This is a Valentine's special. We will complete this game, and all answers will be answered. And all of your things that you guys want to see here will probably be satisfied. I don't know. So you're asking me as a matter of convenience? Well, yeah, but though you might act all snippy, I think you're a decent guy deep down. Please, you don't even know me. Whatever gave you that silly idea? Other, I must ask, than your own desperation. Gee, I don't know. Maybe it's because despite all your belly aching, you did save my life? A fact you're keen to keep reminding me about? If you didn't care, I don't think you would gone out of your way for me as much as you have already. That must mean you're a pretty stand-up fellow, wasn't it? Beneath it all? There's nothing beneath it all, I'm afraid. This is simply how I am. And I'm more inclined to speak to help weak, helpless animals over fully grown men who get into scrapes of their own volition. You were much more charming when you were still a cat. And I'll probably go back to being a cat soon enough. Won't you want to help me then? For a cat, he's being pretty dogged about this. Again, I'm tempted to cast him out of my house, but I can't, despite my better judgment. Is this game like have not safe for work stuff, by the way, question? All I can answer is that this is a streamable game. That's all I can say. Why are they talking so fancy like? Who uses words everyday speech? Well, because this is not everyday, Harlow. They're like in the olden times. Like this guy here, Aster, is a wizard. I think it's kind of neat, honestly. That would be cruel. I really am a bleeding heart. Blaze's puppy dog eyes aren't making this any easier on me either. I'm certain he's to blame for his own predicament, but... Oh, very well. I can take you to Oxel tomorrow if you'd like, and seek out this Charmaine. I'll ask her about the curse, and see if I can find a way to help you lift it, but I'm not doing this for your sake, do you hear me? I'm not a wizard! If I can cast fried chicken at anytime, anywhere. I'm offering because I want to get you out of my hair as quickly as possible, that's all. Right. That sounds great. Thank you so much, Aster. I knew I was right to rely on you. You're really not such a bad guy after all. Oh, don't try me. I can be. I know I don't look like much, but I am one of the most accomplished wizards around. Sure, I'm not quite on the level of the likes of Heavy Clarence, who also graduated from Olander Academy, but who is? Fantasy romance is the best, like actual hot take. Like better than regular because anything can happen. It'll make sense, like it can be as creative as possible. Yeah, I guess so, yeah. Yeah, it can. I think I'm plenty accomplished in my own right. If you piss me off, I'll make this little enchantment Charmaine has cast on you look like child's play. Right, I'll keep that in mind. Remind me not to get on your bad side, Aster. Oh, I think it's too late for that. Remind me not to get on your worst side then. So about Charmaine, she lives... Blaze rattles me off Charmaine's address, something I would usually ask to wait until tomorrow. Though I can't blame Blaze for wanting to be thorough. He has no choice but to impart his information upon me now, while he still can. Right, I think I got it. I'll keep a mental note of it, so don't worry. I'll see the Switch tomorrow, and we can have a nice friendly chat. It's a bit too late right now, however, to contemplate it. I think I really will be going to bed now, if you have nothing else to say. That's everything. Thanks for listening, Aster. Although, you're not going to let me back into the bed, are you? Nope. What gave it away? It was just a hunch. I don't think you're a bad guy, Aster, but you can be a bit of a jerk sometimes, you know that? It's something I am very well aware of, believe me. Hello there, you read this, Dice? Welcome back. We're playing another game, another visual novel. This guy turned into was a cat before. It's gay. There, that's all that you have to know. That doesn't upset you? Why shouldn't it? I've heard worse. Ha! You get upset about the strangest of things. Though I guess we all have our sore spots. I'll wish it good night then. You can if you wish, though I fear that might be a bit presumptuous of you. How do you figure? I doubt, after everything that has happened between us, that my night will approach the outskirts of good. This has all been a massive farce. I'm exhausted. So saying, I nuzzle my cheek against my pillow. It feels comfortingly cool against my skin, which is still a little flushed. Though why, I can't say. I'm not really into VNs much. Oh, well, it's fine. I like reading them though. Human Kitty? That should be interesting. Yeah, I know. He's cursed to be a cat boy. Is he gonna turn to a regular human? We don't know. This isn't about the scrawny remark, isn't it? I should be over it by now, but... Jeez. The thought that Blaze saw me naked isn't an easy thing to shrug off. Okay, just move on from that, okay? Blaze saw it, checked out on you for like 5 seconds, and already forgotten about it, okay? You can't undo that, okay? Just accept it. Accept your fate. I love when the story is within two cute boys falling in love instead of one cute boy and one buff one. It's such a cute, wholesome story in good respect. Like, cute, pretty boys is so cool. Oh, that's cool. Well, they have cute, pretty boys here. I think. I don't know, I'm not gay. Why would you guys think that I'm gay? How am I supposed to look him in the eye after all of this? It should be easier. I guess. Come tomorrow morning, once he's turned back into a cat, I find him less exhausting when he has 4 legs. Cats really are superior to humans. They're soft, sweet, fluffy, and they can't insult me. There's a gay tag on you, but sure. I have a not gay tag too. What's wrong with that, Aster? It's normal for 2 friends to see them like that. Really? I've never seen my other friends, my other VTuber friends like that. Not that I want to. Never mind. I exhale softly. My lips pursed and my fingers scrolled about my sheets until, after a few slow, sluggish minutes, the last of my consciousness escapes me. Then I fall fast asleep. Ah, what about the other one? Aster is a reclusive wizard who wants to be left alone. Oh. There you go, there's Aster, everyone. But this changes when a cute cat falls down his chimney. Okay, look at that cute cat. Charmed by the cat, Aster chooses to take him in. There you go. That's actually cute. Oh my god. Okay, this is like a quick, like, what? Going back in the story? But he soon discovers there's more to this cat than meets the eye. Oh no. It's Blaze. Oh my god, what's happening here? What? What was that? Okay, what? What? What are we getting? What are we getting spoiled? What was that? That was a jump scare. What was that? Oh my god, can we focus on the next chapter already? Whoa, is that it? And they kiss, yes. No, that's not. No, that was not real. Chapter 2, My Criminal Cat. Okay, we're in chapter 2 now, everyone. Okay, let's continue. Yeah, spoilers, right? I know. Don't worry, I'll forget. No, I'll make you guys forget it, okay? Will you be my Valentine, everyone? Here, go eat this. It will forget everything. Okay, there you go. Okay, the following day. What? I feel dazed and disoriented when I wake up the following morning, which isn't unusual for me. I'm not a morning person. I never have been. Sometimes I think I'd be at my happiest if I could spend all my day lying in bed. That's me! That is me. But that isn't possible. I have things to do. Worse luck. And my clients won't wait around forever. I have ingredients to pick, potions to brew, and... He turned to a cat! A small purring creature, which is busy licking my cheek? Huh? I turned my head, blinking blearily, and wiped my eyes with the back of my arm. There, curled up on a pillow beside me, is an indistinct ball of black fur. It takes me a few moments to register what it is, but when I do... I remember now. The sooty little creature followed through the flue of my chimney yesterday, and I wound up taking him in. I thought it was an ordinary cat, just like any other, until I woke up in the middle of the night in the arms of a stranger. He looked at me, his mismatched eyes boring to my own, and said, Ugh. He called me scrawny. I can remember that clearly. What an ass. Oh my god, you're still over. Get over with it. What does scrawny even mean? What is scrawny? What does scrawny mean, guys? Why are we talking about Genshin, guys? Can we focus on the game, please? I'm still not over that, actually, but... Meow. The cat, who I now know is called Blaze, really skinny. Is that a good thing, though? I mean... I don't know. Thank you, Engine's left toenail. What? Okay, thank you for following us. The cat who I now know is called Blaze, sorry, purrs and gives my cheek another lick. Is he trying to get me out of bed? He must want me to hurry over. my brain. He must want me to hurry on over to Excel on the double, so I can get to interrogating the witch who transformed him. Charmaine? I think her name is? Yes, I recall everything that happened last night, including Charmaine's address. That should come in handy when I head off to see her. For now, however, I'd like to put some food in my belly. I'm famished. Meow! Blaze licks my cheeks again. A touch more insistently this time, and I sigh. Yeah, I heard you the first time. I'm getting up, you stupid thing. You don't need to tell me twice. Okay. Whatever. I scowl. You'll be taller than I am when you're a human, but you're not a human right now, are you? Your stupidity got you stuck in this form, so I'm gonna address you in a manner that I think is appropriate for the situation. Now, why are you in my bed? Didn't I tell you to spend the night on the floor? Meow! Blaze meows again. It's starting to get a bit samey and gives my cheek another lick. Why does it keep licking my cheeks? I mean, if it curses a cat who wants to turn back to be honest, being a cat boy is awesome. You think so? Ruby, help me, they're all rage baiters. Let's just move on the topic and focus on Blaze and Aster, guys. His tongue feels uncomfortably rigid, right? And I wince. He's getting my face all covered in saliva, damn it. Granted, this is significantly less awkward than it would be if Blaze was still a human, but he's still a regular guy deep down, no matter how small and fluffy he might be in right now. As such, he should exercise some more decorum, no matter how lickable my face might look. Would this count as a kiss? Maybe I'm thinking about it too much. I think I need to wash my face. Alright, fine. I guess you can share my bed when you look like that, but you don't take up all that much space. But if you try to sneak beneath my covers while you're still a human, I'll hit you. Don't think I won't. Do we have an agreement? Meow! Good. I thought that sounded reasonable myself. Now, quit licking me. I'm already awake. You don't have to keep trying to get my attention, dummy. I prod the tip of Blaze's nose. He goes cross-eyed in response and sit up. I shiver as my bare soles press against the cool, warped wood of the floor. But it's not an unwelcome sensation. It helps me wake up. I'm going to get dressed now. You better scram, you hear? While making myself decent. I don't want a repeat of what happened last night. Yeah! I don't want to see me naked. Blaze stale swishes. I still can't speak cat, though that's not for a lack of trying. But I think that meow probably means stop being so precious. What's the point of being self-conscious now? When I already seen you naked. Yeah, I guess so, right? Yeah. I mean, I guess it's a fair point to make, but I don't think I'm being unreasonable. Don't look at me like that. This is my house, you little monster. I should be allowed some privacy if I want it, even if you are a cat right now. I'm not going to give you any more opportunities to make fun of me. Now, get out. Scram. Shoo. 95 stream strike. Oh my god, William. I head over to the door, then wrench it open. I'll take you to see Charmaine. I said I would last night, but I refused to go anywhere until I've gotten dressed. I'm not going to let you bully me. You're a guest here, and you have 4 legs to boot. What I say goes, mister. Meow, meow. Blaze meows again, in a manner which doesn't sound entirely satisfied, but he does eventually oblige. He hops off my bed, his paws hitting the ground with an inaudible thud, then slinks off. He exits my bedroom, his tail swishing in his wake, and once he does, I afford myself a sigh. My heart is pounding more than it should, given how early it is in the morning, and my face feels horribly hot. Are you cursed? I think maybe he's also cursed. What's wrong, Fyodor? Why are you hot right now? He's in heat. Like, you know what I had last week. I wasn't blushing while I was trying to lay down the law with Blaze, was I? How embarrassing. Why does everything have to be so complicated? How's that? Does it taste alright? Meow! Well, good. I'm glad to hear it. I watched Blaze as he digs into his food, my chin propped up with one hand. I made myself some breakfast too, of course, but I'm having more fun watching Blaze stick his head in the dish I set for him on the floor than I was busying myself with my own victuals. There's something oddly amusing about watching Blaze scrabbling around on the floor like an animal. Maybe I shouldn't be taking any amusement in his plight, but I have to bite back the rather childish urge to say, "Ha! Serves you right for being so tall." I mean, really, what's the point of having such an imposing stature? It's not like being taller did Blaze any favors. Not now, stop being a cat. Okay, you're being too focused on him being tall and on him being muscular. What is it? Why? I watch him for a few moments, aloofly amused, as Blaze finishes with his food. Then when he's done, I retrieve his empty bowl from the floor. To be honest, this is kinda a weird relationship. Like, imagine doing that with someone, and the next day, you just have to act like it's normal that you did that to the cat, even if you can turn it human. That is weird. I mean, he just saw us naked. I don't know. Okay? To explain it mildly, animals are in heat when they feel like getting kids. Humans are animals. Maybe angels don't get that. I don't get that. Why did they want to get kids? No, they need a cold water or some cold milk. Maybe. I love milk. I need some milk right now. Where's my milk? Don't worry, my throat hasn't died yet. I put the bowl in the sink to soak alongside my bowl of half-eaten porridge, then make an announcement. Alright, now that you had your fill, we'd best be on our way. I'm not crazy about the thought of dropping in on the Velour family. I've heard they're as fancy as all the get out, but I don't have any other choice. I'm a dog boy, so being in heat is normal, trust. You're a dog boy? Ow! But why would you get kids? Okay, let's go and pay a visit to Charmaine. Okay, here we go guys, are you guys ready? Who is this Charmaine person? Oof, I knew the Valiers were wealthy, but this is something else. I didn't know their house was this big. Meow. Blaze meows, perhaps in agreement, as the two of us glance about Charmaine's not-so-humble abode. Charmaine's house is so large, calling it a house doesn't really seem to do it justice. It's more a mansion than anything. 3 towering floors with a smooth white exterior capped by a sloping slate roof. It's grandiose to an extent that I feel rather intimidated standing in its shadow. But this is nothing new for me. I'm short, so I always find myself standing in the shadows. I'm used to feeling inferior, which is perhaps why I'm able to shore up my courage relatively quickly. Well, there's no point getting cold feet now, not when we came all the way out here. Oh? Do you not want me to go inside? Oh, stop that shaking, you'll be fine. I'm the one who'll be doing all the talking anyway, even though I'm awful at it. You don't have anything to worry about. Ube, listen up. In heat means people wants to fight in bed or on a couch. But that's not what I'm feeling though. I'm feeling sick. Why would people want to fight? So that's why the World War was created, because people were in heat. Huh. This guy kept saying I'm short, but then gets upset when someone calls him short, and then comparing their size to themselves at the same time. Yeah, I know, right? Duh. You didn't think I was going to ask you to take the lead, did you? You can't even talk. Meow. That's right. All you need to do is sit there and look pretty. Just leave everything to me. I clear my throat, then approach the front door, which, like the rest of this palatial home, is much taller and wider than it really needs to be. I seize hold of the knocker, which is shaped like a lion's head, and give it a shake. The knocker hits the door with a series of low thuds. I rap it 5 times, just to make sure, then stand back. A few moments pass, and then... I beg your pardon? The door opens with a click, and one of the Villiers family's maids comes to greet us. Her hair is white and her eyes are a pale icy blue. Her features are striking, and they look oddly familiar. I'm sure I've seen her somewhere before, but where? Before I can place her, however, the maid says, "Can I help you?" The maid's voice is cool and clipped, her every syllable like smooth, polished marble. She might not be a lady herself, but she has the direction of one. Is that a requirement the Villiers family have one of their servants? I'm starting to feel uneasy, and this woman is literally a servant. But I need to get my act together. I'm the one who told Blaze to stop shaking. I ought to follow by example. If you can, it would be appreciated. We were hoping, my companion and I mean, that we might be able to speak with Miss Charmaine, if that wouldn't be too much trouble. The maid looks at me critically, then says, "My apologies, but Lady Charmaine is busy with her lessons at the present. You'll have to come back at a later date, with a written invitation, of course. The Villiers didn't allow any old riffraff off the streets to enter their home. You must understand. Whenever it so suits them, it simply is not done. Now, be away with you." Oh my god, they called you a homeless person, Esther. Okay, maybe not, really, but like, wow. The maid shoos at me impetuously, in a manner which isn't all that dissimilar to the way I try to get rid of Blaze, then makes to slam the door shut. Okay, well crap. This wasn't how I wanted our meeting to go. Hey, wait! I cry out to the stern, stone-faced maid, but I don't get a chance to plead my case. I'm soon interrupted by a light, girlish laugh. Who is this? Oh, Nanette! Are you being rude to our guests? Milady? The maid, Nanette, I suppose, jumps in in surprise and at this unexpected interruption. A young girl is standing at the entrance of the Villiers family mansion attired in fine clothes, though they look a bit slipshod. The ribbon looped through her collar is crooked and uneven, and one of her stockings is literally down her foot. Nanette sees them, then tuts. "What are you doing down here, milady? And looking like that too? I thought you were supposed to be taking your etiquette lessons." "Oh, that's Charmaine! You're Charmaine? You're the witch? That's Charmaine the witch! I was taking my etiquette lessons, but it was boring. You know, I can't stand Armand's lectures. They go on forever and a day, and what does a cadaver like that know about etiquette anyway? He can't even be courtesy. He'd put his back out. Milady, really? Hello there, Midge and Mango. Happy Valentine's Day." It's like we have, what is it? Would they read? Wait, what do you mean? What, read what? It's like we have our own world while we focus in the game. You can't just leave your tutor in the middle of your lessons, regardless of feelings. It's not proper. If your mother knew about this... Oh, she scolds me all the time anyway. Ever since I cast that spell on myself, that is. She says, if I want to be her daughter now, I need to start acting like a proper young lady. But I'm already a lady. I don't need to act like anything. She's almost as bad as Armand. If she scolds you, milady, perhaps you ought to take that as a sign to amend your behavior? I could do that, I suppose. Indeed, you could. But it's boring, so I won't. Now, who are you talking to, Nanette? Who's our guest? Oh, him. Nanette shoots me a look that can only be described as unpleasant. It is a commoner, milady. Come to ask for alms, probably. He even brought his cat with him. As though that might garner our sympathies. What?! He isn't worth expending our time on. I was just about to ask him to leave, as a matter of fact. Yes, I did hear you, but do hang about, dear Nanette. You said he brought a cat with him? That's right, yes, but why should that matter, milady? Well, I wonder... A smiling Charmaine peers over Nanette's shoulder. She looks first at me, but her brown-eyed gaze soon settles upon Blaze. I'm not ignoring you guys! What is it? I can't see it! My chat already flooded it. What is it? Maybe he doesn't want to get educated about being in heat. I know what in heat means now, okay? In heat means, you know, you feel weird, right? You feel weird, you feel sick, you feel like you have a fever. Blaze trembles when Charmaine's eyes lock onto his, and he digs his claws into my chest. I did wonder, but that cinches it. He really is afraid of her. Charmaine, meanwhile, looks completely in her element. Her smile grows wider and slipping under Nanette's arm, she approaches us. Well, hello there, traveler. This is quite a cute cat you have. He's absolutely adorable. Hey, can I pet him? Charmaine gives me a cheerful way, which seems a touch too casual, given her status as a lady. Yeah, don't give him the cat! The long-suffering Nanette, meanwhile, looks like she's ready to pass out over this breach of etiquette. She grasps, then says, Milady, please, missing etiquette lessons is one thing, but your mother would really be angry if she knew you were fraternizing with this... With this what? What am I exactly to Nanette? I guess only time will tell. But this hoodlum! Get back indoors this instant! In a moment, Nanny. Don't be such a grump. I'm not being a grump, my lady. I am merely being sensible. If we were to come to any harm, then... please don't fuss, it'll be fine. You're forgetting, Nanny. I'm one of the most powerful witches out there. I think I'd be able to see to this scrawny young man easy enough if he tried anything funny. Scrawny young man! Oh my god, that is also mean. Okay, I'm reading the chat now. Okay, to explain in a way to force them to reproduce. Like, most animals are not interested in them. And if heat doesn't occur, most likely won't reproduce and yet. Oh, I get it. Okay. Because, you know, if you're sick, that means your body is actually working hard to destroy that bacteria. So they have to reproduce all those white blood cells for us. Okay. I mean, I do know that. I like that. I haven't watched Cells at Work though. What do you mean I'm hopeless? I'm actually hungry. Am I really scrawny? Hearing it from Blaze was bad enough, but it feels even worse when a peep squeak like Charmaine says it. Not that I think you would. You didn't come here to make a nuisance of yourself, did you? I think you came to ask for help instead. Isn't that right? Charmaine takes another step forwards. She reaches out, still smiling mischievously. And, resting her palm atop Blaze's head, she says, Blaze? Oh no, they know each other. I really must apologize for the unwelcome reception you both received. It was most unfair. Nanny only has my best interests at heart, but sometimes she can take things too far. I hope you're not too offended. Oh, no, that's fine. I've been treated far worse, and I'm sure Blaze has too. Yes, I can imagine he might have been. A giggling Charmaine eyes Blaze with some degree of amusement. Her fingers crawled through the ceramic handle for a teacup. The pair of us are sitting in what I can only presume is one of the many drawing rooms in the Velour family, after being led here by the long-suffering Nanette. This drawing room is spacious, with a ceiling high enough to rival the one in the entrance hall. No, guys, don't feel bad, okay? Come on. Everyone hug Crane right now, okay? Everyone hug Cranes and the ones that Blah, 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 blah. I just reconnect what happened. We met Charmaine, the one who cursed the cat. Numerous large windows frame the walls, which look out onto the expansive gardens of the Velour family estate. These gardens are green and verdant, full of neatly pruned hedgerows and impossibly neat flower beds. Do you even know what is reproduction? Yeah, reproducing cells, sorry. A fountain is situated among a copse of carefully planted fruit trees, gently regurgitating crystalline water from the cupped hands of a stone angel. Okay. These gardens are green and verdant, full of neatly pruned hedgerows. Oh, wait, I already said that. It's all very elegant, but it feels a bit too prim and proper for my liking. I can see so much as a single speck of dust anywhere. Not reproduction, the birds and the bees one. What about the birds and the bees? I like bees. I only started to like bees because of Minecraft, honestly. Charmaine is probably the most slipshod sight in the entire drawing room. Minus myself, of course, with my rumpled hair and my equally rumpled clothes. Charmaine's crooked pigtails stand out more than ever, when contrasted with the careful and deliberate symmetry of the trees outdoors. I wonder what her parents say about her appearance. I bet they nag her about all the time, probably more than Nanette does. I wonder if she finds it stifling, living in a place like that. That might explain why she decided to curse Blaze. Did she simply want a change of pace? So, Charmaine sets her teacup down in a saucer and then says, Are you going to go and uncurse Blaze now, please? I'm going to guess you came here to ask about Blaze then. That's right. I was wondering if you could tell me a little bit about his current condition. His condition, eh? Is that why you're calling it? I wasn't sure what would the most polite way to term it. Not with... My eyes flickered to Nanette, who was standing stiffly by Charmaine's side. I don't finish that thought. I don't know how much Charmaine's maid knows all about this, but Charmaine doesn't seem overly concerned by Nanette's presence, because she beams. Oh, are you worried about what old Nanny might think? Milady, please, I'm not old. Maybe not, but you sure act like it, Nanny. With all your fussing. If you're not careful, you'll get wrinkles, and that'll be such a shame. You're not unattractive, you know. Even if you always wear that dowdy old dress and those awful shoes. I dress as is expected of a maid. Your mother wouldn't like if I was too flashy. I know, mother doesn't like anything much. But whatever. You might act like a right old stick in the mud, Nanny, but I know you're not a snitch. You've always been pretty good at keeping my secrets. Against my better judgment, sometimes. So I don't mind telling you what's up. I've not told anybody about this, but Charmaine smiles and crossing her legs, she sips top forwards on her chair and says playfully. Okay. I did curse Blaze, if you needed the confirmation. I'm going to guess he told you that already, though. He did mention it, yes. But why? What's the reason? I like this background, too. Look at this background. Do you think this is like a reference or something? It looks really nice, honestly. Meow. I reply with a nod, as does Blaze, while Nanette, who seems quite startled by this, stares. Ow! What? What is it? What? You didn't, did you, my lady? Oh, but I did. And it was very easy too. I just have to wave my hand and then, poof! Charmaine made a sweeping gesture with her right hand and giggles. You should have been there, Natty. You look so shocked. My sides could have split with laughter. Milady, please. It really isn't polite to laugh like that, especially not in the cabin of guest. And what is it about cursing Blaze? What did you do to him? Do you know Blaze too, then, Miss Nanette? I did, yes. He actually worked here for a few months. Though I did warn Lord and Lady Velour against employing him. He was a vagabond who'd never vowed before I had a stable job. I thought admitting such a gentleman into the house would be a recipe for trouble. Really? Lady Valor was in agreement with me. My mistress has a good head on her shoulders, but the Lord was less receptive to my arguments. The Lord is something of a philanthropist, you see, and my daddy's always been a bit of a bleeding heart. He's always trying to see the best in people. He takes money with him wherever he goes, so he can toss some coins at any street urchins who passes by, and he's always willing to turn them the other cheek. He wasn't even angry when I went down to breakfast the morning after I transformed myself. Mother almost fainted, but Daddy, don't do that, don't do that, don't you dare. That's sorry, not the arrows. My cat, my actual real cat Reg is like scratching the wires. That's something I don't want him to develop. Now continue sleeping, okay? That was just an accident anyways. Okay, I'll stop belly rubbing you now. Stop! What do you want, Reg? Continue sleeping. Sleep. Okay. He said he'd always wanted a daughter, and if I was happy, he was happy. He doesn't even get on my case when I ditch my etiquette lessons with old Armand, that my mother doesn't get on his case about it. She thinks he's too soft, and Nanny here agrees with her. Isn't that right, Nanny? Oh no, for heavens forbid. Nanette blushes deeply, all the way to the roots of her hair. I wouldn't presume to insult the matter in his own home. That would be most uncouth. I think he is a very kind man. His benevolence is to his benefit. When it comes to people to like Blaze though, he ran into him in the streets, or so my daddy said. He was in trouble, since he'd been caught nicking something from one of the market stalls. Stealing? The vendor was going on and on about him bagged up in a gaol, and Dad felt sorry for him. Daddy intervened and paid the vendor, and said it was all a misunderstanding, and took Blaze back here as a charity case. So adopted Blaze. Heard a little about his past, and he then offered him a job on the spot. To keep him on the straight and narrow, as my daddy would say, he was trying to do right by the community, like he always does. My daddy really does see the good in everyone, even petty thieves like you, Blaze. You should consider yourself lucky that my daddy's so nice. Most doubles wouldn't bother spitting on you if you were on fire, especially not if you'd been caught stealing. Oh, gaol, jail. Well, then they should have spelled it jail. Sorry. You didn't give the best first impression, or the best second impression either, even after you'd gotten all liveried up. Mother pitched a huge fit about taking you on as a servant. She said you had a bad blood. Once a thief, always a thief. That's what she said. She tried to put her foot down, but Daddy was firm. He said you've been dealt a hard hand in life, and you deserve a second chance. He was adamant that you'd turn to a new leaf, once afforded a shiny new opportunity. But he was wrong. You didn't stop your thieving ways, did you? You kept up your old tricks, pinching a salt shaker here, a knife or a fork there, until I caught you in the act. Oh, Blaze is evil! Guys, Blaze is evil! What? Oh my god. I saw what you were doing, so I decided to punish you. Hence, the curse you cast on him. Exactly. I'm glad you're so quick to catch on, Aster. It makes the explanation a lot easier. What? Then this cat... The net looks at Blaze fitfully. You're still curled up in my lap. This really is Blaze? That's right. I figured if I turned him into a cute little kitty, he wouldn't be able to steal anything from us anymore. Not without opposable thumbs. Plus, he's way cuter like this, don't you think? It was quite a masterful idea on my part, if I do say so myself. It is an impressive piece of magic, yes. But, milady, you aren't supposed to use your magic on others. You know, I know you're very talented, but you could cause some real harm if you keep this up. Remember what your history tutor said when you gave him a beak? He was distraught. He's never been back since. That was the general idea, yeah. You know that I couldn't stand awful old Salem Nanny. He was even worse than Armand. He did have a bit of a short temper, it's true, but But nothing. I wanted to get rid of him, and it worked, just like I did with Blaze. If anything, you should be thanking me for driving a thief out of our home. You never wanted him here anyway, remember? That is certainly true, but you should have reported his thievery to your parents. They should have decided his fate, not you. I could have, yeah, but that would have broken Daddy's heart. He really, really wanted to believe in Blaze here. He argued for him so passionately. I would have hated to be the bearer of bad news. I couldn't do that to him. Not when he's only ever wanted to help people. It wouldn't be right. So you thought turning Blaze into a cat was a better solution? Yes. It got rid of Blaze. And I never had to tell my daddy everything I'd seen. It looked like he just ran away, which wouldn't be out of character, seeing as he is a street urchin. This way, Blaze is out of the picture, and my daddy need never know that he was hoodwinked so awfully. Besides, if I had told my parents, Mother would have ensured that Blaze would have been thrown in prison, and I don't think that would be much better. This way, at least, he gets to go free. Everybody wins. I can see the logic behind that. Yeah, that is good. I think, yeah, I mean, you gave him a second chance like your father did. Lynette looks at Blaze, her expression troubled. Are you really Blaze? Nanette still... Come on, Nanette. I mean, you live in a world full of magic and curses and witches and wizards. Come on, how would you... What's something here that's unbelievable to you? Meow. Blaze purrs tragically and nods. Oh my, I can hardly believe this. It's an awful lot to take in. Though I suppose it does make sense. I'd wondered where he had gone yesterday. Well, wonder no more. The very pretty and talented witch, Charmaine, has explained everything. So, Mr. Wizard, did Blaze tell you about all of that? About the thievery, you mean? Yup. Funny enough, that part never did come up in conversation. It must have slipped in his mind. Well, we all make mistakes. Try not to judge him too harshly for that. Oh, he's very trying, believe me. I give Blaze a squeeze. Oh my god, don't squeeze the cat! So, I survey Charmaine, my fingers still digging into Blaze's hide. She's given me quite a lot to think about, but she still hasn't given me any helpful information when it comes to actually breaking this curse. Is it even possible? I'm not sure, but it doesn't hurt to ask. That is why I came here. Do you know how I might be able to turn Blaze back? Well, that's the thing. I don't wholly know. No? Maybe a kiss? No, I'm joking. I find that hard to believe. Given Charmaine's the one who cursed Blaze in the first place. She isn't toying with us, is she? That's not beyond the realms of possibility. But I think she's being sincere. No, I don't. I might be a witch, and I might be gifted in the art of transformation, but I still don't have a full grasp of my powers yet. Especially not when other people are involved. I'm hoping I'll get better at it, if given a few years, but I'm afraid Blaze doesn't have a few words to work with. I beg your pardon? Is it gonna die? I can't say I like the sound of that. I might not know how to lift Blaze's enchantment, but I do know that he doesn't have very long to do it. I was very angry, you see, when I discovered he'd been stealing from my family. I was so angry, in fact, that I think I placed quite a powerful curse on him. If you can't find a way to break it in, I'd say about a week, then he'll be in hot water. And by that you mean, he's gonna die? His spell will stick, and he'll be stuck as a cat for the rest of its days. Oh no! Right. I groan, I can't help myself. I'd feared as much, but hearing Charmaine say it isn't doing my nerves much good. I still don't know Blaze all that well, but I don't want him to be stuck as a cat forever. That sounds like a ghastly fate, even if he did bring it upon himself. All of this could have been avoided if he kept his fingers to himself, and away from the Velour family's fine china, but it's too late for what-ifs now. The fact remains that Blaze did wrong Charmaine's family, and she cursed him accordingly. I don't know if I can blame her for what she did, but it sounds like quite the fearsome curse indeed. I suppose I should consider myself unfortunate. I've not done anything to get on her bad side. What would she do to me if I incurred her wrath? Would she turn me into a frog? A rat? A bat? As I thought, and I thought dealing with Angelique was difficult. Charmaine is much more dangerous. I know this news might not be what you were hoping to hear. Yeah, no kidding. But I'm afraid there's nothing I can do. If it's of any consolation, however, I don't feel happy about this. I'm not that cruel. And yet, despite that, you still cursed Blaze to begin with? Well, yes. Why should I feel guilty? He deserves it. I should be well within my rights to punish any ne'er-do-well who would use my daddy's kindness against him. Didn't he create a potion to turn merfolk human? Why can't he... Yeah, you're right! You're right at the start! Let's see, we'll see if he remembers. Maybe he's just stupid right now. I'm joking. He took Blaze in and out of the goodness of his heart. What Blaze did in return was no way to repay him. I'm not trying to argue that he was in the right, I just think he might have taken things a bit too far. Well, maybe, but this is for the greater good. It ought to deter Blaze from stealing again, if nothing else. Well, I suppose it would have been hard to steal things when you're too small to open doors or drawers on your own. Exactly. My curse was quite practical. Now that's really all I know. I'm so sorry that I could not be more help, but you're a very gifted wizard, Aster. If anybody can help Blaze, I am sure you can. Hang in there, alright? I'm glad Charmaine seems to have so much faith in me, but I'm not so sure myself. I have experience in lifting curses, but I tend not to be as strong as Charmaine. She wasn't exaggerating when she said she was a gifted witch. She might be one of the proper witches I've ever met, excluding myself, of course. She's still a novice, but the latent power which rules off her is intimidating even to me. I can feel a shiver running down my spine, and I'm not the only one. Meow! Blaze meows sadly, while Charmaine smiles. I know, it's a hard lot in life, being stuck in a body you don't belong in. Do try to have heart though. I'm sure everything will work out. Hello there, Moxie. Sorry, traveling. You mean you had a date? In other words, right, Moxie? Well, anyways, other people here are having a date with me, playing some things. Did you get your Lego? We're opening it tomorrow. You know. You had a date. Yeah. How was the date, Moxie? It always tends to in the end. Now, there really isn't anything else I can tell the pair of you. So, would you mind leaving? My piano tutor will be here soon, and I would like to prepare. Good luck. May the stars watch over you, and all of that. You can do it. I believe in you. Wait, please. I call out to Charmaine, hoping there might be at least one morsel of extra information I can wheedle out of her, but alas, there will be no waiting. Milady has made it quite apparent that she no longer wishes to speak to you. You should consider yourselves fortunate that she consented to an audience with the both of you at all. Particularly given her past with Mr. Blaze. Now let me show you out. Follow me. Alright, I understand. Thank you for your time, Miss Charmaine. It was most illuminating. I will now take my leave. Yes, you do that. You do that. I'm sure that you'll be fine. The both of you. All it needs a kiss, right, Charmaine? Come on, probably did that. I'm gonna make you gay. That's the thing that I'm gonna cast you. Can you be casted as gay, guys? Is that even a spell in this type of games? Oops. But I wouldn't be overly upset even if you can't break Blaze's curse. I knew Blaze as a human when he still worked in my family, and I think he's much more agreeable like this. He does make for a very cute cat, does he not? I don't reply to that. I don't know what to say. I still don't think Charmaine was in the wrong for cursing Blaze, but the way she's going about all of this is a bit questionable. I think she's enjoying this a bit too much. I had no idea such a sweetly smiling girl could be such a sadist. Oh my god. Aw, poor Blaze. Well, that was a waste of time. I marched through the forest, finished with my audience with Charmaine. Finally, right? Charmaine is no more. Charmaine is gone. Not gone like dead, but gone. Crunching leaves and twigs underneath my boots as I go. I hold Blaze to me. My arms wound about him so he can't wriggle free. I think he knows that he'll be in for it when he gets back home, and for good reason. I'd like to say that I can't believe this, but I can believe this only too well. I've not known you for all that long, and I already know you're a rotten crook. You were making out like Charmaine cursed you for no reason, and now I hear that you were stealing from her? It's no wonder she got angry. I know you're not usually a cat, are not actually a cat, but do you have fluff for brains? Can you even think? What did you think would happen, huh? Huh? Oh my god, I give Blaze a shake and he yells. If he was a real cat, I might sympathize with him, but he's not, so I don't. All of this happened because you couldn't keep your fingers to yourself, and now you got me all caught up in your nonsense. What do you have to say for yourself? Oh my god, yeah, that's what I thought. I'm starting to think I'd be better off if I wash my hands of Blaze. He's not done anything after all to deserve my help, but... For whatever reason, I can't. Maybe it's because he was a cat when I first saw him. But I feel guilty if I abandon him now. I'm not sure if he'll ever be able to go back to normal without my help. Charmaine did say there was a time limit on her curse. He only has a week to break this curse, which isn't a lot. Blaze might have brought this on himself, but I don't think he deserves to be stuck in a cat's body for all of eternity after swiping a few trinkets. I don't owe him anything, but I just can't abandon. No, I think you're just in love now. Aster, I am going to be peeved about all this, though. Well, we'll be having a long talk about this later tonight. When you're capable of talking again, believe you me. Believe you me. There's a lot I'd like to discuss with you, Blaze. You'd best prepare yourself. I don't like thieves. I give Blaze a squeeze and he yells. But it's liars who really get on my nerves. Oh no. He's gonna punish him. Later that night, oh no. Okay, here we go again. Now, let me get this straight. Last night you told me that Charmaine cursed you for no real reason, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Based on what I heard, she had a good reason to take it against you. Were you really stealing from her family? Well, yeah. I might have taken a few trinkets from her, but I had a good reason to do it, Aster. I swear I did. And what would those reasons be, if you don't mind me asking? Well, the thing is, you see... The thing is what? I hope you have a halfway suitable excuse prepared, or I'll be very, very disappointed in you. Not that there's much excusing theft, of course. That really is underhanded. I know it is. You don't have to tell me that. Hello there, Dekeriz. Welcome in our stream. I didn't steal from the villagers because I got a thrill from it or anything. It was all an act of self-preservation. What are you talking about? Ow. Thank you for following us, Dekeriz. Thank you. I've had it pretty rough, you know, ever since I was a kid. My dad's scarpered after I was born. I don't even know what that bastard looks like, and my mother's always been sickly. She did her best to look after me. Oh no, this is the sad part. She did her best to look after me, but she wasn't able to make ends meet. I had to head out onto the streets, picking pockets and filching rolls of bread from the bakery, so I could survive. My mother didn't like it. She always told me I'd do better to lead an honest life. But I didn't have any other option. Not if I didn't want that both of us to starve. What game is it? This game is called My Confounding Cat is Criminally Cute. Oh, that makes sense now. That makes sense now. That is yeah, criminally cute because you're a thief. Wow. With my dad and niece. Oh, that's your date? Oh, no, it's okay, Moxie. My mother didn't like it. She always told me I'd do better to lead an honest life. But I didn't have any other option. Not if I didn't want the both of us to starve. I kept at this for a few years, until my mother's condition got worse. Didn't have enough money to afford a physician, or to see an apothecary, so... Blaze's voice trails off. He ducks his head, then sniffs. Well, you can guess the rest. Oh. I wondered about Blaze's past, but this clarifies things. I don't think there's a tactful way to approach this subject, so I don't bother. I'll just try to ascertain the facts instead. So you're an orphan? Blaze nods. I didn't hear the no, I've had my let go since January. We're gonna be opening it tomorrow. And how old were you when your mother passed? 14 years old. I've been all alone since then for the last decade. I've managed to scrape by, just about, using my quick wits and my quick fingers. I really wonder how quick his fingers are. If he got caught by a young girl like Tremaine. But it's been tough. I'm not going to pretend that it hasn't. I tried to look for honest work, but nowhere wanted to employ a street urchin like me. I had to keep on picking pockets. I didn't have a choice. If I'd not kept at it, I would have starved. Well, I can sympathize with that, I suppose. But you do have a job. You were lucky enough to be on the mansion, though. But you did find gainful employment in the end. Yeah, the Valors took you in. You were working with them for a couple of years, weren't you? Before you were cast out in this disgrace? I was, yeah. But I never stopped worrying about my future. I was grateful to Lord and Lady Valor for taking me in, but I knew I was dispensable. If they wanted, they could have gotten rid of me, just like that. And in the end, that's exactly what happened. They did get rid of me, because they were caught stealing from them. I stole from them, yeah, but I didn't do it for the thrill, like I said. I'd been living in the city for so many years. I guess I just... What? You miss it? Dunno. I didn't trust them to keep a roof over my head, or food in my belly. I didn't want to get complacent. I was worried that they'd cast me out if I let down my guard. Then I'd be left with nothing. I'd be in an even worse position than I was before, in fact. Because I've been living with the village for so long, I started to lose my touch. You mean, when it comes to pickpocketing? Blaze nods grimly. I didn't want to blaze up in the situation again. Out on the streets, on my own, without any way to look after myself. I got this thought into my head that I was becoming weak, soft. And then, well, I started to explain to anybody who's not been in my position. You've never been homeless before, I'll bet. So you don't know how rotten it feels. It's awful living out on the street without a roof over your head, never knowing where your next meal will come from. It's a sort of fear which sinks into your bones. It never leaves you, even if you get a little lucky and you're able to escape the slums. But I was afraid. The whole time I worked for the Valers, that something happened, and I'd be screwed over again. And is that fear which led you to stealing from them? I guess it's hard to explain. I wanted to test my reflexes, and I guess I wanted some kind of backup plan. I figured even if they fired me, I'd do well to have a stash of little trinkets I could sell, so I'd be able to eat. Maybe afford a room in an inn. I was just trying to look out for myself. It's what I've always had to do, ever since I was a kid. I had to look after me and my mother when she was still alive, and now she's dead. I have to look after myself. I can't rely on anybody else's kindness. I was just doing what's best for me. I suppose I can understand your reasoning, to an extent. It isn't entirely without its logic, flawed though it might be. But you do understand that if you hadn't been caught stealing, you'd have been cast out of your old position of employment in the first place, don't you? I rather think you brought this upon yourself. Well, of course I know that. You don't need to point out the obvious. I'm not a complete idiot. Well, as long as you understand the error of your ways. I sigh. I've been prepared to scold Blaze, but after hearing his sorry story, the wind had been knocked out of my sails. I don't think lecturing Blaze will do him any good. Not when he already knows he's done wrong. He must have been feeling much more upset by this than anybody else. I feel a degree of sympathy. I suppose. Not that it will do for me, or Blaze, for that matter, much good. Knowing Blaze's backstory isn't going to help either of us break the curse that's afflicting him. Is there anything we can do to mitigate the effects of Charmaine's enchantment? I'm busy pondering this when... hey, Aster. I just had a thought. What? I don't have much faith in whatever it is that Blade has been thinking. He's not done anything to prove himself as being the brightest candle out there, but I might as well hear him out. It's not like the situation could get any worse than it is. Well, this might sound silly. Alright, that cinches it. Whatever it's going to say is definitely going to be stupid. I'll try to keep expectations to a minimum. But there's one thing that often tends to break curses like this, isn't there? What is it? What thing? You're not giving me much. You're not giving me much to work with here. I'm not expecting miracles, though Blaze might just be. He seems desperate enough to cling to any straw available, no matter how unlikely. Well, it's a bit embarrassing, but I've heard about this sort of thing a lot in stories, and so have you, I bet. It's a pretty well-known way of breaking curses. I don't know if it actually works, but I thought we could give it a shot since there's two of us and all. This isn't something I'd be able to pull off on my own. And this mystery thing is... well, I was talking about... talking about what, guys? Talking about NordVPN. Please use my code BLAZE to get 20% off. I was talking about a kiss. Huh? Oh my god, the sound effect. All of a sudden, time comes to a halt. I look at Blaze coolly, who does not, for once, look back at me in turn. He's staring at his feet instead, his face flushed. Now that's interesting. Blaze was the one who suggested this potential cure, but it looks even more abashed about it than I feel. That's kind of cute, I guess. But wait, what did you just say? Didn't you hear me? I said we ought to try it. Kissing, I mean. Yes, I thought that's what you said. I looked Blaze up and down. Why are you checking him out? My arms folded and sigh. And what brought this on? I know I'm irresistible, but I'm not sure if kissing me will help your predicament. I'm not sure it will either, but you hear about this thing all the time. It's a cliche for a reason. Aren't princes always being woken up by true love's kiss? If it's good enough for them, I figured it'd be enough for me too. Ah, I see. It's a pretty common occurrence in fairy tales. Yeah. Exactly, that's why I suggested it. But I must emphasize that these are just stories. I wouldn't set much store in them if I were you. They're not real. What? Blaze pouts, his ears drooping. Does that mean it won't work? I guess we won't know unless we try it. What? That's what I was thinking. But it seems unlikely. Even if a true love's kiss could break enchantment, there's some obvious issues with your plan. Such as, I don't love you and you don't love me. We've only known one another for a couple of days, and for at least a quarter of this time, I thought you were a cat. I don't think my feelings for you would be strong enough to override Charmaine's enchantment. And I doubt the feelings for me would be up to snuff either. Unless there's something you're not telling me. Well, yeah. It's a bit of a long shot, I'd admit. But I'd like to give it a go, at least. I mean, you never know. It might just work. I don't love you. Yeah. Well, I can't say I'm too surprised about that. I know I'm not particularly lovable. Even my face is decently pretty. At least according to Angelique. But the spell might not be able to figure that out. I mean, a kiss is a kiss, right? Whether you're factoring true love into it or not. A quick peck might be enough to sort everything out. I think you're being a bit too optimistic. And you're underestimating Charmaine's abilities. She's quite the accomplished witch, you know? I know. But you should know after seeing her that she likes to mess with people. I bet she'd be all over the true love's kiss as an antidote just to make me blush. Well, if that's what she's after, she's certainly succeeded. She has? Oh, yes. You look very red. Well, I'm not the only one. I beg your pardon? I might be getting flustered, but so are you. Seems you're not immune from my charms. What? No, I want to refute these words. I thought I've been handling the situation rather calmly, but my voice trails away. I catch sight of my reflection in the mirror, then pause. Blaze is right. My face is flushed. I must be more shaken by this than I thought. That's really embarrassing. But I'm not going to let myself falter. I'm too much of an adult to get so worked up about a silly kiss, especially not a kiss that's completely transactional. There will be no fun feelings involved in this. Blaze and I have established that we are not in love with one another. The very thought is preposterous. He doesn't like me like that, and I don't like him. I shouldn't be so flustered, therefore, but... I guess I'm not as unmoved as I'd like to believe. I can't help but feel awkward. This would be my first kiss after all. Just kiss already! That's what you guys saying. Oh my god. Not that I'm about to tell Blaze that. Well, I'm very sorry I'm not so shameless that your offer did not move me just a little bit. This is quite an intimate matter we're discussing, but are you certain that this won't mean anything? I'm quite sure. Don't start fretting that I'm gonna fall for you or anything. You're not really my type. Cute though you are. You're way too grumpy. I had heard, yes. I rolled my eyes. All we're trying to stem the stupid blush I know is drawing riot across my stupid traitorous face. I wish I wasn't so pale. Then my embarrassment might not be so immediately obvious. Why do I have to be so embarrassed anyway? It doesn't even matter if it's my first kiss. It's irrelevant. I've never really cared about romance. It'd be way too soon to start now. I inhale, trying to calm myself down, and after a pause, I say, "Alright then, have it your way." Huh? Are you really going to go along with this, Aster? If you want me to. I doubt that this will work, but we might as well give it a go. If we can break your curse now, it should save us some trouble later on. That's what I was thinking. I'm glad we're on the same page. Oh, please. Don't liken me to you. We could not be more dissimilar if we tried. Well, I guess it's true. You're so uptight for one, and so antisocial too. I'm really surprised you'd agreed to this. I thought for sure that you'd throw me something at me, or I don't know, turn me into a frog. Well, I did consider it. At least you're honest. But I am afraid casting any further transformational spells on you might result in a disaster. I don't know about you, but I don't much fancy seeing what a cat/frog hybrid would look like. It might be kind of cute, maybe? Perhaps it would. But you're the one who'd have to live in that body. Don't be so careless about your well-being. Good point. So... Oh, no! Oh, no! What did you do? What are you doing, everyone? This is gay. This is gay. I don't like this. Aster, please stop yapping and kiss that damn cat. Blaze approaches me, then leans in, his fingers curling around my shoulders. Are we doing this then? I suppose we are, yes. Right. Good. Are you sure you don't mind? I am quite sure, yes. And you won't curse me after the fact, will you? I won't. No. Not so long as you keep your tongue where it belongs, at least. Tongue? I thought kissing is just kissing with lips. It has there's a what? Why would you use your tongue? You think I'd try to stick it in your mouth? I can't tell. I can't tell with you. You're awful impetuous. You're the one who suggested that we We kiss? Uh, I was doing such a good job at not stuttering too. Why am I so bad at this? I have no idea just how far we're planning to go. Oh, I didn't intend to push things that much. I'm not a brute, you know. I figured a quick peck on the lips would be alright. I don't know if a quick peck on the lips is enough to constitute true love's kiss. That sounds more like the sort of kiss you bestow upon an elderly relative. And under extreme duress at that. There's nothing very romantic about Blaze's situation. But there's nothing very romantic about the situation, full stop. How can there be when we don't love one another? This is nothing but a farce. I would be much happier if Blaze had never suggested the silliness, but alright, fine. You can go right ahead. What's happening? I don't like this. This is really getting gay, guys. Kiss me if you want, but be quick about it. I don't have all night. Right. Thanks for being so good about this. I'll start then. Oh no! Oh my God! They kissed. That is more than a kiss. Blaze's fingers tighten about my shoulders as he slowly dips his head. His lips part scant centimeters away from my own. My voice is slowly like racing. Sorry about that. That tremble. My eyelids falling shut. This is standard etiquette when it comes to kissing. Or so I've heard. I don't want to stare at Blaze dead on when our mouths are pressed together. It would make me even more awkward than it is already. And it's already awkward enough as it is. My heart is hammering so hard, I wouldn't be surprised if it ruptured. A few moments pass. Moments during which I feel Blaze's warm breath against my skin. Then, I feel it. Blaze's lips are pressed against mine. We're kissing. We're technically kissing, at least. But the kiss is almost entirely devoid of any passion. I don't know very much about kissing, but should it really feel this wooden? Blaze doesn't make any attempt to deepen our connection. He doesn't tip back on my head, like heroes sometimes do in romance stories. He doesn't wind his arms about my back and doesn't open his lips. He doesn't introduce his tongue onto the kiss, though I should not be surprised about that. He told me he wouldn't. Instead, he simply stands there. His fingers curled about my shoulders for a brief handful of seconds. The kiss is a soft one, lighter than a feather, but it makes my face flood scarlet regardless. And I thought I was flushed beforehand. That's nothing compared to this. I feel disoriented, oddly unlike myself, but the moment soon passes. Blaze draws back, his fingers falling from my shoulders, and the sensation of his lips against my own vanishes, and my eyelids flutter open when it does. I look at Blaze, my head tilted, my lips parted. My mouth doesn't even feel damp. Wait, wait, did you not see that, Hime? Oh my god. Wait, I think he missed everything. I think Supreme Chen just missed everything. Oh no, that's so sad. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Hime, are you there? I don't know if... Did you not see it? Did you not see it? Do you want me to go back? Here, I'll show it to you. Oh no, I can't. There's the kiss. Okay, Supreme-chan, they kissed. See? Do you want... Do you want to see it more? I don't want to see it more. It's gay. There, is that good? Okay, let's go back. My mouth doesn't even feel damp. As far as first kisses go, it's a bit of a disappointment. Now I try to tell myself that I'm upset about how abrupt it was. I should be relieved that it is finally over, but it's not the same. Twitch got made at the moment of the kiss. Oh, I'm so sorry, Supreme Chan. Maybe Blaze will just, kiss you instead. If you find a black cat in your house, you know what to do. How was that? I wasn't too pushy, was I? It was fine. I don't think it was particularly passionate though. It was about on par with the kisses my parents gave me when I was a child. Well, good. I wouldn't want it to make it uncomfortable. I tried to be as quick as I could, while having it still count as a kiss, of course. Yes, it was very kind of you. I'm in not kissing my void. I'm sure kissing me must have been an awful ordeal. Don't worry, Supreme-chan. I'm pretty sure they're gonna kiss again. Don't worry, I'll be sure to check the ads this time, if there's something super special that's gonna happen. Hey. Blaze frowns. Now you're putting words in my mouth. Just like he didn't put his tongue in mine. Why are you so focused on him not putting his tongue in your mouth? Do you want his tongue on your mouth? That's disgusting. Why would you want your... I never said it was an awful ordeal. I know he didn't, but he's acting like it. He pulled away incredibly quickly. I just figured, since this was nothing more than business, it'd be for the best if I didn't linger. You did ask me to finish up fast after all. Yes, I know. I know I'm being unreasonable about this. I don't have any right to lecture Blaze. Not when he acted on my orders. I shouldn't snap at him. He didn't do anything wrong. I'm sorry. I'm just feeling a bit out of sorts. That's understandable. It is pretty late. Do you wanna go to bed? In a moment, yes. Getting some shut-eye sounds pretty good right now. It might help me take my mind off with my kiss with Blaze, if nothing else, and more pressingly still, how strange it has made me feel. There's something I ought to ask you first though. What? What, he asked? Is he being serious right now? Shouldn't it be obvious? You kissed me for a reason, remember? This is all in service of breaking Charmaine's silly spell. Do you feel any different after doing that? Oh yeah. Blaze blinks, then looks down at himself. I'd almost forgotten. What? Then why are you guys kissing in the first place? I'd almost forgotten, it says. Goodness, I've never thought of Blaze as a genius. But now I'm starting to wonder whether he's even stubborn than I thought. I don't feel particularly different. Blaze holds up a hand to his head, then gives his ears an experimental poke. And it looks like these things are still there. He raises a good point. I'd wondered about that myself. I presume those ears must be part of the curse too. No ordinary person looks like that. I feel like this has to be a bad sign. But I'm not very well versed with all this magic malarkey. I guess we'll find out if it worked out after I wake up. I suppose so. That sounds logic at least. If I wake up and Blaze reverted back to the body of a cat, it should let us know that the kiss was a failure. I can't say I have much hope, but that would be nothing new. I never have any hope. I'm an awful pessimist. Right, I think I'll turn in for the night, if it's all the same to you. Sure, don't let me keep you up. Oh, I won't, believe me. I roll my eyes, then rise from my desk. I extinguish the candle that's still flickering by my bedside table, then slide into my bed. I draw my sheets around me like protective shroud and curl up beneath them. I don't invite Blaze to join me in the bed. At this point, I think I'd rather castrate myself. I don't want to look at Blaze or talk to Blaze, and I definitely don't want to touch him. My thoughts have been disturbed, scattered just like autumn leaves. I need a few moments to myself. I need to think about what just happened. Though, maybe not thinking about what just happened would be better for my health? I'm not entirely sure. I turn these thoughts over in my head, my heart stammering all the while until... Hey, Aster. Blaze calls to me in a plaintive sort of a way. sulking at the foot of my bed, like a shadow. You don't want me to sleep on the floor again, do you? Well, what does he think after everything he did? Shouldn't that be obvious? I think the floor is the best place for you. I put up with you more than enough for one day. I might have let you kiss me, but that was just a one-off. I'm not going to let you sleep with me too. At least give me a bit of my personal space when I'm trying to sleep, you buffoon. Buffoon is kinda harsh. I can see Blaze's face, but I bet he's pouting. Of course he's pouting. He always pouts when he can't get what he wants. But I get it. We have been spending quite a lot of time together lately. I'll take the floor, then. It's not the comfiest, but I'll take it over the dirt. Yes, you should. And you should count yourself lucky too. The floor is almost too good for the likes of you. My voice trails off, consumed by the darkness, and I frown. Though I doubt it's very conductive to a good night's sleep. It's a little uncomfy, but I suffered worse. At least your house has a roof. That's more than can be said for some of the places I've kept at before. I don't think Blaze is affecting an air of bravado. He's being sincere. He really must have had it rough. To find sleeping on the warped wooden floor is an improvement over his earlier arrangements. I can't help but I feel for him, even if he did kiss me. Or maybe I did feel for him, because he kissed me. I still feel incredibly confused about this, but I'm not confused I don't have a handle on my magic. I'm still not going to let you share my bed, but I can do this, at least. It should make it a bit comfy. What is it? Oh my god, whoa, what? Oh my god. I flick my wrist, and when I do, a mattress materializes on the ground for Blaze's convenience, alongside a sheet and a few pillows. It's a pretty simple spell. What? Why did he not do that in the first day you wake up? Oh, maybe because you just want him to suffer. But now, because you love him now, you slowly love him now, I think it makes sense. It's a pretty simple spell. I can manage it even while half asleep, but Blaze still gasps. Wow, that's incredible, Aster! It's not that special, really. If I couldn't manage at least this much, I'd have no right to call myself a wizard. And all this time, I thought you called yourself that to sound cool. You're so amazing! To an entirely ordinary person like you, I suppose I must look amazing, but I assure you, I've done nothing noteworthy. Hello dear Flaming Potato, welcome in our stream. You're new here. Almost midnight. I know! It's gonna be 12 AM now. It's noteworthy to me. You're really being nice. Oh, it's only 9 in the morning for me. Oh, well, happy Valentine's Day, Flaming Potato! No, I'm not. Not really. I just thought, given you're my guest, I should provide you with some basic amenities. You deserve at least that much. I'm glad you think so. But like I said, I really don't mind. But you know this game, Flaming Potato? This cat right here was cursed, okay? I mean, sorry, this human named Blaze was cursed to be a cat. So he turns into a cat at day. And this guy here is a wizard. So yeah, and they're gay. There you go. Is Fyodor here? I hope Fyodor won't say that the new people things. And like I said, you're a guest, so I thought I ought to treat you like one. I don't care how rough you had it in the past. Average one-shot anime plot. There's no way you can interpret sleeping on the floor onto something positive. Now go to sleep. I'm not in the mood to keep talking. Right, I'll do my best then. I hear a rustling to my left, as Blaze sinks into the ground. A few moments pass in silence, during which neither of us speak before, very softly, Blaze says, "Thanks, Pastor, for helping me. I really appreciate it. It's no problem. It's not like I have much of a choice, not now that I'm stuck with you." Oh, I don't know about that. You could have turfed me out already, but you haven't. I think you're a pretty nice guy, all things considered, and I'm happy that I met you. I pulled that face. Like, flattery will get you nowhere, you know? Knock it off. I mean, you guys literally just kissed earlier. Oh my god. Alright. I'll be quiet. Sweet dreams. Right, sweet dreams. I lie back down once more, curling up beneath my sheets like a cat. Try though I might. However, I can't fall asleep. Oh my god, it's showing this again. I keep thinking about the sensation of Blaze's lips against my own. It was a fleeting affair, as far as kisses go. Not that I know very much about kisses. That was my very first, but still. Based on everything I've heard about kisses, mostly from my more unscrupulous classmates back at Olinder Academy, who used to boast about their exploits on the daily, kisses are meant to be more passionate than that. They're supposed to last a lot longer, and to feel much more sensual. The kisses my classmate boasted certainly were. This is what Ube wishes his cat to become. No! Don't talk about my cats. Okay? These were deep kisses which left each party breathless. I thought these kisses sounded rather pleasant based on the information I was given. But maybe a kiss like that would have felt like less of an anticlimax compared to the kiss Blaze actually gave me. Ow! Thank you, Minoren12. I thought it says Minoren Egg. Thank you, Minoren12GGGG, for following us. You just created your account 31 minutes ago. Huh, that is a bit suspicious, isn't it? Okay. I think I must have been preparing myself for something more intimate. But it didn't come. I should feel relieved now that the moment's over. But instead, do I feel disappointed? I've never felt like this about anybody else before. Mostly because I've never done anything like this with anybody else before. I'm 26 years old, but I'm woefully inexperienced. That never bothered me very much in the past, but with Blaze, it feels different. Why it feels different though? I have no idea. What do you mean? This is what Ube wish. What? If Ube was risen and named Bored? We're just talking about Angel Board now. Maybe I'm just tired? Yes, that's probably it. It's late at night, and I had a busy day, and I'm exhausted. I'm not thinking clearly. I'm sure I'll feel better about it tomorrow. Everything should be easier to manage with a bit of sleep. Wow. Oh, I squeeze my eyelids shut in hopes that this will make me fall asleep more quickly. But before I do, my fingertips press subconsciously against my lips. They're tingling. I exhale, thoroughly exhausted myself. Why am I so fixated upon this? I need to drop it. I'm being ridiculous. My hand falls from my mouth, curling against my pillow, and a minute or so later, I fall asleep. Wow, that was it. That was chapter 2, right? No? The following morning... Huh? I can hear the chirping of birds when I awake. But that isn't what rouses me from my dreams. Instead, it's a soft, damp sensation on my cheek. What's going on? I wasn't dreaming my sleep, was I? I don't think that's a vice of mine. Though tossing and turning in my sleep certainly is. But it's hard to know what we get up to exactly, and we're fast asleep. I turned my head, feeling unusually self-conscious, and... it was the cat! Oh. I blinked the white spots away from my eyes, and come to face to face with a familiar sight. A fuzzy black blur is sitting beside me on my mattress. A black blur with two pointed ears and a pair of mismatched eyes. It is, of course, Blaze. I remember Blaze's name with little in the way of feeling, beyond being fed up, and Blaze, in response, meows. Meow! Yes, very informative. Now, can you kindly cease licking me? You should already be able to see that I am wide awake. There's no need to nag. You aren't my mother. I press one hand against Blaze's cheek, which is a lot softer in his cat form that it was while I was a human, and push him away, albeit gently. Meow? Blaze shifts back on my mattress, but it doesn't topple onto the floor. As much as it annoys me, I don't want to hurt him. Jeez. I sit up in bed, then wipe my cheek with the back of my right hand. It's damp thanks to a not entirely insignificant amount of Blaze saliva. That's disgusting. How long was he licking me? I'm not a bold sweet, you know. Not that you'd be able to eat that, I guess, but while you're still a cat? Meow? I guess it translates into, I don't know what I can eat. I've not been a cat for very long. Which, if it does mean what I think it means, is a fair response. Blaze is still trying to figure all of this out. So was I. Well, at least we know one thing for certain. Kissing isn't enough to break the curse. Meow. Well, now we know what not to do. We can try to make some proper progress. So is this gay? Oh, you just missed the gayest part of this game. Oh my god. They just kissed. Because they think it's gonna break the curse. I'm not sure where to go from here, but we can put a hold on any touchy-feely nonsense. I have no interest whatsoever in that sort of thing. Meow? Yeah, I know, I'm heartless. Just count yourself lucky I let you kiss me once. There's not going to be a second time. Not if this hypothetical second time were to make my heart flutter as much as the first did. It's been hours since Blaze pressed his lips against mine, but I still feel flushed thinking about it. I think I might have been dreaming about it, actually. That would explain why I feel so disoriented this morning. Well, that, and being woken up by an impromptu tongue bat, is a bit weird, come to think of it. That Blaze has fewer compunction to sharing his saliva with me as a cat as he does as a human. But I guess implications behind it are a little different. Normal interaction between a cat and the owner. Oh, you don't even know, Renzi. That's a stray cat. That was not my cat. That was a cat. That was a guy. That was a guy that was cursed as a cat. Meow. See, look at that. Blaze said yes. I'm busy pondering the nuances between being kissed and being licked when Blaze rubs his head against my ankle. I think I know what he wants. He isn't being very subtle about it. Sure thing, I get it. I'll start preparing your breakfast momentarily. Your Majesty. I drop Blaze a truncated bow, rolling my eyes as I do. Just give me a bit of time to gather my bearings first. Actually, would you mind scarpering? I need to get rest. Meow! Blaze's tail twitches and he turns. Nimbly, he hops off to the side of my bed, and silently, he lands on the spare mattress I prepared for him the night prior. Then he slinks off. I watch as he departs and sigh, holding one hand to my head as I do. I had enough sleep last night, at least I think I did, but I still feel dazed. I wonder why. I could always blame my current state on Blaze's rude awakening, but I think our goodnight kiss might be an even bigger culprit. I still can't stop thinking about it. I want to put it past behind me, but... what's the matter with me? This really is impossible. What's happening? Oh, okay. Okay, how was it? Are you enjoying yourself down there? Yeah, that's what I thought. I watched Blaze eat for a few moments, then smile. He's attacking his food so aggressively, it's kind of impressive. Well, at least he seems to be having fun. I've never taken care of a cat before, so I wasn't sure if I'd able to look after him properly. Blaze seems to be faring well enough though. However, despite my ignorance, the breakfast I made for myself looks more unappetizing than Blaze's. My breakfast is nothing special at all. I was feeling tired, so I didn't make anything fancy. All I have is porridge, and it's lumpy porridge at that. I didn't bother to mix it with any preserves or any honey, so it doesn't taste as sweet as I usually like, and it looks unappetizing. It's very beige, and it tastes beige too. It isn't inedible by any means. I'm a decent enough cook, like most mages. We have to be, given there's a lot of crossover between potions and good old-fashioned cooking. But I wouldn't call it satisfying. Eating it is starting to feel like a bit of a chore. I guess I have other things on my mind. such as, "Hey Blaze, I've been thinking about your predicament over, and it might be worth heading over to Uxel's library. It's been a while since I went there, but they have a pretty robust selection of books. With some luck, I might be able to find some information about your curse, and some way to break it too. These sorts of enchantments aren't uncommon. What do you think?" I nudge Blaze with my foot. "Do you think this is good? Do you want to come with me?" Blaze swallows his mouthful of food, then looks up at me and purrs. Meow! It's a little hard for me to read his meows, though the twitching of his tail makes his true feelings apparent, as does the way he nuzzles his cheek against my ankle. I guess I'll take this as a yes then. I take my bowl of half-eaten porridge and set it down in the sink. Then, I head over to the front door. Let's get going then. There's no time like the present. Did you even take a shower, Aster? Blaze's ill-fitted attempt at kissing me last night might not have worked out in his favor, but I'm hesitantly hopeful that this academic approach might yield a few more results. Otherwise, I'm not sure what else I can do. Okay. Half an hour later. Okay, I'm expecting to show like chapter 3 or something, but no, okay. I apologize, sir, but pets aren't allowed in the library. They would distract the outdoor patrons, and they might damage the books. You possess a large number of rare tomes, some of which are one of a kind, and replacing them would be an impossibility. Thank you for understanding. What? Oh no, you're misunderstanding, Miss Noisette. You look like the maid, I swear. Right? I don't know. Right, Miss Noisette. It's funny. I've been to this library a few times in the past, and I've never once thought of asking for the librarian's name. Ow! What? Minoren 13 followed us? What is happening? Who's creating accounts here? I guess we never really talked enough for it to come up. I would never dream of bringing a pet into the library. I know that would be inappropriate. The thing is, Miss Noisette, Blaze here isn't a pet. You say that, but it looks like a pet to me. I get that, yeah, but looks can be deceiving. He's not my pet. Then he is a stray? It's something like that, I guess. He's a bit sensitive about this, but I take a step towards the counter. Noisette takes a step back. She isn't allergic to cats, is she? Then say in a low whisper. He's actually a human. Isn't that right, Blaze? Meow! Blaze meows in confirmation, still clutching my arms. Noisette frowns. She does not look at all reassured. She adjusts her glasses, her grey eyes narrowing. Now, why do they look so familiar? And coolly says, Are you quite sure about this, sir? I am quite sure, yes. Blaze here is a human, no matter how. Fluffy. He might look at the present. He was cursed, you see, to assume the form of a cat, but at midnight, he turns back into his human form. He's not a pet, and he isn't really a stray. He's more of a crook, vagrant, vagabond. No! All of those nouns would be perfectly appropriate, but I didn't think they'd do much to endear Noisette to any armful fluff and fur. And she tried and be diplomatic. I guessed, I supposed. I guessed, I see. Noisette's frown deepens further still. I apologize, sir. Ow! But no matter what your guess might be, once the clock strikes midnight, the fact remains that he's a cat now. Okay, that is the 14th one now. What is happening? I'm scared. Animals are not permitted inside this library, regardless of what they once were in a past life, or what they might be under certain circumstances. Right. I guess I should have known that this wouldn't work. None of my plans seem to be panning out lately. Can I not take him inside the building then? I'm afraid not. There's a policy of this library. You may enter as you wish, but you have to deposit your pet. Sorry, your guest somewhere else first. I thought Noisette looked familiar when I first clapped eyes on her, but that speech of hers really cinches it. I'm sure I've seen it somewhere before, not that long ago. You don't happen to be a sister, do you? What? Noisette blinks and then, oh yes, I do. I have 2 sisters. Why do you ask? I just thought you looked familiar is all. One of your sisters wouldn't happen to work for the Velour family, would she? She would indeed. That is Nanette. She is the oldest of us siblings. My younger sister, Ninette, meanwhile, works for the Lumières. Oh my god, you guys are all working hard for someone else, huh? I see. For sisters, you look awfully alike. We would. We are identical triplets. We have near identical names. We were always getting mixed up when we were younger. It was quite a headache. I can imagine. This certainly explains why Noisette's appearance was throwing me. I'm not good at remembering faces, but she looks like an awful lot like Nanette and Ninette. They're strikingly similar, in fact, down to their pale hair, their pale skin, and their grey eyes. They're so very alike, so I might as well be dealing with Charmaine's maid again, or Angelique's. Why did your parents decide to give you much... Why did your parents decide to give you much similar names, if you don't mind me asking? Well, our father thought it would be cute. Really cute! Yes, cute. I do not agree, of course. It was, and always has been, a huge hassle. Yeah, imagine naming your children just for something cute, like, hello there, pizza? No, that would haunt them for the rest of their lives. Oh my god, right? Yeah, I can imagine. Imagining is all I can really do, however. I was fortunate enough to be born an only child, so I never had to vie for my parents' affection with my siblings. At least all my siblings who looked almost exactly like me. So you're like a spoiled child, that's what I'm trying to say. This is sort of relatable to me, because I met a twin at my class and I was confused on another. Really? Oh. Have you met someone that has a wacky name, Renzi? Like a name that's not really human, like Oreo? Oreo! Hey Oreo! Okay, maybe that might work. Kit Kat. That might actually work too. Not really. I mean, at least, is there someone named Spaghetti just because they love spaghetti? I hope not. Okay, let's go. It sounds like Noisette must have had quite a difficult time growing up. You have my sympathies. Thank you. My sympathies are appreciated. Though, they are not enough to make me resent my early remarks. Your companion still is not allowed into the library. I can't tempt you to look the other way? If you mean to bribe me, then no, I am above such affairs. Alright. I don't really like the thought of leaving Blaze to his own devices, but it doesn't look like I've got very much choice. I said it's impossible to budge. So much so, she might as well be made of stone. She's so stalwart, despite being so pale and slender. And it's rather impressive. Okay. I'll be spending the next few hours in the library, Blaze. There's some books I want to take a look at, and I can take some notes too. Will you be alright on your own? Meow! I'll hold you on to that. If nothing else, I'm glad you sound so confident. I'll try to be finished around midday. We can meet up outside the library then. Does that sound good? Meow! Good, I'll set you down then. I exit the library, then set Blaze down on the stone steps which led to the building. His paws touch the stone soundlessly, and glancing over his shoulder at me, he offers me a parting meow. Meow! Yeah, I'll see you later too. Don't get into any scrapes, alright? If I hear that you've been making a nuisance of yourself, I'll think twice about helping you. Meow! Blaze meows once again. I think translated from Cat, that means don't worry, I'll be fine, stop fussing, and leaves. I straighten up, my brow forward, and watch as Blaze pads down the steps. It doesn't look like he's worrying, at least. I can't say I'm quite as carefree, but with some luck, I have spent my time in the library ought to teach me a couple of ways to lift Blaze's curse. Then, I'll be rid of him for good, and I won't need to worry about him anymore. We'll go on our separate ways, and he won't be able to bother me again. That's what I want. So why am I worrying about him so much? Oh my god, 15. What is wrong? Why are you making... Who is this? Who is Minnow Ren? Who is Minnow Ren? Minnow Ren, you're too generous, but please, I don't want you to make an alt account for me. If you really want to support me, just watch me. You know? Sir? Nusette, the bespectacled librarian, calls out to me by the counter in that calm, measured voice of hers, which seems oddly devoid of emotion. Are you alright? I'd suggest banning the alts. Well, yeah, but they're not spamming anything. How could I ban the alts if they're not saying anything? Okay, what? Oh? I'm fine. Thank you. I trust I can enter the library now then. You can indeed. Enjoy your stay, and do not try to make too much noise. The library is supposed to be a place of peace. Peace, huh? I've not gotten much of that since I met Blaze. I ought to be thrilled at the prospect of getting a few hours to myself, but your thought's still stuck on that stupid cat. What in the world is wrong with me? Okay. A little while later... Okay, I asked kind of back and forth as I read through the book. Okay, I have to eat... I have to go to the bathroom really quick, okay? I'll be back, okay? I'll be back, everyone, okay? I'll be back. I promise. I'll be back in a few minutes. Not few minutes, seconds. I'm back, everyone. How is everyone doing? What are your thoughts on this, what are your thoughts in this thing so far? What do you guys think of, the game so far? Do you guys like the story so far? Do you guys have any theories what's gonna happen? I mean, they did just kiss, and that didn't work. So what's gonna happen? What if, like, after a week, maybe he was just lying? Charmaine was just lying? You like it? Oh, really? Viruch, I wanted to hear some of your thoughts about it. Can you just say your thoughts about it? Interesting. It is interesting, you know? I mean, I like the story so far. I think it's good. I think it's gay too. It's very gay. I mean, we just saw them kiss. The game sounds pretty cool. Oh, hello there, Jacob. Oh, you arrived when they were kissing. Oh. This game might be too long for a single stream. No, 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 don't worry. We're getting close, I think. Sorry, I was just drinking some water. That's what I'm doing. Okay, let's go play this again. I had a look around the library's shelves, which are full to bursting of all sorts of books, and retrieved about a dozen of them for some light reading. Most of these books were found in the general section, where anybody can get their grubby mitts on them. But 3 of these books, the largest, which also happened to be the most ornately bound, came from the restricted section. This is a special section in Oxel's library that only qualified witches and wizards are permitted access to. A small, rare social strata of which I am fortunate enough to be a member. I showed Noisette my identification card, and after inspecting it, she waved me through. The restricted section of Oxel's library is much smaller than the main atrium of the building, and the selection of tomes is much more meager. The tomes in the restricted section, however, tend to be much more thorough than the books readily available for the general public, though not always in a positive way. Some of the books in the restricted section, quite a lot of them actually, are full of information which ought not to fall into the hands of the general public. Like what? There's gay books probably? And I'm joking. There's quite a few books about dark magic, necromancy included, which is generally considered taboo. Practicing necromancy is actually an arrestable offense, one that can lead to a lifetime of imprisonment. The rules around checking these books out used to be even stricter back when Miel was still under King Limon's rule, but things have loosened up since Queen Asmodeus took over. Okay, I would love you request your permission to be silenced for the next 3 minutes until the queue. What do you mean? Until the queue? What queue? Wait, what? What do you mean? What do you mean by that? What did you say? What do you mean silent? I'm confused by that. What are you talking about? I'm not eating anything. Be silent for the next 3 minutes. Why? What are you eating? No, no, I'm not eating anything, okay? So what do you guys think is gonna happen here? Is it chocolate? No. I'm not eating anything. What? No, that was my water bottle. Ow!
3, 2, 1, crack. Disturbing the PC. Look into my eyes. Now tell me the things you blabbing about, behind my back.
Is that what you're trying to do? Is that really it? Oh. Okay, fine. I'm eating a marble cake slice. There. Which I shouldn't. I should not be eating this kind of things because I don't want to eat sweet stuff. But it's Valentine's Day. So I have to eat it. Okay? We don't need to ask who gave it, okay? It's yummy. I love marble cakes. What if I don't eat? What if I don't drink water? Ha ha ha. Anyways, okay, I'm back now. I'm back and not hungry. I've been starving for like what, an hour. Sorry, I'm back. I'm so sorry for people that are like waiting. But here, let's play it again. Sorry. I guess our new overlord, or overlady rather, doesn't care as much about trying to restrict the flow of information about the dark arts amongst the country's most powerful mages. Oh, you're right. I forgot. And I'm scared of choking. I, however, have no real interest in raising the dead. While I know it's possible, many unsavory things are, with the use of magic, I simply can't see the point of it. Reanimated corpses aren't, as some bereaving mothers, lovers, and children might like to believe, picture-perfect recreations of the dearly departed. It's possible to imbue a corpse with life, but it's an incomplete sort of life, one which comes either with scattered memories of the past or no memories whatsoever. Corpses which have been brought back to life don't bear much of a resemblance, if any, to the person they used to be while alive. Hello there, Nez. Is this foreshadowing? No, don't say that. Don't tell me someone's gonna die. Please don't be foreshadowing. What? Hello there, Mochi Cake. I'm back. Okay. Even if it was possible to bring somebody back with all of their memories intact, an act which would be tricky even for the strongest of mages, the shock and the horror, first from dying, then from being made to undie, would be enough to turn most of their cadavers insane. I've read up on a few cases of necromancy, and the end results are never pretty. In one case, a reanimated corpse actually mauled their summoner to death. Most of the people who practice necromancy are either unscrupulous charlatans trying to take advantage of the newly bereaved, or the bereaved. What is bereaved? What bereaved? I don't know what the hell is that. Sorry. Unable to let go of the past. The former tend to be morally bankrupt, while the latter are emotionally unstable. I really had no interest in reading through any of the tomes about dark magic in the restricted section. I prefer to live a hassle-free life as possible. I am, however, intrigued in a few hefty, leather-bound books on curses. Books which are in the restricted section less, I presume, because the contents are objectionable, but because the books themselves are so old. The pages in these books feel awfully brittle beneath my fingertips, so much so, I had to hold my breath when I turned the pages. No one's gonna die! It feels like a gust of wind might be enough to turn these old books into dust. Their bindings, which once must have been elegant, are now awfully worn. My feet as is the ink on the pages. The writing in these books, all done by hand, is spidery, and I have to squint to make sense of it all. If I had to guess, it's not a competition. I'd say the book is I'm currently glancing the must be good date 3. Must be a good 3. No, maybe 4 centuries old? It certainly looks like a relic from the past. The information contained within its pages, however, is rather interesting. The writer, whoever they were, has gone into a lot of depth about certain curse techniques and how best to counter them. The writing is a bit florid, but it's nothing I can't handle. It's so intriguing. I'm starting to wonder why I didn't spend more time in Oxo's library than I do. Ube, what's the game about? It's about this boy right here who is a wizard right now, okay, that's trying to cure the boy that they found who has a curse. He turns into a cat at nighttime. I mean daytime, and turns to a human at nighttime. There you go. So he's a cat in daytime and he's a human in nighttime, and he's trying to find a curse for it. Yeah, and also it's gay. It's gay. They're both guys. Yes, gays. I think that's all. I think that's all we really need to say. They're just gay. It's so intriguing. I'm starting to wonder why I don't spend more time in Oxel's library than I do. Maybe I should spend more time looking through the books in the restricted section. Oh. But then again, maybe not. Nozian has been looking at me for the last 15 minutes. Her expression unwavering. Our eyes meet when I glance up, but she doesn't look away. She doesn't even have the decency to blush. She must have been watching me if I slip up. If I tear any of the pages in these rare old books, I have no doubt she'll have my head. Oh my god. Okay. It's not a cold day, but I'm starting to get the shivers. This is the real reason why I rarely come to Oxel's library, and why I so rarely look through any of the restricted books. I can't say I like being sized up like I'm a convict by Noisette. I thought that old adage was innocent until proven guilty. I've not, as far as I know, not done anything wrong. But maybe, to an over-eager librarian, flipping through any book that's over 3 centuries old is a crime in and of itself. I'm being as careful as I can. I'm even using magic to turn the pages, as opposed to my fingers, so I can't cause any unnecessary damage, but Noisette doesn't seem to appreciate it. I don't think she appreciates much in life. She's very like her sisters in that regard. They're both inflexible, too, and intolerable. Ah. What? Oh, I thought it was gonna like achoo and destroy the book. No, it's not. It's just like that. I resume my studies, flipping between the 3 restricted books whensoever the mood strikes me. Time seems to move, as I read very slowly, like molasses, until some 3 hours later, I cease my scholastic pursuits. I could keep right on flipping through these books until the proverbial cows could home. But it's a little hard to focus when Noisette's glaring at me. It doesn't help that I'm so worried about Blaze either. I wouldn't be at all surprised if he's gotten himself caught up in yet another kerfuffle. He really does seem to attract trouble, especially when I'm not around. That run-in he had with that Mandragora force was particularly alarming. I don't suppose I should care about Blaze quite as much as I do. It's not like I know him all that well, but I do feel responsible for him. He's so small and slight. He can't be expected to look after himself. That would be unfair. I'd care less about his well-being if he was a human. He's tall enough, not to mention muscular enough. Okay, why do you keep bringing that up? To fend for himself. But as a cat, it's another story. I don't think I'll ever forget how startled he looked when I saw him ensnared in that mandragora's vines. Fortunately, there aren't any mandragores roaming outside streets to do any ensnaring, but one can never be too careful. Alright, let's sort all of this out first. I returned the rare books I was perusing to their spots on the shelves, levitating them with magic to avoid damaging the spines with my hands. So these books are priceless. I'm not sure if even Angelique and her family could afford them. But the more delicate books returned to their rightful places on the shelves, I then check out the few books still remaining. Those which are the common enough that regular library goers such as myself can take them back home without too much fuss. I'll still incur some pretty hefty fines if anything should go awry with these books, but they should be enough to drain my coffers. And in my case, I don't think there's any issue with that. All these books are precious because they contain knowledge. Even mass-produced books which can be bought in any bookshop are worth their weight in gold. I might not keep the tidiest of homes myself, but I would never let any book, not one of mine, nor one of the libraries, get dirty or damp in my presence. I consider the desecration of books to be a great sin. People who are careless with their books deserve to be fined. They're criminals of the highest degree, even worse than petty crooks like Blaze. At least he only stole silverware, or goldware as the case may be, given what I've heard about the Valer's family riches. Destroying books is much, much worse. Thievery, I can understand, but book burning? Accidental? Or worse, intentional. Book harming. Oh, you know that is a thing right now, right? Book burning. That's stupid. Right? Isn't that happening in America like not long ago? Just like burning books just because they don't like it? I can't stand people like that. They do not understand how much value the written word has. But I'm getting carried away. I often do when the subject of books comes out. It is a pet peeve of mine, alongside people who misuse the word literally, people who incorrectly use apostrophes when trying to signify the plural forms of words, and people who say, I could care less, when in actuality, they mean they could not care less. Goodness, this world is really full of irritating people. It's a wonder I've made it to my 26th year without throttling anybody. My cohabitation with Blaze might change that, however. I suppose only time will tell. I finished checking out the 3 tomes that I'd like to take a bit more time to peruse at the counter, aided by an impressively efficient noisette. She stabs the inside of these 3 books with a deft, almost automatic precision, then slides them back over the counter to me. Here you are. You have 2 weeks to peruse through these books. Once these 2 weeks are up, you must return the books to the library. You can renew them again if you so desire, granted nobody else wishes to check them out. Okay. You should not keep these books yourself, however. If these books are overdue, you will incur fines, and our staff will come to collect them. Please, be mindful that other people use this library too. Do not be selfish. You know what, I wonder, like, I've never been on a library before. Is there a library in my country? Are there books? Did they invent books here? Like, I mean, there is bookstores, but there is a public library. What? I didn't even know that. Wait, what? Yeah, look, there is. I didn't know that. I'm looking at some pictures right now. Well, they don't look like a library like this thing though. Anyways, I've more than enough of my own. Thank you for the warning. It is appreciated but unnecessary. I was planning to return these books well before their due date. I take the books from the counter, then stash them away inside the wicker basket dangling from my arm. These 3 books are fairly heavy, and they require a not wholly insignificant amount of weight for me to support, but they're not impossible for me to carry around. The trek back home might be a bit of a struggle, but I should be fine. If anything, maybe I should welcome this as a challenge. Since I really go out, I don't get much in the way of physical exercise. Yeah, you're like scrawny, right? I mean, I didn't say that. What is his name? Berlin said that. I was thinking that my arms looked a bit too skinny. Yeah, like mine. Mine is also a bit too skinny. Carrying these books might help counteract that. In my dreams, maybe. Your help was very much appreciated, Miss Noisette. I suppose I shall be seeing you later? Yes, I shall see you. And if you should happen to see either of my sisters in the interim, could you remind them that we're supposed to be visiting our parents next month? Nanette and Nanette always seem to forget. I'll try, provided, of course. that I remember, and whether Nanette actually listened to me, which seems unlikely. I depart from the library after exchanging a few parting words with Noisette, leaving the large, high-ceilinged building behind me. Okay. Oh my god. I head out to the plaza, pausing by the large, ornate fountain. It's a pleasant enough morning, the sky blue and almost entirely devoid of clouds. A few families are dotted about the fountain, engaged in idle chatter, and so are a few couples, several of them sipping at drinks or licking gelato bought from the neighbor stalls. A few white-winged birds fly overhead, chirping among themselves, and the sounds of footsteps against the cobblestones hover in the air. All in all, it's a very peaceful scene. If it wasn't for the 3 books stashed beside my basket, which are starting to make my arm ache, I might feel inclined to relax myself. As it is, however, I can't bring myself to truly enjoy my surroundings. My books are a heavy burden indeed, but more than that, I'm wondering where Blaze is. So you're going to explore that library soon? Maybe, I don't know. I don't know how far it is actually. I had to check it again. Is that far from me? It's not showing. This is in where? Oh my god. Can I please? Oh, no. I hate that. Why is Google not Googling? I don't know where this is. I should know, but I don't know my location. I don't even know where country I am. Didn't I tell him to meet me out here at midday? Well, it's a couple minutes of midday now. The clock face of the nearby clock tower, looming over Axel's horizon, informs me of that much, but Blaze is nowhere to be seen. Perhaps he got delayed? What he could have been delayed doing, however, I got no idea. Oh, oops, no. What do cats do for fun? I suppose he could be haranguing the fishermen in the market, or tricking cuddly old women into feeding him scraps of food. Okay, that's mean. But sounds something Blaze would do, given his checkered past. I decide to wait for a while and taking a seat on a stone wall which fringes the fountain. The minutes continue to trickle by, minutes denoted by the shifting of the colossal hands on the clock face. But Blaze still doesn't show up. 12 o'clock becomes 5 minutes past, which becomes 10, then 20, but still, Blaze isn't here. What in the world has happened to him? Ow! I expected he might be a little late. I doubt he's good at timekeeping, a skill which must be even harder for him now that he's a cat, but this seems excessive even for him. When, at long last, 12:30 rolls around, worry begins to set in. Did Blaze get into some sort of mischief after all? I almost dread to think. I have to think about it, though, given I am Blaze's owner, nobody else is going to look out for him from me. Because nobody else knows about him. As long as he is a cat, it's my responsibility. And that being the case, I'm obligated to go and find him. I'm worried he won't be able to fend for himself. I just hope he isn't hurt. The prospect of finding one black cat out of what must be hundreds of strays in a large city, like Oxel, is a daunting one, but I'm determined to do my best. I'm not going to return home without him. I told Blaze I was going to help him, and that's exactly what I mean to do. I can't exactly do that, however, if he isn't here. I get to my feet, supporting my basket in the crook of my arm, and glance around the plaza. I square my shoulders. Then after inhaling, I set off into Excel's twisting, turning streets. He's angry. But where is Blaze? Oh no. Where are you, Blaze? Where could you be? I murmur this to myself as I scour Oxel's streets. My head snaps this way and that. My eyes narrowed as I take in the numerous buildings which, well, I would say that they flash by me, but I'm not going very quickly. I might have been a voracious reader back at the Olinder Academy, but I never paid too much attention to the physical side of my education. I've not been judging for much more than a minute, therefore, when a sharp pain begins to flare up on my right side. Ha, ha. I breathe heavily, beads of perspiration beginning to form my forehead. It's a warm day, and my mantle isn't playing matters. The soles of my hardy dragonhide boots pound against the cobbles beneath me in a dull series of thuds. The cobbles were... Is that like supposed to be running what I'm hearing right now? Probably. The cobbles were newly serviced by the plaza, and they're awfully uneven down these twisting, turning alleyways. They haven't been maintained very well, which makes my pursuit even trickier. My foot catches one of these raised cobbles at one point, and I almost fall. Though I'm able to steady myself to where I can hit the ground. Damn it! I curse, then kick at the raised cobble that almost ushered in my humiliation. That was a close call. My heart's still pounding. I glance about the rabbit warren of twisting, turning alleys about me. My eyes narrowed. I'm not sure where I should go. I've been to Axel several times, but only to collect ingredients for my potions, or to collect the occasional visit to its library. I tend not to venture down these alleyways, which are all closely knit homes and hairpin bends. There's no point. It is a veritable rabbit warren of streets here. So much so, I feel disoriented. I'm not sure where to begin my hunt for Blaze. I don't know where the cat is. Ow! Oh my god! Oh no, was the necromancy thing earlier foreshadowing? No, it's not, okay? Blaze is not dead. But you know who's dead though? Mino. Mino's soul is dead. I'm sorry, I just have to say it. Oxel is a big city. I could search the streets for hours at this rate. I stand there pondering when out of the corner of my eye, I spot a young woman. She's dressed in the attire of a maid, with long, fair hair, and there's a wicker basket a little like my own threaded through the crook of her arm. She must be the maid from a nearby household. A very fancy household, by the looks of things, who's come to Axel to get some shopping done. I do wonder why she's wandering about in a dingy alleyway like this though, rather than out in the cobblestone streets. Is it some sort of shortcut to make the marketplace I'm not aware of? I'm not sure, but there's something I would like to ask her. It's a long shot, but... Excuse me, miss, but could I have a few moments of your time? Oh? Are you talking to me? Yeah, that's right. There's something I'd like to ask you, if you have the time, that is. The maid frowns, one hand resting beneath her chin. Well, I was supposed to be running an errand for Milady. She'll be upset if I was taking too long to get back, but my plan's already been scuppered, so I suppose it won't hurt too much. Did something happen? You could say that, yeah. You haven't seen a black cat around here, have you? A cat? The maid blinks, then she claps her hands together and says, "Oh, now that's a funny coincidence." What is? I was looking for a cat myself. A black one, just like you said. That's why I came out here. I was trying to track the poor kitty down. Poor kitty? I frown. Part of me thinks it would be funny if Blaze could hear himself being referred to him like that. But right now, I'm more concerned about what could compel this maid to call him that. Hello dear Mango. Happy late Valentine's Day. Why do you say that? Something didn't happen to him, did it? I suppose you could say that, yes. I was wandering about the market doing my weekly shop when I heard an awful yowling. I turned about and saw a group of boys tormenting a poor cat. Oh my god! They were raising quite the ruckus. I stepped over to tell them to stop, and the cat ran off, but the boys chased after it. That's not good. We're playing a gay visual novel. That's what you need to know. Okay, there's a cat that was cursed. There's a human that was cursed, and now he's like a cat at daytime. Jellyfish, can you explain it to him? Oh my god. No, Greg, please don't poop right now. This is a bad time, please. I was worrying, so I went after them. I wanted to tell them to stop, but I've lost sight of them. It wouldn't happen to be your cat, would it? Well, there are a lot of cats around here. I tried to answer casually, though I can feel my stomach sinking like a stone. Did you not notice anything unusual about this cat? Yes, as a matter of fact, I was only watching from a distance, but even then, I could tell he had the most striking eyes. One of them was blue, and the other one was brown. Yeah, that is Blaze. Happy Valentine's with me. It's not Valentine's in other time zones. Yeah, but you didn't spend Valentine's with me at the right time zone. Since technically you live the same time zone as me. Meaning, it doesn't count, and I'm gonna cry. You did. When? What time? What previous stream? The recap? What game was it? I don't remember. I don't even remember you saying hello or anything. Did you say something? I don't know. Oops, sorry. Sorry, I'll stop that. One of them was blue and the other one was brown. I've never seen a cat like that before. He looked more intelligent than your average cat, but was so small and scrawny. In that sense, he reminded me of me a little milady. She's also very short and cute. That's not... No, what? That was midnight. That doesn't count. Maybe that's why I felt so compelled to lend a hand. I can't stand it when cute small creatures get hurt. It's so unfair. Right. I had a few doubts, but his maid's testimony cinches it. That cat must have been Blaze. Black cats aren't exactly uncommon, but black cats with heterochromia? That has to be unique. I think that is Blaze. Oh, your kitty is called Blaze? That's such a cute name. Thanks, but though I didn't exactly pick it up myself. That's praise. That this maid should be heaping on shoulders of Blaze's dearly departed mother. Speaking of names, I'm Master, by the way, and you are? Oh, did I not say? The maid drops me a neat courtesy as she says, "My name is Lisette. It's a pleasure to meet you." Lisette? Are you related to the other ones as well? Lisette, That's funny. I'm pretty sure that's the name of the male's former princess. The daughter that ousted? No, I think right. How do you pronounce that? Ousted King Limon. I thought Lisette and her father had been banished after the Demon Queen Asmodeus took power a few months ago. But there's no guarantee. This Lisette is the same Lisette I learned about growing up. It's not exactly an uncommon name. There were 3 Lisettes in my class and all in the academy alone. And none of them were princesses. Or at least 2 of them weren't. I think one of those Lisettes might actually been a noble from a nearby country. But I never got close enough to her to ask. I wasn't close to any of my classmates, really. It's a miracle that I've been able to talk to Blaze as much as I have, given how terrible my people's skills are. I guess Blaze is a special case. It's nice to meet you too, Miss Lisette. Do you see Blaze go down this alleyway then? Yes, I'm quite sure. The boys chasing him were making quite the ruckus. I'm surprised I lost them so easily. I hope they're not hurting your poor kitty. I'm getting pretty worried too. Shall we go and look? That would be a good idea, yes. Those boys look like bad news. I'm afraid they might have wicked designs on him, if you know what I mean. Wicked designs? I had rumors that a few of the more unscrupulous pie shops in the area will pay up if anybody brings stray cats to them. Oh no, pie? And cats? I ponder for only 2 seconds, however, before the penny drops. Indeed, beef is expensive, so it's more profitable for these shops to source their meat from the other, less reputable places. Oh no, he's gonna be cooked! Why cat no? No! I've heard it's a real problem, actually. Then, does it mean Blaze could be in serious danger? He might if we can't find them. Let's hurry. Oh no, right, let's find him, come on! Lisette and I hasten through the alleyway, Lisette's expression grimly determined. She rounds a corner, telling me she's familiar with this area. that Oxel street urchins tend to congregate in the old street, and I hurry along behind her. The sounds of her footsteps echo about the alleyway, mingling with the anxious pounding of my heart, my uneasy inhalations. Please, I pray, don't let me be too late. Please, let Blaze be alright. Lisette's a few centimeters taller than I am, but I keep pace with her easily. I'm walking so quickly I'm almost jogging, my heart pounding anxiously against my ribs. Hello there, ungendered duck. Jellyfins, can you copy-paste again? He'll be shepherd's pie. No! Blaze will not be a shepherd's pie, okay? I don't like meat pies. But if I do want to try... But I never tried a pie yet. I want a cream pie. That's what I want. I like the sweet pies more. The set's a few centimeters taller than I am, but I keep pace with her easily. I'm walking so quietly I'm almost jogging, my heart pounding anxiously against my ribs. Once more, we turn another corner. These alleyways are convoluted like a nest of snakes, and then... Oh my... Blaze! I hear a loud, anxious yowl. One I'm familiar with. That must be Blaze! I hurry along, breaking into yet another run. And soon, I stumble across quite the sorry sight indeed. Blaze is there, covering the shade of a few buildings, while 3 boys set upon him. One of the boys, a redhead with a vicious, high-pitched voice, is clutching a stick, which he's using to prod Blaze. Oh, you like this, you little beast? This is what you get for intruding in our territory. Take this! Oh my god! Oh no! How horrid! I quite agree. If that little brat thinks that I'm going to let him get away with that, he has another thing coming. Are you going to step in? Of course. I roll up my sleeves, my eyes narrowed, then say, I don't make a habit of telling people this. I don't want to boast, but I'm actually a powerful wizard. I'll make those brats regret this if it's the last thing I do. I inhale, squaring my shoulders, then step forward. Hey you! I approach the 3 boys, my body sparking with latent magical energy. I don't mean to actually curse them, of course. I'm angry as I am. I'm not about to hurt a bunch of kids, but I figure it'll be a good deterrent. It should, at the very least, encourage them to at least stop being such jerks. What are you doing to my cat, you little monsters? Leave him alone! What? The redheaded boy looks at me differently, his eyes narrowed. Who the hell are you? What? You don't know me? I'm Aster, one of the most powerful wizards in all of Excel. I rather thought my name preceded me. I can't blame you, I suppose, for your ignorance, since you are only a children after all. But the way you've been treating my familiar is quite unacceptable. Now, stop this instant, unless you want me to turn you all into frogs. Then I might poke you with sticks, and we'll see how you like it. The red-headed ringleader looks at me uneasily and says, You don't mean that? You wouldn't. Oh, don't I? I raise an eyebrow. Do you want to try me? Hey, Micah. One of the boy's companions takes hold of his wrist. That guy looks serious. We should get out of here. Yeah, Gus is right. The other boy chimes in, glancing at me uneasily. He looks kind of intense. What? Micah's eyes narrow. Are you being serious right now, Gus? I am, yeah. It's kind of scary. Even Ike agrees. Yeah, it looks like he means business. Whatever, I ain't scared. You can run off if you want, but I'm no coward. Not like you two. I'm prepared to fight like a man. Phew. I whistle. Your plum is admirable, but you won't be fighting like a man for all that long. Not when I'm through with you. Now let's see. I wonder what sort of a frog I should turn you into. Maybe I should go with something particularly repellent? Hey Micah, come on, let's get out of here. This cat ain't worth it. Yeah, let's go. It's just trying to bring us out. This is nothing. We can't have let it spook us. Who names their child Gus? I know, right? Well, if they're worried about being spooked. Okay, hocus pocus. It's really doing it. Let's get out of here, Micah. I don't want to turn into a frog. Gus and Ike take off, their souls slapping against the cobbles. For a few moments, only Micah remains until... Alright, fine, you can save your stupid cat. It's not like it was all that fun to play with anyway. Micah runs away, hot on the heels of his companions, and in his absence, I sigh. Well, it looks like that takes care of that. I sigh, then approach Blaze, who's trembling. I bend down, scooping his slender body against my chest and murmur, "Now, that was unfortunate. I've done so much running I feel pretty tired. Though that's nothing compared to Blaze. He looks shaken after the encounter with those young hooligans, as well he might be. His dark small body is trembling against me, his eyes wide but can only be fear. It's kind of funny, in a way, that Blaze should be so very intimidated by a group of ragged, clothed children, when he's a good deal bigger than they are in his human form. But he isn't in his human form right now. He still looks like a cat, which makes him vulnerable. Hello there, Kane. What? Yeah, you just have to watch the end then, Kane. Come on. I mean, come on. Poor Blazer almost died, okay? And they kissed. Did you miss that? Wait, I don't actually know if you missed that, the kissing one. I don't know. I grit my teeth together, irritated on Blaze's behalf. Those kids were awful, weren't they? I wonder if they really were going to sell you. I wouldn't be surprised. I thought I recognized that redhead. Micah's notorious for getting his mitts on other people's pets. He isn't very picky. I heard a lot of stories about animals going missing around here. It's a dangerous area. It sure sounds it. I shudder, then pet Blaze on the head. Well, whatever they wanted, I'm glad I was able to stop them. Maybe I shouldn't be too hard on them though. Any children who would attack a cat for coins would be pretty pitiable in their own rights. Still, I frown. I have to wonder how you always went up in sticky situations like this. You weren't born under an unlucky star, were you? Maybe me? Ubin needs pats on the head too. No. What? Meow? I guess it's a possibility. You might have been cursed long before Charmaine took against you. You must be one of the most unfortunate people I've ever met. Meow! Blaze meows at this and nudges his cheek against my chest. A gesture I chose to interpret as, "That's not saying much, given you don't know all that many people." Ugh. Naturally, I scowl. Oh, thank you, not to be rude, you jerk. I've done an awful lot to help you out this last few days, you know. The least you could do is not make fun of me. Even my social skills do leave a little something to be desired. Alright, fine. My social skills leave a lot to be desired, but I'm working on it. I've been talking to you, haven't I? Meow. You don't think that counts because you're still a cat? Meow. You're saying conversations ought to be a two-way street? Meow. Now, whatever. I'm doing my best here. You could at least try to meet me halfway, and by that, I mean, you should have stopped getting yourself involved in this silly little spats. I was terrified when I came out of the library and I couldn't find you. I was sure you're getting yourself into trouble again. And I was right. You're a magnet for it. Meow? Well, of course I was worried. I don't completely uncaring, you know, and it's not hard. It's hard not to worry about you, given how often things seem to go wrong around you. Or is it because you kissed last night, Aster? I don't know. Oh, Roars is getting EP. No, don't eep. No. I guess I should count myself lucky you're not bleeding. You say that? You say you feel fine? Meow. In fact, you're better than fine because I came looking for you. Meow. Ha. Well, I'm glad to hear it, I guess. Though I'll hesitate to let you out of my line of sight in the future. All of this fretting can't be good for my heart. I feel like I've aged a decade in the last couple of days. I love how every MC, when they talk to an animal, they just understand them for no reason without an explanation. I mean, sometimes I do that to my cat. Like, when my cat I would talk to my cats, and I would tell them, like, don't you dare poop at exactly 8 a.m. because I'm sleeping at that time. And yet they do. And I cry. Do you talk to your kitty like that often, Aster? She must be very close. Wait, meow. A glance away, red-faced. Why do I feel so abashed? Then mumble. I guess we're pretty close. I figured. You're talking to him like you're just best friends. And you seemed so worried when he went missing. You must love him a lot. Meow? Blaze cocks cock. What does cock mean? Blaze cocks his head at me, his expression questioning. I, meanwhile, flush. I know Lisette thinks that Blaze is nothing more than a cat. Why would you suspect otherwise? But using a big L word feels kind of heavy. I mean, how can I love Blaze? I've only known him for a couple of days. Sure, my heart just about stopped when I realized he's gone missing, but that doesn't mean I love him or anything. Hell, we're not even friends. I floundered hopelessly, abashed, while Blaze observes me. He blinks slowly. I think I've heard it said that this is a feeling gesture of affection. Then reaches up and licks my cheek. I didn't expect it. And I squawk, red-faced. Hey, what's the big idea? I get that Blaze is relieved to have been rescued, but kissing me in public is kind of... you know... I pout, wiping his saliva off my cheek, while Lisette laughs. I knew it, he really does love you. You make for an adorable pair. I'm just glad I was able to reunite you, but I'm sure you don't want me hanging around. I'll be on my way now. The shopping is going to get itself done. Right. Goodbye, and thank you for your help. Yeah, they just did a public kiss. Yeah. Ew. No. It's quite alright. I'm a super maid. Super maid? I'm always happy to help people in need. Especially when they're as cute as you two. Goodbye. Lisette drops a neat curtsy, then turns. I watch as she walks away. Watch as her blonde pigtails bob, then sigh. I look back at Blaze. Then pouting, I say, we need to learn to stay put, you idiot. Your little disappearing acts shaved years off my life. Meow. You mean there's not much of my life left anyway? Meow, you're gonna die. How cheeky. I know my hair's white, but I don't think I look that old. I'm only 26. Meow. You think I act older? Meow. Well, I'm very sorry for being responsible. I hope that doesn't make me too unappealing. Not that I care what you think, of course. Meow. I don't really. Meow. Whatever, believe what you want, I don't care. Now come on, let's head back home before, I don't know. We get caught up in a robbery, or a washerwoman dips a bucket of dirty water all over our heads. Can't be dealing with any more trouble today, even if you seem to find it funny. I agree. I think I need to lie down, I'm exhausted. Okay. The walk back to my cottage proves to be rather uneventful. A fact I'm grateful for, given so much happened this morning. Once we arrive back home, I prepare Blaze and myself something light to eat. Okay. Blaze gets more of the chicken and slimy, disgusting sauce he seems to like so much. Ew! While I make myself a mushroom-based dish. As I eat, I read through one of the books I brought with me from the library. I'm not sure if there's anything too useful in this book. Its contents don't seem too dissimilar from some of the tomes I possess already, but there's a chance this author might offer a few tidbits of information for me to chew on and never before considered. What is that sauce anyway? That is Aster's special sauce. You can't ask because that would ruin the fun. The one chicken, that's Aster's special sauce. You know, the KFC secret herbs and spices. Well, Aster also has some secret sauce recipe. My attention remains on my book, unwavering, even as Blaze rubs his head against my calf. Absently, I bend down to ruffle the top of his head. He licks my fingers in return, but I don't pay him more heed than that. My attention has been completely enraptured by this book. Most of the information present in its pages isn't anything I didn't already know, but the author's style is rather captivating. Some of these academic tones can be rather dry, but not this one. It's quite diverting, almost amusing. It's been penned in quite the chatty style, which is unusual for a book of this nature. Oh yeah, Mango, you never seen him in his human form, right? Oh, you're gonna be surprised. Typically, I'd find such a register unsuitable for the subject matter. I can, and will, drop books if it feels like the author's trying to befriend me through the pages, but this is engaging. They use a lot of interesting imagery to get their ideas across. I can't say I ever thought of using salamander hearts in that context or serpent eyes. Well, here I have a scenario for you, Mango. Since you love Mott, okay? What if the next day someone's knocking at you and it's Mott, and they said they've been cursed? I mean, they've been cursed and they need to turn back into human form. And Mango, since you watch Ube's My Confining Cat is Criminally Cute, you're the one that can save me. What would you do? I can't say I'd ever thought of using salamander house in that content text or serpent eyes. What? 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 Is that cat inside? I don't know. Let me check. Is my cat in the litter box? No! The cat is in the litter box. He's doing it. He's doing it. So Mott is originally a human? We don't know. They just said they're cursed. And they want you to fix it. Maybe I should give some of their suggestions a try. I mean, why not? I have nothing to lose except time. Though this is, unfortunately, a resource Blaze doesn't have much of. Didn't Charmaine say the curse would last for a week before it would stick? We've already used up 3 days, so I really need to get started on my attempts to heal him as soon as possible. His potions might be of some use, but the ingredients they're calling for are awfully rare. I'd probably scrunch up the scorpion stingers, they might have some, and Axel's many apothecaries, and if they don't, the marketplace would be a good bet. But cockatrice feathers? Manticore fangs? Those are much harder to come across. How did this author get their hands on so many rare materials from so many dangerous beasts? Perhaps they have connections. This book wasn't written by Noble, was it? If it was, I wouldn't be wholly surprised. Most academic books I own were written by nobles. Nobles tend to be the only ones with enough spare time to afford to jot down their musings about life, the universe, and everything. And that, they're some of the only people with education enough to do so. The register in this book is written in isn't very highbrow though. It makes for quite a strange contrast. I'm busy pondering this when... Oh, Aster, it's been so long since our paths crossed. Oh no, it's him! We haven't even made it, I think. Oh no, that's not good. I trust you know what I'm here for. Oh no, I jump and whip my head around. I hadn't expected any company this afternoon, but my expectations are soon subverted. A young woman with a long... Yes, we know. It's Asuka from Evangelion. I'm joking. It's Angelique. And the mute maid beside her is Nanette and Noisette's little sister, Ninette. Oh my god! I knew it! I knew that cat's gonna poop! Get out of the litter box. I'm gonna clean it my own because you're not good at cleaning your own poop, you... Sometimes I think my cat is not a cat. Okay, I'll be back. Oh my god. Okay. Ruby's poopy cat. I hate that. I hate whenever they do that. I mean, I don't hate them pooping, but I hate when they poop at like weird timing things. How many times did your cat poop on stream? A lot of times, probably. You could probably make a compilation out of that. What? Okay, I'm back. Oh my god. Ah, sorry for the wait, everyone. If a cat got you pregnant, then will it can be half. Well, what are you guys talking about when I was gone? What are you guys talking about? Okay, I need to go pee. I actually have to go to the bathroom. I'll be back. Okay, I am back. Okay, I'm back. Sorry. Okay. Sorry. Oh my god, I'm so sorry for the wait. Okay. I racked my mind momentarily, wondering why Angelique has chosen today, of all days, to visit me when I remember now. I was so focused on Blaze. Angelique's commission had slipped in my mind. She asked me to have her potion prepared by today, and I completely failed to do that. Oh no, what are you gonna do? You've been too focused on Blaze, so come on, that's gay. Okay? I forgot about it. And now, Angelique is going to find out about my negligence. I'm not exactly close to Angelique, but I can't help but feel guilty. I've never let a client down like this before. It isn't like me to be so airheaded. What am I going to say? I presume this is about your potion? Well, of course it is. What other reason would I have for coming here? This hovel, home of yours. Wow, what a nice save. She's so smooth. Is not a particularly congenial setting for pleasant chit-chat. Mothers might be different, of course. If you deign to visit me in my home, in Axel, but you have always been so very secretive. It is quite a pity, really, that you continue to eschew my humble request to take tea with me. But no matter, where's my potion? Well, about that, I don't think I've ever blushed around Angelique before, but my shame gets the better of me when faced with her unshakable certainty that I will, in fact, deliver. I don't think she needs that anti-wrinkle potion at all. She's so fair-faced, but I can't tell her that. I don't think a sappy little speech about accepting herself for who she is will really fly either. Maybe Blaze could pull that off, but I know I have all the charisma of a wet fish. It will only sound insecure. Angelique has told me in the past that she likes me because I'm so polite, but I'm mostly just quiet. I let her talk at me while imagining I'm somewhere else, preferably in the forest picking herbs. But when it comes to actually talking to people, I'm completely useless. I dip my head, my face flushed, then mumble. I don't have it. That is what I thought. I'm very grateful, naturally, for your continued. Wait. I beg your pardon? Oh no! Are you joking, Esther dear? Was it supposed to be a comic turn? Because if so, I think it was in quite poor taste. Now, please give me the potion. My mammoth spell ball is later tonight, and I need to prepare. I don't have the time to waste on your silly games. There, milady, please calm down. How can I, Nanette, when he is being so ludicrous? This joke is not at all funny. My apologies, but this isn't a joke. I don't have your potion. I forgot to brew it. What? What a nuisance. Angelique's expression twitches. Her fingers curl against the blue satin fabric of her gown as, aghast, she cries. Oh my god, but how can this be? You said that you would aid me. You promised as much. I even paid you for the privilege. What is the meaning behind this unprofessional behavior? Please, explain, for I fear I cannot understand. I've never known you to fail to fulfill one of my commissions before. Do not tell me one of your relatives has died. No, they haven't. Though that would be a pretty good excuse, curse me in my idiotic honesty. Then what is the reason? Surely you must have one, beyond mere forgetting. I cannot believe it of you. Not when you have been always been so good to me. I'm glad that you think of me so highly, I suppose. But now I have to shatter this illusion of hers. I can't say I'm looking forward to this. But on this matter, I have to disappoint you. Another piece of commission work to do. You see, well, that's not wholly inaccurate, which rather took precedent. This commission is quite a complicated one, and as it is, it's time sensitive. What? Oh dear. Annette sighs tiredly. Is anticipating a tantrum? Oh no, while Angelique bears down upon me, her expression thunderous. But my commission is time sensitive too, and it was very important to me. I told you that I wished to go to my mammoth's ball. I told you. How could you let me down, Aster? You knew how important this was to me. I did, but you thought you would disregard my wishes regardless? Is that how little you think of me? No, that isn't it. It's not that I think little of you, you just nothing. There can be no excuses for your behavior, Aster, so I will not let you try. You have been perfectly beastly. I've been looking forward to my mammoth's ball for months, and you have ruined it. You have destroyed my whole evening. And worse, still, you seem to not care. Ned was right about you. I ought to be wasting my time on you. You really are an awful man. What? I glanced at Ninette curiously. Oh my god, Ninette. I think all the Nets should die. Yeah, fight back. Do a curse. Make him turn a frog instead. Has she really been calling me awful? I guess I wouldn't be too surprised. The look of distaste on her face speaks volumes. Right, that cinches it. She really does hate me. Now, this is a little awkward. Didn't her sister, the one in the library, asking to pass on a message for her earlier? She wanted to tell Ninette and Nanette about a trip to see her parents, if I remember correctly. Now would be a good time to tell her, but I don't know if that atmosphere is really right for Ninette is scowling at me like she wants to skin me. Like, why though? It's not like I'd done anything to her, unless she resents me for commanding so much of her mistress's attention, despite my lowly status. But that's not beyond the realm of possibility, I suppose. But wouldn't that be a little unfair? It's not like I ever wanted Angelique's patronage. I never sought it out. Whatever fond feelings Angelique might have had for me looked to be a thing of the past, however. I cannot believe that you would treat me like this. You're so cruel, Aster, and callous too. I'm going to look like a hag at my mammoth's ball now, and I doubt you even care. You have never cared. You have always been a dismissive of me and my problems. I am a lady, yet you look down on me. Well, I spare you the effort of having to deal with me further. I no longer have any business with you. Not when you have made it so readily apparent where I stand. I will not debase myself by the clamoring for attention any further. Why I ever cared was a mystery. Really, when you are so very beneath me. Yeah, Angelique, you started this! You are dead to me! Good day to you. No, bad day to you. I wish you the very worst day imaginable. I hope you step on one of my stupid bike horns. I hope you step on one of your stupid bike horn horns and explodes right in your smug, stupid face. What? Bike horns don't... Angelique turns her nose up in the air and stalks off, the hem of her dress trailing against the floor. Oh my god! Her fingers seize the handle of the door and she slams it shut in her wake. She slams it with quite some strength, actually. So much so, the jars on my shelves jump. I've always known that Angelique has a bad temper, but I've never been unfortunate enough to witness it for myself. I should count myself lucky, I guess. That hurling at me is all she did. At least I didn't get cursed for my insolence, like Blaze did. Not that she could, as far as I know. Angelique would be able to curse her way out of a paper bag. She doesn't have so much as a single magical bone in her body. As far as I know. What? Okay, sorry, I got confused. Oh my god. Okay. She doesn't have to be. Yeah, I just said that. That's reassuring, if nothing else. But I do feel drained at an encounter, and despondent alongside it. Being scolded by Angelique is a new experience, and it wasn't very enjoyable. The average Latina woman? What does that even mean? I would have felt bad regardless, even if she hadn't shouted at me, but now I feel even worse. This day has been awful. I can't wait for it to end. Aw, that's so sad. Poor thing. I spent a few more hours perusing my tomes until the sun sets. And it's nighttime. When darkness envelops my humble home, I rise from my chair, stretching, and change into my nightwear, after ensuring that Blaze is not in the immediate vicinity. Then, feeling almost boneless, I slump down at my desk anew, and rest my chin against the cradle of my arms. What a day, I murmur aloud, to Mud in particular, as I often do when I'm on my own. But I'm not alone. Not tonight. Meow? Blaze, who situated himself by my side, purrs, then nuzzles his head against my ankle. It's a small, tokenistic sort of a gesture, but I think he means to reassure me. It's appreciated, but jeez. Dealing with Angelique always exhausts me, but she was even more exhausted than usual today. I know I should have disappointed her, not when she's a paying client, but it's too late for regrets now. I doubt she'll be employing me again in the future. That's one bridge well and truly burnt. I wish I could say good riddance and mean it, but the sad truth is that I don't have all that many customers. Alienating them is an awful business move. I should have finished Angelique's potion on time, but I let myself get distracted. My priorities have become incredibly jumbled as of late. Do I just not have any sense of self-preservation? I really must have been a fool. Meow. I know. Today sucked. You don't have to tell me that. Meow? I know I could have handled that better. I'm well aware of it. Just stop nagging me, okay? Meow. Is it gonna turn into a guy? I don't know. I slump forwards against my desk and lie there for a while, thinking while accomplishing very little. My thoughts feel slow and sluggish, and I'm exhausted. My eyelids begin to flicker shut, and then Piaster. Oh no. Blaze turned into a human. I start, alarmed, then swivel about in my chair to make Blaze mismatch eyes. More time must have elapsed than I'd realized while I was lost in thought, because the candles in my bedroom had burned down, and Blaze has once again assumed his human form. Have I been turning over the day's events for that Ow! Oh my god, he's back. It's no wonder I feel so tired. Tch. I scowl, then say in a sulky sort of way that makes even me wince. You really need to stop doing that. Doing what? Talking to me without any warning? I get used to you being a cat, and then you go and take me by surprise. It's bad for my heart. I see. Did it startle you, Aster? Well, what do you think? I thought you were supposed to be a thief. Aren't you meant to be good at sneaking up on people? I thought so, but remember, I did get caught. Touché. If you were better at being a thief, we wouldn't be in this mess, I suppose. So, I raised an eyebrow. What do you want? It's not that I want anything. Not really. I'm just worried about you, that's all. Why? Shouldn't it be the reverse? You're the one who's cursed, not me. If anybody deserves to be pitied, it's you. Now, being a cat is really rotten, but I think you might be stressing out about this just as much as I am. I'm worried that you're pushing yourself too hard. Hum. I harump, then pause. Did I just sound eerily like Angelique? I really have been spending too much time with her lately. And why should you care about that, huh? It's not like we know one another. Besides, shouldn't you be glad I'm putting this much effort into sorting all this out? You don't want to be stuck as a cat for the rest of your days, do you? Well, no, but then there shouldn't be any buts. How can you be so carefree about this? I don't understand. If I were in your shoes, I'd be terrified. I am a bit anxious, yeah. A bit? I snort. I don't think you understand just how precarious this situation is. But I don't like seeing you push yourself so hard either. I know you're doing this for my sake, and I appreciate it. But like you said yourself, we don't know one another all that well. You're not under any obligation to go to such lengths for me. I don't really get it. You don't need to get it. There's nothing to get. I just so happen to be a workaholic, that's all. You are? I nod. I like messing around with potions, I always have. Most of my clients like Angelique want me to work on tedious elixirs, the type that makes your skin softer or your eyes brighter, but I'm not interested in that kind of thing. It's what pays the bills. But that isn't why I decided to become a wizard. It's like I like a challenge. The tougher the better. It gives me something to think about. I might look frustrated, because I am, but I've been enjoying the opportunity to work my brain. It's a nice feeling, working on a complicated potion like this, to a practical end. It'd be nice if the deadline wasn't so tight, but beggars can't be choosers. I've been looking for a large project for a while, and now I finally found it. I can't hate you for that, even if you had disrupted my life. A disruption every once in a while isn't such a bad thing though. It stops life getting stale. Hello there, Kaito-san. Kaito-san! Welcome in our stream, welcome. How are you doing so far? Honestly, for a while, I was getting pretty bored. Oh, really? Softly, Blaze smiles. I didn't realize you were enjoying this, Esther. You look so put upon. I was worried you were internally exploding or something. If I look put upon, it's because I am. Oh, hello there, Kai. How are you doing, Kai? I might be enjoying this to a degree, but that doesn't make any less stressful. So, you like being stressed out, do you? It makes a pleasant change from the theme of my otherwise unremarkable life, yes. Ha! And here I was, silly me, worrying I was being a pain. It started to sound like me falling down your chimney was the best thing that's ever happened to you. I got good news and bad news. You're new here. Okay, what's your good news and bad news? Okay, you got a GF. That's good news for Valentine's Day. Bad news is that what? You're gay? But you're not a nation. Oh, that's not really bad news. That's not bad news. My imagination. Ah, okay, that's funny. Okay. Oh, Jellyfin's can't even say something. It's like, oh. Alright. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. You aren't that special. I'm more interested in your curse than I am in you. Right, I'll keep that in mind. Blaze laughs again, then ruffles the top of my head. It's an uncomfortably, overly familiar gesture which makes me scowl. Knock that off. I don't wanna, you're nice. Your hair is nice and soft, and I think you deserve a bit of encouragement. This is encouraging me to do anything, though. What do you mean? I'm not... Okay, what are you gonna say next, Kai? What, I look like a femboy? I look gay? I look like a twink? I'm not gay. I'm not a twink. I'm not a femboy. Beyond spitting at you, I mean. Haha. You don't have much in the way of manners, do you? Neither do you, invading my personal space like that. You never even asked me if it was alright. Alright, I'll apologize, Your Majesty. Blaze draws his hand away from my head, then drops me an exaggerated bow, one which makes me roll my eyes. What? Please. Really though. Blaze peers at me, then says, You look really tired. I don't think you've been sleeping enough. The bags under your eyes are intense. I always look tired. This is nothing new. Maybe I ought to get more sleep then. Maybe I would, if a certain somebody didn't insist on licking me early in the morning. My bad. Sorry about that, Aster. Don't apologize if you don't mean it. I know you're really not sorry. Ha! You know me too well. There isn't much to know. You're very simple. Charmaine might have turned you into a cat, but I think you're more like a dog. You mean I'm loyal and obedient? And loud and obnoxious and far too quick to trust. But don't deny I have a few positives. Everybody does. I doubt even that deranged countess from Bog's guess, who was caught baiting the blood of virgins, was what? Oh, you. Please spouts, though not. I think in genuine annoyance, and not just me in the side. You're so prickly. Naturally. One of my parents was a cactus after all. What? Seriously? No, not seriously. I was just joking, you numbskull. Yeah, I figured. I can't say I want to get up all close and personal with a cactus, but I didn't know you could tell jokes. I don't usually. I don't have the patience for them. I must be tired. I said you were. You should lie down. That fancy lady who stopped by seems to have exhausted you. Was she a regular client? Yeah, that's right. She used to come to me on a regular basis, asking all sorts of potions, mostly ones related to her looks. And what did she want from me today, then? Swearing is allowed, there's nothing wrong with that. She was after a potion to smooth out some of her wrinkles, if you can believe that. What? I'll admit, I didn't get a good look at her since I was still a cat, but she didn't seem very old to me. I don't think she even had any wrinkles. She doesn't. She's a perfectly attractive young woman. Then why do you want a potion to smooth out those non-existent wrinkles of all things? Who knows? It's not my job to speculate. I imagine young ladies have a lot of pressure on them to look a certain way, but Angelique really does take it too far. I don't understand her at all. I wonder. Place ponders, one hand beneath his chin, before he says, Hey Aster, don't you think that the potion was a ruse, do you? A ruse for what? For spending time with you, of course. Commissioning potions from me would certainly ensure my attention, yes, but why would she do that? I can't see any particular reason why Angelique Lumiere might desire my company. You can't? With all your imagination? It's obvious. She's making it all up to spend time with you because she likes you. I beg your pardon? You didn't hear me? Then let me spell it out. Miss Angelique Lumiere has a thing for you. She's obsessed. That's why she keeps commissioning potions from you that she doesn't really need. It's all just a ruse to spend more time with you. She's head over heels for you. My face heats up at this, and abashed, I look down at my knees. It is an interesting theory, I suppose, but it feels right akin to a fairy tale. I fail to see why Angelique would like me, of all people. There is a person still to recommend me. I'm withdrawn, aloof, and I have heard it said that I have an awful personality. Why would any woman fawn over me? Oh, Aster, you don't understand romance, do you? No, I do not. And I have no desire to start. I have more fun than enough to keep me occupied. Thank you very much. Well, yeah, I get that you wouldn't be interested, but I think that makes you even more appealing. It does? I'm sure of it. I mean, you yourself said you like fiddling around with complicated potions, right? That is true, but I fail to see how that isn't relevant to the topic at hand. It's incredibly relevant. You're like a challenge when it comes to all your hocus pocus nonsense. I wish you wouldn't refer to my life's work as hocus pocus nonsense. That's quite insulting. Even more so than the notion that Angelique might be nursing fond feelings for me. And some people like a challenge when it comes to securing a future partner. You might think it's a negative that you're aloof and you're kinda rude, but others are going to see that as a plus. What? If I would want someone, I don't want anyone that's rude. Right? Would you guys want that? Would you guys want to date a bad boy? A bad girl? No. A good boy and a good girl should be... I don't know. It makes you look more mysterious. I'm not mysterious though. I'm incredibly upfront about how I feel, often to my own detriment. I'm just a grouch. Okay, good night, Jellyfins. I'm so sorry, but I think we will complete this though. Who is Jason Dean? I know that, sure, but others don't. I bet Angelique's been thinking that cool I6 series of yours hides a sweet, sensitive center. That's what she's fallen for. I think it's awfully presumptuous of you to make such a claim when you have only known me for 3 days and Angelique for about 3 minutes. But even if that's the case, I doubt Angelique cares for me very much now. You saw how she flaunts off. Oh, okay. Okay, thank you, Jellyfins. If she did like me, which I doubt, all her goodwill should have long since evaporated. Yeah, that is true. You really scuppered that one up. She looks pissed. Blaze frowns, then says, You said Angelique is a member of the Lumiere family? Indeed she is. Phew, even I've heard of Lumieres. They're incredibly wealthy, aren't they? They're sickeningly wealthy. Sickeningly wealthy. From what I've heard, Angelique eats her meals with solid gold cutlery. If that doesn't say well off, I don't know what does. Jeez, losing a customer like that must be quite a blow. I cannot say that it will have a positive impact on my future finances, no. Yeah, I bet. I can't say I get it. Get what? I look at Blaze sharply, one hand resting on my hip. What are you babbling about now? Oh, I was just thinking aloud, I guess, but it is kind of weird. I know you don't get along with Angelique, but I don't see why you'd help me over her. When, she's actually paying you for the privilege. It seems a bit self-defeating. It is a lot of self-defeating, but it is, as I said earlier. Oh, I don't know that. I'm so sorry, Angelica Duck. Enjoy the challenge? That's right. I would rather work on a potion to aid you than I would a pointless potion to cure Angelique of imagined defects she does not truly possess. It sounds more interesting and much more useful. So you're prepared to alienate your old paying clients for my sake? Oh no, what's happening? Blaze smiles at me truthfully, then after giving my head another ruffle, says, That really is sweet of you, Aster. I'm afraid you're reading it into it too much. And watch your hands. I shrug, Blaze off. My hair might be messy, but doesn't mean I like having it mussed up. Then say, This isn't about you. It isn't? No. I weighed my options up and decided that helping you would provide me with more fulfillment than working on Angelique's commission would. That is all. So you're saying your motives are purely selfish? Indeed they are. I'm glad you catch on so quickly. Heh. Well, I'm not as stupid as you might look. Though, I don't think you're quite as heartless as you like to make out either. Take whatever you like. You'd only be deluding yourself about me though. Maybe so, but no matter what your motives are, you have done an awful lot to help me. I'm appreciative of it, really. If you were that appreciative, then stop badgering me. I've had a busy day and my head is starting to hurt. I'm... getting tired. I don't know, it might be, yeah. I'm a genius wizard and all, but even geniuses need some shut-eye. I don't want you to turn into a zombie. Blaze grins, flashing a mouthful of surprisingly white teeth, then says, Do you want me to carry you to bed? What? What do you want me to carry you to bed? What? Why do you think I want to do that? Well, why not? You spent most of the day carrying me around, so I figured I might as well extend the offer to you. It's all in the sake of fairness, and I'm sure I'd be strong enough. Blaze flexes his muscles. No, I don't want to look at your muscles. Please, don't flex them. They're quite impressive, really. Why would you say that? You're skinny as anything. I bet you wouldn't weigh much more than a couple bags of flour. Shall we give it a go? I have to admit, the thought of being scooped up in Blaze's arms is kind of tempting. What? But no, I'm not going to let myself ponder that. I think Blaze has only 3 days left since that witch setting is only 4. Yeah, okay. We're getting close, everyone. We're getting close. We're getting close, okay? All I can say is that this game usually... The game said that it might take 3 to 4 hours long. And we are 4 hours and 40 minutes in. Okay, I'm not going to let myself ponder that. I am not going to go there. Thank you kindly for the offer, but it's unnecessary. I put myself to bed for years on my own without your help. I'm perfectly capable of doing it myself. I never suggested you weren't. I'm just trying to be helpful. Yes, well, it's not helpful. I'm just fine on my own. I might be short, but I am a grown man. Oh. I rotate to my bed without Blaze's help. That will show him, then curl up beneath my covers. Blaze, meanwhile, settles down on the spare mattress on the floor. I hear the sheets shifting, then hear him calling to me. His voice light and lilting. Sweet dreams, Aster. Whatever. I roll my eyes. I might not be able to see Blaze's face, but I know that he's smiling. I can hear it in his voice. He seems to smile when he's with me a lot. Largely, I've come to suspect, at my expense. I think he likes flustering me. He's so obnoxious. I have no idea why I'm going out of my way to help him as I am. Especially not to the extent of alienating Angelique. She was one of my consistent customers. I'm a little worried that might come back to bite me in the behind. But I'm less worried about Angelique's displeasure than I am on my own ridiculous feelings. Nobody else has drawn such extreme reactions from me. Nobody other than Blaze. Oh my god, okay, why do you keep thinking about the kissing thing? Why? You just kiss already, just confess already. Oh my god. Aster. I can't pretend to understand it, but I think it must have something to do with our kiss. Since then, I've been able to think about little else. My thoughts are all scrambled, as are my feelings, and they remain scrambled when my eyelids fall shut. My breathing evens out, several uncomfortable awkward minutes spent tossing and turning, and at long last, I fall asleep. Yippee. That was it! That was chapter 2! Oh, what? That was just chapter 2? Yay! Chapter 3. This is actually the last one. This is the last chapter of this game. Okay, we're close. We're super close, everyone. My cute cat. Okay. Let's see. The next morning. Okay. Meow! Alright, I get it. I pulled out of my slumber by a familiar meow, coupled with a familiar dampness on my cheek. I know who the culprit behind that dampness is, and the meowing long before my eyelids flutter open. Blaze is perched on the bed beside me, peering at me with his large eyes. His expression is a winsome one. As winsome as a cat can manage, at least, and when our eyes meet, he mews again. Hypnos, you're leaving me too? Good night, or goodbye. Have a good eep. Yeah? Blaze gives me another lick, despite my earlier warnings, and I sigh. I already told you, I get it, stop nagging me. I push Blaze away, grousing under my breath all the while. I'm in a pretty foul mood this morning, which isn't anything new. I'm always in a foul mood when I wake up. I'm not a morning person. No, not by any stretch of the imagination. How I was able to haul my sorry behind out of bed every morning to attend my 8 o'clock classes at Olander Academy is a mystery to me. What am I, Nagato? What? Why would you just say that randomly? I was relieved, after graduating, that I'd no longer be beholden to anybody's schedule, which was true enough until Blaze came to my life. He might be a cat, in this form at least, but it feels like I'm marching to the beat of his drum. It's quite infuriating, actually. But I can understand his urgency. There's no time to waste. If I want to help Blaze, which I do, if only because helping him will get him out of my hair, then I need to press on. I antagonized Angelique over this. I can't afford to let all that fuzz be for nothing. Alright. I sit upright, then slap both of my cheeks with my palms in an attempt to invigorate myself. It doesn't really work. Mostly it just stings, but an attempt was made. Let's get some breakfast. Then we can figure out our next plan of attack. It's much too soon to give up now. I have no idea how will I able to break the curse. Charmaine plays on plays, but I refuse to give up. No matter what happens, I want to do my best. Okay, here we go. Hey Blaze, I had an idea yesterday. While I was reading up through those books at the library. If you'd like to hear it, of course. Meow. Blaze was in the middle of chowing down on his breakfast, but he pauses when I pose this question to him. He looks up to me, his tail twitching, all expectant-like, so much so, I can't help but smile. Blaze might I know me in his human form, but it's easier to deal with when he's a cat. Maybe because it's because he can only reply with meow, meow, and meow. He causes me far fewer headaches like this, minus that one time when he fell down the flume chimney, and the other time when he got ensnared by a mandragora, and that time only yesterday when... Alright, he's still a pain when he's a cat, but he's less of a pain. I feel kind of woozy. I don't think I got much sleep last night, but I don't have much of an appetite either. At the present, I'd far rather take the lesser of two evils. Yeah, I thought you might be interested. I have a few leads when it comes to making potions that ought to reserve Charmaine's curse. I don't know if any of these leads will amount to anything, but I figured I might as well pursue them. I stocked on ingredients yesterday, so I got a bunch of rare stuff to hand for these experiments. But the potion I have in mind will call for some mustard seed and yarrow roots. I think they should be able to find both of this in the forest if you want to come with. It might take a while to find everything though. Will that be alright? Okay. How enthusiastic. I like that. Are you up for it then, my charming assistant? Blaze meows again, his tail twitching, and nuzzles his head against my shin. It's a pretty affectionate gesture, one which makes me smile. If Blaze was in his human form, I'd balk at his being so very touchy-feely, but, well, he's not a human right now, but a cat, which makes this all a lot less awkward. He's so amenable as a cat. In fact, I think it'll be a bit of a shame turning him back into human 24/7, but I guess that's the price I'll have to pay for helping him. I'm not going to call it quits now. Giving up simply isn't in my dictionary. Largely because it's a phrase which is comprised of two words. Alright, it sounds like you're ready to go. I don't know if I made quite as much energy as you clearly do, but I don't have a tail I can twitch, for one. But I'll give it my all. Looking for ingredients can be a pretty lonely occupation, but having you around should make it that much more enjoyable. Let's both do our best. Yay! Let's both do our best, everyone. Okay, let's see. I'm kneeling at the base of a tall, sturdy oak on the hunt for ingredients. A basket dangles in the crook of my arm, inside which is stuffed several different varieties of mushroom, some brightly colored flowers, and a few different sorts of grass. Okay, bye-bye, intruder duck. I found quite a lot of ingredients already, including the mustard seed, but the yarrow roots of my potion requires to remain maddeningly elusive. I knew this would be tricky before I set off, so I had already prepared myself to spend several hours in the forest for the sake of my pursuit. My foreknowledge doesn't make this less any aggravating though. I've been out in the woods for half an hour already. An hour, not half an hour. And the heat is beginning to make me feel weary. It's a warm day. Warmer than it has been in a while, and though the verdant leaves overhead are going a ways to blot out the sunshine, they're not wholly successful. The leaves shift in a breeze, and when they do, a few shafts of golden sunlight spill onto the nape of my neck. It's so unpleasantly warm, I'm starting to get sweaty. Maybe I should have bothered wearing my cape. At this point, it just feels like dead weight. Ah, I sigh, my eyes downcast as I continue my hunt. I'm scrabbling about in the dirt like a demented rabbit, as though this might further my cause. Of course, it doesn't. I can't find those blasted yarrow roots anywhere. There's probably to be such a production. I'm really fond of the natural world. I wouldn't live smack dab in the middle of it otherwise, but I find it easier to appreciate the trees and the flowers when I'm inside, sipping a cup of tea with a good book in my lap. The natural world is far less appealing when I have to get this intimately acquainted with it. Who likes getting their fingernails dirty? Maybe I'm being a bit precious, though Blaze sure looks like he's having fun. He's been darting about ever since we set off, chasing after birds and rubbing his cheek against the rough bark of the trees that we passed by. I can't say I see the appeal, but I guess I don't need to. I'm not a cat, though Blaze isn't either, I suppose. He's certainly getting into his role. I can't help but wonder whether Blaze isn't acting more and more like a cat with every passing day. Is Charmaine's enchantment starting to take an even greater effect on him? She did say if we couldn't break the spell within a week, he'd be stuck as a cat forever. Blaze is acting quite carefree about the whole thing, but it's worrying me. It was because of this worry that I wound up making an enemy out of Angelique. I want to help Blaze, but how can I if I can't find all the sudden ingredients? Now, where are you hiding? Come here, I'm not asking for much here. Can't you give a guy a break? I'm doing this for selfless reasons. For once, I'm not even going to make any money when I find you. You're trying to help a friend. I continue my search, scattering clouds of soil as I do so. I'm so enraptured in my attempts to find this yellow root. Yarrow root, yeah. I don't hear the undergrowth rustling, not until it's too late. I do, however, hear a startled meow, issuing forth a few paces away. Oh no, is it another one of those things? That's not good. What was that? I turn, my eyes wide, and then... I gasp. Blaze isn't in trouble, but I sure am. You're in trouble? A mandragoria is towering in front of me. Oh no! You're gonna be like... Yeah, you're gonna be... tied up. That's not good. Its vines twitching like something obscene. The petals of its flowery head undulating in the breeze. Most mandragora tend to look rather similar, but they're all plant monsters, after all. But there's something funny about this one. The vines which protrude from its left-hand side look badly signed? For a few moments, I wonder whether this might not be the same mandragora which attacked Blaze. I come back, maybe to finish the job. But I don't have much time to turn this thought over. The giant monster descends upon me, its vines unfurling. Oh my god, that was scary. And then it grabs me. Oh no. Oh no, he's tangled up. No, this is not good. Poor Aster. Oh my god. The mandragora pulls me into the air with such ease. I might as well be a stuffed animal. I know I'm on the short side as far as young men go, but geez, this isn't doing a lot for my self-esteem. I can feel its vines winding about me, squeezing me. It's pretty intimate as far as embraces go, but I can't stop singing. It's intimate. You're about to die. Oh my god. No. I'd rather be in Blaze's arms. What are you trying to say? And not that I particularly want that to happen either. I simply mean if I have to choose between this horrible leafy monster and Blaze, I'd go with him. It doesn't mean I like Blaze or anything. But I don't suppose that's relevant right now. Why am I getting distracted during an important time like this? I need to focus. I wince as the vines, which secure me, begin to squeeze. It feels like this monster is trying to choke me. Does it mean to put me out of my misery? I guess I'll be awfully kind of it, if so, but I don't want to shuffle off this mortal coil just yet. I still need to have Blaze, damn it! How could I lose against a Mandragora of all things? Then I've been smart enough to plan. I never thought they were, at least, but... did I underestimate these monsters? That wouldn't be too unusual for me, I guess. I have a tendency to downplay other people's abilities. I was much the same about Charmaine. I thought her curse would be a fairly trivial thing to break, but it caused me quite a lot of trouble. This whole week has been bloody troubling, come to think of it. If Blaze had never fallen down my chimney, I never would have tried to save him. And I never would have headed off into the forest for ingredients. Then none of this would be happening. I'd be back in the safety of my ramshackle home, working on my self-indulgent potions, quite content. I don't want to get caught up in situations like this. But it's too late to worry about such things now. My regrets won't change the reality of my situation. Not that I regret taking Blaze in. None of this is his fault. Can you save yourself now? I should have been more careful, that's all. The Mandragora continues to squeeze me over and over. I'm all bound up like a newly slaughtered rabbit. But, unlike a slaughtered rabbit, I'm fully aware of what's happening to me. I'm not sure if that's a good thing, though. I need to try and distract this monster somehow, but... I don't know how. I don't know what to do. I continue to hang there, being squeezed to within an inch of my life, all the while trying, and failing, to get free when... Oh my god, what are you doing? I hear an angry hissing noise several meters beneath me. What was that? I glanced down the forest floor, alarmed, and... It's Blaze? It looks like Blaze is trying to launch an offense against this monster. His eyes are narrowed and his teeth are bared, a little like a guard dog's. He darts forwards, but I know what's going to happen long before he reaches the Mandragora. Blaze would be smaller than this Mandragora even if he's in his human form. But it's just a cat right now. He's a small, delicate creature, defenseless almost. He's no match for Mandragora. His claws and teeth won't be able to make so much as a dent in his hide, but he still tries. He hisses and he spits, he yowls and he bites, and then... the Mandragora strikes him. Oh my god. A vine relinquishes its grip on me, then snakes down to strike Blaze in the stomach. Blaze, no! Blaze's small body gets blown away, but at ease I might cast a pebble into the ocean. He sails through the air, his ears pressed back against his skull. Then there's a sick crunch. His body hits the gnarled trunk of a nearby tree and, like a discarded glove puppet, hits the ground. Oh no! Blaze, no! I scream Blaze's name as loudly as I can, but I don't have much energy. But it doesn't stir. The monster had incapacitated him. Oh my god! Crap. It was my own stupid fault that this Mandragora captured me. Blaze didn't need to jump into the fray and make himself a victim. He would have been better served if he'd run away, but of course Blaze didn't do that. I should have known that he wouldn't. He did his best to help me, and look where it's gotten him. He's lying beneath a tree, his body all bent and broken, and damn, why did he have to be so stupid? He hasn't broken any bones, has he? That Mandragora gave him a thorough beating. That sound Blaze made when he hit the ground was sickening. He put himself in harm's way all of my former stupid mistake. And so needlessly too. It's because of me that Blaze got hurt. But I can still set this right. I'm going to teach this wild monster a lesson if it's the last thing I do. You awful creature. How dare you pick on a creature that's so much smaller than you? Going after me is one thing, but going after Blaze? I can't forgive you for that. What's it gonna do? Oh no. I shift about in the Mandragora's viney grasp. It's a bit hard to move around, but I have just enough leeway to move my right arm. I just need a couple more centimeters and then... what? I shout! Burn! Flames burn from my palm the moment I recite my spell. These flames are more powerful than the ones I last used to send this Mandragora packing. It might have survived my last attack, but I won't let it survive this. My magic's already plenty potent, but it's stronger than usual thanks to my overwhelming emotions. Oh my god, it exploded. The vines holding me fast burn away to nothing, and with no means of supporting myself, I fall. My body plummets to the ground, my mantle whipping about around me, but I'm still able to fly it with another well-timed spell. Wind! I cast a pocket of air on the ground beneath me before I can hit the dirt. Supported by this air, I swirl about and point my palm in the Mandragore's direction. The Mandragore is flailing, half of its body on fire, but I'm not done with it yet. Burn! 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 Oh my god! I shoot volley after volley of powerful fire magic on the Mandragora. Soon, the whole monster is ablaze. Black, acrid smoke emanating from its singed vines. I doubt I'll be able to walk this attack off, but I fire another spell at it just to be doubly certain. Cleave! The Mandragore's whole body stiffens. It twitches. Then, an invisible beam of energy bisects its charred, burnt body in two. The Mandragore howls, perhaps in pain, before it collapses. The cursed fire which consumes its body burns itself out. The Mandragore's corpse stills, oozing a noxious, sticky sap all over the forest floor. I approach the Mandragore cautiously and nudge it with the tip of my boot. It doesn't stare. It really is dead. I might have gone a little bit too far, but I think I deserve it. Well, I did warn you. That's just what you get for earthing Blaze. Speaking of which, Blaze? I turn my attention towards my fallen companion. Blaze is lying in the tall grass beneath the base of an oak tree. His legs are sticking out at awkward angles and his body is boringly still. Crap. Oh no. What happened? What happened to Blaze? I scramble forwards and kneel down, scooping Blaze into my arms. Blaze? Hey, Blaze, are you alright? Blaze's ears are folded back and his small, fluffy body is trembling. I'm a lot, worried about him. But a cursory glance reveals that he doesn't seem to be too badly damaged. I can't say any serious cuts, at least, but his fur does go a ways to obscuring this. My fingers, however, are starting to get unsettlingly sticky. He isn't bleeding, is he? Damn it, that's all I need. Are you alright, Blaze? Meow at me if you are. Don't go dying on me, you stupid cat. Meow. Blaze purrs in a muted sort of way, looking at me through half-lidded eyes. His expression is pain, but it seems to be hanging in there, for the present at least. This is a relief, if nothing else. Good. I'm glad to hear it. Just hang in there, alright? I'll take you back to mine. I can wash you then, and budge you up if you need it. How does that sound? I don't like... it doesn't like taking a bath, though. I'll be fine. Don't worry about getting the rest of the ingredients. We can do it tomorrow. Your safety is much more important. I know. Maybe I am a softie, but what do you expect? Jumping to my defense like that? You worried me so much, you stupid thing. I sigh, then seeing Blaze's nose twitch, force a smile. Everything's going to be okay. I'll take good care of you. I promise. Half an hour later... Phew, it doesn't look like things were as bad as I feared, but really, what in the world were you doing? You should have been more careful. Now, don't give me that. I was worried about you, you know? Huh? Yes, I was. Do you really need to ask? I thought that should have been obvious, based on how quickly I heard back home with you, you big dummy. I prod the tip of Blaze's nose, which makes him meow again. That's right. Say you're sorry. I think I deserve at least that much. Good grief. I click my tongue, then bend down to give Blaze another examination. I finish checking his wounds, and fortunately, they don't look to be all that serious. He was bleeding a little bit, but the wound was shallow, and it wasn't, thank goodness, inflicted on a particularly delicate spot. His right leg sustained a couple of cuts, as did for the base of his tail, but these weren't too tough to treat. I bathed Blaze's cuts, then cast some simple healing spells on his leg and his tail to stop the bleeding. I think Blaze got off pretty lucky, given how huge and hulking that Mandragora was. He could have really easily been knocked unconscious or worse. The mere thought is disturbing, but there's no point dwelling on what could have happened. He doesn't look like he's in much pain, which is a relief, though he did hiss a bit as I bathed his cuts. I think that might be par for the curse with cats, but however, they aren't known for their affinity with water. I wonder whether Blaze's likes and dislikes become more cat-like while his being forced to assume the form of feline. That might be part of Charmaine's curse. I'm still not sure how Charmaine's curse functions. I was hoping to whip up some practice potions to feed him, but that would probably be a bad idea. I wasn't able to get the ingredients I wanted from the forest, which rendered my trip outdoors moot. But even if I had, I don't think Blaze is in any fit state to be used as a test subject. I know from past experiences that some of my work-in-progress concoctions can be a little too potent. I've made myself sick several times in the past, trying experimental potions which weren't fit for human consumption. I don't want to make Blaze sick on top of the injuries he's sustained. Angelique might have accused me of being cold. Maybe I am, but I'm not cruel alongside it. Or at least, I try not to be. I guess today will have to be a rest day. I don't want you to exerting yourself. It's rest day. I mean, it's ads. It's ads. Oh, there's an ads in Twitch. I wonder what's gonna happen next, guys. I mean, okay, I really thought Blaze was gonna die because remember one of our viewers said about like necromancy or something like that. I was like, no, there's no way he just got that. But no, thank goodness, right? We're getting close there. I think there's only 2 days left after this, and we are getting close on the chapter on this game, and it's gonna be a bit sad. I don't know, or maybe happy, obviously. But what's gonna happen? We'll know the more we continue this game. Okay. Meow? No, I'm not going to go ahead with experiments. I don't care if you think you can take it. I've decided you can't. And as the one in charge, what I say goes. Meow. Oh? Do you think I'm being too careful? Meow. You don't mind trying all sorts of weird and wonderful potions? You say that now, but I'm sure I'll be singing a different tune once I start pouring potentially noxious fluids down her gullet. He looks so evil in this thing. Look at him. You don't have a death wish, do you? Meow. Ha. That was a stupid question. You're right. If you were any smarter, you wouldn't jumped out of that mandragora like that. I should have known you'd say that. Meow. So, we still want to go ahead with our plan? Blaze nods. He looks really enthused about this, despite the injuries he sustained, but this isn't enough to move me. Instead, I make to shut him down. Sure, I can start experimenting on you, but we'll have to delay it until tomorrow. You need the time to rest. Meow? Sorry, but no can do. These are my conditions, and you just have to accept them. You might think you're invincible, but today's events tell me otherwise. You need to take better care of yourself. Otherwise, you'll just make yourself feel even worse. And I didn't take you in, to make you suffer. I just want what's best for you. Meow. Now, I sound like a nagging parent? Well, good. Somebody needs to look out for you because you obviously can't do it yourself. I swear. I sigh, then give the tip of Blaze's pink twitching nose under another prod. You really are a handful. It's nighttime now. Later that night, something gay happened, probably. Hey, Esther. I glanced at Blaze, who's ashamed his human form once more. I was in the middle of reading through some of my old books, but Blaze's voices rather distracted me from my noble pursuits. I had no idea I've been reading through these books for as long as I had, but I guess the time must have escaped from me. It was a tendency to do that when I started focusing. What do you want? You're not going to tell me to turn in for the night, are you? Oh, no, I'd never be silly enough to do that. I get the feeling they don't like being told what to do, and even if I tried, I doubt you'd listen to me. You're so bullheaded. Well, thanks for to no one. You're in no position to talk after that stupid stunt you pulled in the forest. Why did you jump to my defense like that? It doesn't seem like the best of plans. Not when you were about this tall. I gestured my right hand. And the Mandragora was this tall. Wasn't obvious what would happen? Oh, well, it was obvious, yeah. But I wasn't thinking about that at the time. I don't think you were thinking at all. You acted incredibly rashly. You should count yourself fortunate you only sustained a few cuts and bruises. That could have been nasty. I know, but it wasn't as bad as it could have been. You did a good job patching me up. I'm very glad to hear that, but I was a bit worried myself. You were? Naturally. I might be a genius wizard, but I'm not a miracle worker. If you'd sustained wounds much deeper than the ones you did, you might have been a goner. Wow. When you put it like that, it sounds kind of serious. That's because it was serious. You could have died. I know you act first and ask questions later, but that was a rash even for you. Were you worried about me, Esther? Of course I was worried. I was very, very worried. I've not put all this effort into trying to break your stupid curse. I gestured to the old book lying on my desk. For you to go getting yourself maimed and mauled and murdered. Genius though it might be, I can't bring people back from the dead. That's an arcane art that's a little bit beyond my abilities. I get it. I'm sorry. I was so stupid, Esther. I really didn't mean to make you worried though. You did a golly good job at it. I can tell. You don't look well. I didn't think I didn't think I'd upset you that much, but like I said, I wasn't thinking. I guess I just don't know. I panicked when I saw you all caught up in all those vines. You might have been afraid for me, but I was afraid for you too, I wanted to help you. It seemed only fair, really. When you've been going out of your way to help me. I was just trying to make myself useful. It didn't really occur to me that I might not be much use at physical combat with my tiny body. I think I forgot I was a cat. You forgot? How's it even possible? I knew Blaze was scattered-brained, but this is something else. Well, yeah. I've not been a cat for all that long. Not in a grand scheme of things. Cut me some slack, Aster. I don't see why I should. When you put yourself in so much danger, which was quite unnecessary, I might add, and more than enough to take on a puny mandragora. You should have known that. I saved you from one of them already, remember? I know, but you yelled so loudly when it caught you. I was afraid you were a goner. I yelled because I was surprised. One moment, I was looking for toadstools, and the next, I was 5 meters in the air. Of course it gave me a start. I could have still used magics, though. It would have been fine. There was no need for you to get involved. Even if the mandragora was holding me so tightly, it was hard for me to lift my arms. I don't tell Blaze that, though. I don't want him to say that he told me so. You say you wanted to help me, but you just caused a bunch of problems instead. You need to learn to mind your own business. Leave everything to me. It's always you can't be trusted. Otherwise, you never would have gotten cursed in the first place. Well, I guess I can't argue with that. I did make quite a hash out of things, didn't I? I didn't know you cared so much. Really, but I'm sorry, Aster. I was out of line. I'll try to be less impulsive from now on. I hope you can forgive me for being such an idiot. Ugh. Blaze's apology is heartfelt, but it makes me wince regardless. I know I ought to be glad that he's seen the error of his ways, but I can't take much pleasure in it. His apology doesn't negate the fact that he puts his life in danger. And for my sake, no less. He did that to help me. He did it because he cared. His attempts at help were poorly conceived, but he acted with good intentions. Maybe I'm just being unfair, scolding him like a naughty child. I was worried, yes, but everything did work out alright. In the end, he only sustained a few wounds, and they were shallow ones at that. I don't think they're bleeding anymore. I should drop this. There's no need to be so angry. No, it's fine. It is? Yeah. I'm sorry to... what was that? Thank you for following us. Bendova for me, baby boy. This account was made 10 minutes ago. Who's been making these things? What do you mean Bendova? What does that mean? What? Sorry. Ow! What? Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry too. For snapping at you. I mean, you don't deserve that. Not after everything you did. What? Getting in the way, you mean? You did do that, yes. But it was quite sweet in a sense. Did you leap it to my defense so readily? If only Charmaine had turned you into a lion, rather than a cat, then you really might have been able to show that Mandragora what for. A lion, huh? Now, that would be pretty neat. I'm not sure if I'd even want to turn back into a human if that was that strong. That sounds like fun. You're so fickle. I snort, but without any genuine disdain. I can't stay mad at Blaze. No matter how trying he is. For all his faults, I don't think he's a bad person. He might have had a few bad habits, but I don't think they're inherent to him as a person. He was just dealt a rotten hand in life. I can't judge him for that. I'm glad you're not really a cat or a lion. I quite like talking to you when you're a human, which is why I was worried, I suppose. I didn't want you getting hurt. What? Really? You're such a bleeding heart. At least I didn't wind up actually bleeding, unlike you. I frowned, then looked Blaze up and down. The spells I cast seemed to be working, because his cuts have all healed up and is no longer bleeding. That's one thing to be thankful for, at least. Maybe it wouldn't be a bad idea to have a bat. It should help you relax after everything that happened, even if your wounds have already closed up. Ooh, that's not a bad idea. I've not had the bat in ages. I've been feeling a bit groggy, haha. Same here. I've not had the time. A certain somebody has been keeping me rather busy. Oh no, don't tell me they're gonna... Don't take a bat together! Also, don't take a bat while I'm also streaming. I'm sorry about that. Will you be joining me for bat then, Aster? No! You look like you're used to it too. I wouldn't be opposed to the idea. No, don't! No, Aster! No! That's gay! That's gay! That's very gay! Don't do that! Sorry if I'm changing my voice. It's just because if I scream, it would make my voice hurt more in the long term. Well, naturally, I was the one who suggested it. Alright, that's it then. It's a date. Let's get going. A date? What do you... I stammer, but I'm not afforded a chance to finish that remark. Blaze is already upon me. His fingers curl about mine, and then he hauls me up onto my feet. He shifts me so suddenly, in fact, I stumble and almost fall forwards. True Blaze steadies me in his arms where I can hit the ground. Steady on, Aster. You're looking all uneasy there. Yes, well, what do you expect? I'm very delicate. I don't react well to being hauled around by a brute like you. And I have, like you yourself said, had a busy day. I've had more than enough excitement to be getting along with. That's a good thing we're gonna have a nice relaxing bat, isn't it? Now, why don't I race you there? As if that will work. Yeah, we know what the nearest lake is. Okay. Oh yeah, I guess there is that. Honestly, I'm starting to regret my suggestion. I can't see what's so relaxing about spending time with you. That's what I say at least. But inwardly, I don't mind Blaze's company all that much. I think it's rather diverting. I hadn't realized just how humdrum my existence was until now. I thought I was fine with being alone. But spending time with Blaze is proving me wrong. Maybe that's why I was so upset when he got hurt earlier. I'm having more fun with him than I thought it was possible for me to have with another person, and I don't want to lose him. I don't even want to contemplate it. The thought is too depressing. Oh no. A little while later... Oh no, they're naked! No! No! Of course, in every visual novel, there has to be some kind of scene like this. Finally, I'm free. Blaze sighs contentedly after stripping out of his shirt. He doesn't look at all embarrassed about being naked, which I guess is understandable. Blaze's body, and I mean this in a purely objective sense, of course, isn't the sort of body that's worth getting embarrassed over. I've not seen Blaze's naked chest before, but now I have. I can see it's much more of muchness with his forearms. In it is, in a word, broad, and in two, impressively broad. His chest ripples with the same muscles that line his arms, but not to an excessive extent. He isn't large enough to be intimidating, but I can tell that he exercises a lot. That, or he has exceedingly good-looking parents. I don't think my chest would ever look like that, regardless of how much I exercised. I've always been slender and skinny ever since I was a small boy. I'm afraid it's an affliction I'll carry with me to the grave. I'm a lot paler than Blaze is too. His skin is his healthy bronze color, whereas mine is sallow, the color of spoiled milk. Blaze's skin, meanwhile, seems to be shimmer beneath the moonlight. It's pretty appealing! And again, in an objective sense, it's not like I find him appealing or anything. I just think it would be ridiculous to deny that he's handsome. It would be like flying in the face of common sense. Blaze is a damn sight more good-looking than I am, and I think he knows it. He must. Otherwise, he wouldn't look so utterly at ease while being unclothed. Well, it's alright for some, isn't it? I haroomed, one hand resting against my hip. The lake is right there, only a few footsteps away, but I don't approach it. I don't bother. The prospect of taking a dip has only lost its appeal. Blaze doesn't seem to share my concerns, however. Does he ever? Because he grins, then says, I can't wait to take a dip. It feels like it's been an age. It's gonna be a blast, but faster. Blaze glances down at my trousers, his eyes sparkling mischievously. Aren't you going to strip yourself? It's a fair question, I guess. I've not made any motion to disrobe since we arrived at the lake, but it doesn't do much to counteract my self-consciousness. I glance away shyly, my teeth worrying my lower lip. I feel like I've gone back in time to the awkward, uncomfortable days when I was still a teenage boy back at Oleander Academy. Oleander, I don't know. The bads there were so communal and I hated them. I'd always try to finagle it so I take my baths late at night when nobody else was there. So none of my classmates would comment on my appearance. I guess I'm still a little awkward about it all. 5 years worth of incessant teasing will do that to a man. I'll get a dress in a second. I was just taking in the atmosphere. The atmosphere, huh? That's right. I grit my teeth together. It's a cool night with a bit of a breeze, but I can still feel my cheeks turning pink. What a stupid excuse. So trying I could laugh at myself. And maybe I would, if I didn't feel so uneasy. Why in the world am I trembling so much? It's not like I'm being marched to the gallows. I'm just going to take a bath, and when I'm in the water, planes won't even be able to see me. It ought to be fine, but it's a nice night. I got distracted, is all, looking at the moonlight in the water. How sappy. Blaze grins, then nudges me in the ribs with his elbow. I didn't know you were into the beauties of nature and all that kind of stuff. Well, of course I'm into the beauties of nature. I live in the middle of the woods. I never would have chosen this residence if I couldn't appreciate the nicest of... I don't know. A good tree. Really now? Blaze snickers. I know you chose to live out in the middle of nowhere because you couldn't stand people. Well, that too. He knows me too well. But I find the forest preferable to Axel. Even if it's more inconvenient, it's soothing out here, I guess. Place looks about like it's lake for a while. Its water still and mirror-like beneath the star-scattered sky, then grins. Well, I grant you that. It is rather pretty out here. Even I can admit as much. But I think I'd rather get in the water, not stand about contemplating it. And you're going to come with? I will, in a second. Just give me a bit. And how much is a bit, huh? I thought you were going to come in with me. I am going to come in with you, but you'll forgive me if I don't feel compelled to strip my clothes off right this instant. We're not all A-okay with standing around half naked. Not like you. What? But Esther, I didn't know you had a problem with standing around half naked. Isn't that isn't that what you did the first night we spent together? Oh, now that was a low blow. He should count himself lucky I'm not a brute, or I would have pushed him in the lake for that. I don't push Blaze, however. I know it would be a waste of time. Instead, I scowled at him and say, "That's because I didn't know you were a person back then, you nitwit! You deceived me!" Not deliberately. Ube, is this appropriate? Yeah? What's wrong? Not deliberately, no, but I feel still cheated. Those are special circumstances. I actually think there is... let me just check. Yeah. It's a Twitch category, so don't worry, there's something wrong with it. And that was also like 3 days ago. You know that I'm a person now. There's no sex between us. They're talking about getting naked. Yeah, that's not that bad. There's nothing. No, they should have warned us at the start, which there's no warning. No. You know that I'm a person now. There's no secrets beneath us. We're both guys, and we're both the same, more or less, beneath our clothes. Yeah, right. What have you got to be so embarrassed about? It's not like I'm going to be staring at you. And I have already seen everything. I know you have. And you weren't exactly complimentary. I think they're gay. Well, if you were here, Mr. Siphon, 5 hours ago, they literally just kissed. That was like hours ago. I know you have, and you weren't exactly complimentary. You said I was scrawny. Oh, come off it. You're still not upset about that, are you? So what if I am? What you said was rude? I'm self-conscious, you know? Yeah, well, I can see that much, but I don't think you need to be, really. You don't? No, you might be littler than I am, but that's hardly a bad thing. We're all different, and I think you're pretty cute too. What? I stare at Blaze, stunned into silence. It feels like my heart has swollen up to twice its usual size. That doesn't stop it from hammering, though, so furiously that I might worry it might shatter my ribs. I blush bright crimson. It must look like my cheeks are smeared with strawberry jam. How charming. Dot. And stammering badly, say. You, 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 you really think I'm cute? Sure I do. I mean, you gotta be. That angelic woman likes you a lot, doesn't she? Slender boys must be her type. Oh, right. So that's what you meant. I pause, the blush on my face receding, and good riddance before I feel capable of speaking again. There's no guarantee that Angelique thinks I'm attractive. This is all a hypothesis on your part. It is, but I think it's fairly likely. What makes you think that, huh? Common sense, maybe? I mean, you are cute. Objectively speaking, of course. Objectively, of course. And what do you think? I think you're getting all bent out of shape about nothing. I'm not gonna judge, like I said. Now come on, Aster. Don't wanna take a dip with me? It'd be a shame not to, since we came all the way out here. Don't leave me hanging. Oh no. Please give me the side another nudge. Perhaps an effort to galvanize me. And I sigh. It's all beginning to feel like more trouble than it's worth, but... Alright. Fine, you win. I'll come in with you. Just don't comment on my parents, alright? It's not necessary. Okay, this is the scary part. Let's see. What's gonna happen? Oh, I won't. I'll be a perfect gentleman. You have my word. I'm not sure how much the word of a thief is worth. I murmured this under my breath, all the while tugging at my cape, but during this laborious process of dressing, I afford myself, unbeknownst to Blaze, a small smile. He infuriates me with with his careless attitude, but spending time with him isn't too unbearable. He isn't a gentleman, no matter what he might say, but I don't mind that. But I don't think I'd want him to be a gentleman. I like him plenty already. What did you just say? What are you trying? Okay, you are really getting gay now. You are the gay. You are the gay right now. Okay, please. I hope there's no. Don't zoom out. It's zoom in. Just continue to zoom in. There's nothing there. Okay? He caught the gay. Ah, now this is the life. Blaze sighs contentedly, submerged all the way up to his waist in cold water. He's leaning against the riverbank, his muscular forearms resting. Why are you talking? Why do you have? You could have said forearms. Why do you have to say muscular? He looks entirely in his element, which, in this case, would be water, I guess? I'm not sure how fitting that is. Blaze is pretty energetic, so I've always likened him more to fire. But whatever. He doesn't look at all perturbed about the whole being naked thing. Not like me. I can't help but feel self-conscious, especially in comparison to Blaze. It helps, I guess, now that we're both submerged by the water, so we can't see much more than my shoulders, but geez, my shoulders really are slender compared to his. He'll be bathing with his boyfriends? What are you talking about? No! I really must look scrawny. It's nothing wonders for my self-esteem, but then again, being around Blaze really does. I can't help but compare myself to him, and in all sorts of regards, I find myself coming up short, in more ways than one. Maybe that's why I'm so short with him. It doesn't help that being near him makes my heart flutter so much either. Hey, Aster! Blaze, perhaps noticing my discomfort, I don't think I'm doing a very good job at hiding it. Looks at me, then smiles. Are you alright over there? Uh, oh, um, yes, I'm fine. Are you sure? Is something up? No, not really. Other than how maddeningly attractive I find Blaze, of course. Oh my god! Just say it! You are getting gay! You're not even realizing it, that you're falling in love with Blaze now! I'm sorry if I'm a bit grumpy. I don't mean to make you feel uncomfortable. It's just, this is all very new to me, I guess. Spending time with other people, I mean. I'm not really used to it. I've been alone for a long time, so I'm not always sure how to react. Sorry, that's not food, I swear. You say that, but you don't seem to have many problems with me when I'm a cat. Well, yeah, that's because cats can't talk back. You're a lot more easier to deal with when you all say is meow. Okay, okay, Jay, calm down. Okay, calm down. There's enough naked men for you guys to look at. This is cursed, okay? I don't even like looking at this. I want to look at chicken, like fried chickens and eating. I'm leaving. Well, okay, what do you mean by naked men? Like, oh my god, I love those things. Or, that's scary, naked men. Which one is it? Or is it, I don't like them, but sure, I'll watch. Because they look cool. What is it? Haha, well, I guess it's true. But doesn't it ever get lonely? Yeah, oops. What does? Being on your own, I mean. But no company other than yourself. I think you said as much when you first took me in. Didn't you say you wanted a companion? Or I pull a face. I've been uncharacteristically open with Blaze after I rescued him from that mandragora. Largely because I still thought that he was an ordinary cat. It's scary, of course. Who insane mind would be like, naked men, I like it. Rosie would? Siphon would? Jacob Everywhere 5220 would? Except me, I would not say that. I would be on your side. I would be like, naked man, I am gonna close my eyes now. If I'd known the truth, I never would have taken him into my confidences. I wish he hadn't heard that, but wishing won't, of course, make any difference. My feelings can't alter reality, regardless of how potent they are. Ube, you're treading a fine line right now. Okay, fine. Not Mr. Siphon, but other ones. Sounds like Jay likes it. Oh, okay. I didn't say that, Jay. I just want to say that Jacob said that, okay? Jacob said in YouTube, sounds like Jay likes it. Sounds like you like it, Jay. That's what he said, not me, okay? I mean, why would he even talk about that? Why would he even say they're naked men? You could have said, like, what game you're playing? And why are they naked, you know? But no, you immediately went into it. That's what Jacob said, okay? That was not me. Okay, Ube loves it. No. I don't love it. I'm reading. I'm not even looking at them. I'm looking at the words. Okay? It's gonna be 3 a.m. soon. Let's continue. Okay? Since I have confided in Blaze already, even if it was inadvertent, I suppose I should deal with it. I don't have much else of a choice. I didn't used to be lonely. No. I always thought that being alone was what I wanted. I thought I preferred it, and for a while I did. I was happy in my cottage in the woods without anybody else to bother me. I lived several years like that, but I bite my lower lip. I guess it did become a bit gloomy after a while. My life was isolated, but I told myself that was still preferable to spending time with other people. There were fewer chances of getting hurt that way. Besides, I'm not gonna ask what you're playing because I already know what you're playing. Some cringe games. They're not cringe games, okay? They're cool games, okay? They're big boy games, okay? No, they're not. What game are you playing, Ube? It says it's just chatting on Twitch. But these two are doing way more than just chatting. Well, they're just chatting and just baiting. There you go. Being with you, however, I look at Blaze. His moonlight is shining down on the crown of his head, so his long, dark hair sims the shimmer. Okay, there is a category for this game, okay? But like, come on. There's many people also playing a game and putting their things in just chatting, okay? They are just chatting. Look at them. See? It counts. His mismatched eyes, which are half-lidden, look very striking. So much so, I find a now familiar blush beginning to surface to my cheeks all over again. If only he wasn't so handsome. Gosh, this is difficult. I prefer you as a cat. He makes you feel less mixed up when he's a cat, at least. But even as a human, I suppose you're not too bad. Your company might be kind of fun. Even in small doses, at least. Too naked chatting. Ha! Isn't that the highest praise a guy could have? But it's all not bad. I guess I'll take it. I'm not going to compliment you unequivocally, though. That will only result in you getting a swelled head. And you absolutely don't need one of those. I think you think too highly of yourself already. Really? Oh yes. I pout. You don't think about other people's feelings before you speak, or before you act. You really are brash. And impulsive, too. You ought to knock that off. Otherwise, I'll get pissed at you. Like when you did I tried to defend your honor against that awful mandragora, you mean? Yes, just like that. For all your talk of trying to protect me, I make little quotation marks with my fingers, disrupting the rippling surface of the water as I do so. I can't say you really succeeded. You just made a bunch of problems for me. As a matter of fact, I'd like it if you could be a bit more considerate. Heh. I guess that's fair criticism. I've never been very good at changing my ways, but if it's for you, I guess I can try to turn over a new page. How does that sound? It sounds pretty good, provided you can actually make good on that promise, which I doubt. You don't trust me, Aster? And about as far as I can throw you without using any magic, which, given how scrawny I am... Oh jeez, are you still stuck on that? Isn't going to be very far. You've not done much to my trust. And yet, despite that, you still like me? Well, yeah. I don't hate you at least, but don't start acting like that was a confession, because it wasn't. We all have room for improvement. So saying, I splashed some of the water into Blaine's face. Oh my god, so mean. Splashing people was pretty childish, but he brought it upon himself. That smug grin of his was starting to get on my last nerve. He needs to be knocked down a peg. That was the general thought process, at least, by my attack, but Blaze is quick to counter. Oh, you want to fight with me, do you, Aster? That's very gutsy. I know it's foolish too, but there's no way I'm gonna let you best me. Take this. Yeah. I cry in alarm and shift back, but I'm too late. A cascade of cold water catches me in the side of my face, so I sputter. Oh yeah, this is the olden times. They don't have soap. So they all stink. I don't know. How do they not stink in the olden days? You know, the days of potions and I don't know, witchcraft, wizardcraft. Do they have soap? They have soap. Why the one with black hair has like widespread legs? He's not even trying to hide his sword. I didn't... Okay, I can't. See, I can't. I don't know how to look at under there. Okay, it's Jay. But I don't look at that. How did you even notice that? I haven't noticed that. See, you're the one who's enjoying this, Jay. They have soap, it's easy to make. But why this they don't have soap? Maybe because they're gay. Or maybe they stink. They like stink. I don't know. Maybe soap doesn't exist there. An unpleasant, brackish taste fills my mouth, and I choke. um, I think I must have swallowed some of that. I was definitely looking for it. Jay, why are you looking for it? For his sword? You know that they don't have swords because, you know, I mean, he's not a general. He's not really an official in the castle. And also, he's naked. Where would his sword be, huh? Doesn't have a belt. Blaze. But Blaze! I run on Blaze, my eyes narrowed. I'm pretty peeved at the surprise attack of his. And not, I guess, that I have much room to complain. I'm the one who instigated. I am not enjoying this. I just noticed it because it's visible. You can literally see it. His what? No, no. A regular person or an angel like me and Siphon and Jacob would not notice that, right, Siphon? Did you notice that it was also like doing a spread legs? No. I am the one who instigated. It's childish of me to get so uppity, but my hair's all wet now. What a jerk. Yes, Aster, what is it? You know what it is? You're impossible. And what are you gonna do about it? This! I smash at Blaze again, in a peak of self-indignant fury, but it's too quick for me. She shifts to one side, avoiding my retaliative blow, and splashes me again. I didn't notice Lil mentioned it. See? I didn't notice it. Okay, I did notice it the first thing I see this 1 millisecond, but I've forgotten about it. I noticed Aster knees are oddly shaped. He's like doing a pose. It's in an angle. That's why it looks a bit weird. I'm caught by another cascade of cool water. If my car was damp before, it's literally soaked now. Ube definitely noticed it before Jay, but let him take the fall. No. Okay, no. No. I just said that I saw the whole picture because it was zooming out. Okay? That's all. Jay was the one who actually realized it and kept staring at it. I moved on. How dare he? Why, you... I splash Blaze again for his insolence, a gesture which he returns. The pair of us soon begin to spar, violently splashing at one another, until I start to splutter. I can't help myself. I'm acting just like a small child. I can't remember the last time I cut loose like this, but I'm rather enjoying it. I never knew that spending time with somebody else like this could be so entertaining. Ooh! Blaze grins at me, his mismatched eyes shining as he says, "Now that sounds good." What does? Your laughter. Huh? I frowned. I wonder if text bar can be hidden to see his sword. No, I'm pretty sure. Okay, here. Conflict. Wait. I'm pretty sure there's a way to hide it. But like, why? Why do you want me? Okay, I need to save just in case I might forget. No, that's not it. M N P B V.
Self-voicing enabled.
No.
I frown.
Sure.
Self-voicing disabled.
Thank you. C X Z L K J H. There, H. See? Nothing. Nothing. I'm looking very close at it right now. Nothing. Okay, J, there. You can't. Okay, here. I'll let you see it again if you want. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, there you go. What about my laughter? I've never heard you laugh before. I didn't think you were capable of it. It seemed like quite a big ass coming from you when you hardly ever smile. I pout, now feeling rather sulky. My previous goodwill evaporated. Of course Ubi was looking for it. I'm not looking for it. I'm just telling Jay here that there's nothing scary there. Is it a bad thing? No, it isn't, but I'm not going to force you to laugh. Not if you don't want to, but I'm glad you did. It made me feel like, I don't know, that I got to see a new side of you, maybe. And like seeing you let go like that. And honestly speaking, I thought it was really cute. Cute? I'm not. I hang my head, newly self-conscious. I don't think I'm. I don't think that I'm cute. But then again, why would I? I'm not particularly narcissistic. Not like Angelique. I don't spend hours and hours in front of the mirror every day preening like she does. I think I'm unremarkable in almost every way, despite Blaze's insistences that I have a nice face. I thought he was just teasing, but now I wonder. He wasn't being sincere at all. After all, was he? He didn't sound like he was teasing me. If he was, would he have been smiling at me like that? So very guilelessly? I haven't, I reflect, had all that much to laugh about lately. Or in general, really. But when I'm with Blaze, I don't know. It's hard to put words into my feelings, but his company isn't that bad. If it was, I never would have started laughing like that. Aww. Blaze and I finish up in the lake, watching our respectful bodies free of dirt, then emerge from the cool waters. We dry ourselves, or to be more precise, I dry us with a handy wind spell, and return to my home after dressing. Once there, I change to my pajamas. This time, I don't bother to shoo Blaze outdoors. I don't see the point, not when he's already seen me naked, and slide my weary body beneath my sheets. Okay, now you're getting used to being naked near Blaze? I mean, come on, just accept it already. You are a girl. I feel pretty tired after the excitement of the day's events, and I like to get some shut-eye. I don't have much of a desire to stay awake, chatting like some of my classmates would during dormitory parties at Oleander Academy, but Blaze betrays me. He looks up at me from the floor, sitting cross-legged on his mattress, then says, "Hey, master." Hmm? What is it? And try to make it snappy. I've got a lot of work to do I like to do tomorrow. The cure for Charmaine's curse won't find itself. Ew, sounds like you're all ready to go all out. Well, obviously, I need to make up for lost time. I've not started to brew any potions yet. You don't want me to rest on my laurels, do you? As the deadline creeps ever closer? I suppose not. No. So I'll try to keep this brief. I was wondering, could I keep with you in the bed tonight? If you don't mind, that is. Huh? I blink at Blaze. None too intelligently. Then my face flushed. You want to sleep with me? Well, when you put it like that, it sounds kind of saucy, but that wasn't my intention, I swear. I don't have any impure motives. I frown. For some reason, that protestation makes you even sound guiltier. Really? You think I mean to fill you up while you're fast asleep? I don't know what you intend to do. I wouldn't put it past you though. Oh, Aster, I'm hurt. Is that any way to talk to a guy who risked his own life to save yours? I've never been so uncouth. And besides, I like teasing you because your actions are so gosh darn cute. It defeats the whole point of you were asleep while I started tormenting you. If I was gonna fill you up, which I haven't been planning on by the way, I'd rather do it when you're wide awake. That's when you're at your most entertaining. You're not doing much to ease my doubts, you know. But why do you want to sleep with me? Isn't the mattress good enough? All of a sudden? I conjured it for you out of the goodness of my heart. You could be a little bit appreciative. I know you did. I am appreciative of your efforts, really. It was all very nice of you. But what's wrong with our sleeping arrangements? There's nothing wrong with it. It's just a little lonely. Being down the floor. And it's kind of cold too. It is true. The nights have been cold lately. I know, right? I've been getting shivers. It makes it hard to doze off, and I need my beauty sleep. Good looks like mine require serious upkeep, you know? Oh, please. Now you're trying to sound like Angelique. Perish the thought. I'm not about to take against you if you can't get it my own way. I'm used to that. I did grow up on the streets after all. I'm not used to being told to get out of the way by people much more wealth and influence than me. I would take it personal if you don't want me to join you. I just figured it'd be nice is all. Your bed's pretty comfy and, well, I was hoping you wouldn't be too embarrassed since we did just bathe together. Isn't that way more intimate? I opened my mouth, meaning to retort, but any response I could have hoped to conjure up peters out. He does have a point there. Maddening enough, he has seen me naked, and this time I consented to it, knowing that Blaze is a human. After that, sharing a bed shouldn't be so very scandalous. The bed isn't very big, and there's not that much space for the both of us, but oh, it's fine. Have it your way. Will let me join you? If it will shut you up, sure. You say you won't hold it against me, but I don't want you shooting puppy dog eyes up at me all night when I'm trying to sleep. That wouldn't help either of us get any of this so-called beautiful rest. I make quotation marks with my fingers. That you're so fond of. I shift back in the bed as I speak, then pat the mattress with one hand. My eyes are fixed on Blaze. Well, are you going to join me? Of course, I'd be honored to, although I am a little surprised. About what? I didn't think this would be so easy. If I'm being honest, I was sure you'd shut me down, but I guess you're sappier than you like to act. Oh no. I haroomed as Blaze slidens into the bed beside me, the wooden bed frame creaking beneath his weight. Don't try my patience. I can still cast you out onto the floor. I know. You've done it before. You can be pretty ruthless like that. A chuckling Blaze pulls the covers over his broad shoulders, then shifts into his optimal sleeping position on the mattress. He yawns, and with a soft smile, he says, "Thanks for being so decent about all of this. You might act grumpy, but you really ain't as bad as all that. Of all the great wizards whose chimneys I could have fallen down, I'm glad it was yours." Well, thanks, I guess. It's no problem. I'm just saying how it is. It's pretty easy to compliment you, actually. It is? Yeah, you've not got a bad face, even if you do have a bit of a temper, but despite all that, you really are kind. Considerate, too. You've been real good to me ever since we met. You're a great guy. Blaze's breathing begins to even out, and the fingers of his right hand, which are curled upon his pillow, tremble. And I like you a whole bunch. This compliment pierces my heart even more keenly than my arrow might. I stare at Blaze, red-faced, wondering whether he'll elaborate on that remark, wondering whether I want him to, but... The moment for sweet, sappy sincerity has passed. Blaze had already fallen asleep. I watched him slumber for a few moments, his nose a few scant centimeters from my own, before I sigh. That really isn't fair, you know. You can't just say something like that to me, then refuse to clarify. You're playing dirty. I mean, if you keep talking to me like that, I'm going to end up falling for you. You idiot. What? Okay. They are being gay. Oh no. The days begin to trickle by like sand in an hourglass. Days which I devote unerringly to research and experimentation in an attempt to lift Blaze's curse. I flip through any number of books, gather from any number of ingredients, and mix together any number of potions. For all the hours I poured to my research, however, I've made very little progress, and even that might be putting it charitably. The curse of Charmaine cast on him is every bit as potent as it was. It feels like my best efforts are all for nothing. I'm losing sleep over this, and I've lost what little my appetites I still had, but it's to little avail. I can work as hard as I want, but it's a depressingly pointless endeavor if it doesn't yield any results. Charmaine's curse is complex, and it's evading me. I graduated from Oleander Academy with exemplary grades, but have not seen anything quite like this before. Charmaine might be a novice witch, but her magical energy is unparalleled. Soon, I have only one full day left before Blaze is set to remain a cat forever. Yet I've done precious little with it. I still haven't made any headway. How could that be? There's something humiliating about it all. Having my skills called into question by a girl like Charmaine. She's still a child. Her abilities far outstrip mine. It's enough to make me doubt any capabilities as a wizard. I feel an awful lot like a hack. But no, I tried to tell myself I couldn't afford to get bogged down in pointless self-censor. That isn't going to help Blaze. I don't want him being stuck as a cat for the rest of his days. He doesn't deserve it. Seems Jay is starting to like the game. Come on. When he first joined in that when they were both taking a dip in the river, he instantly already liked it. I said I was going to help him, and that's precisely what I mean to do. I'm going to do my best. I have to do my best, but what if my best isn't good enough? This thought swirls through my head during the day, a nagging, uneasy thought, an uneasy doubt which grows as the minutes slip by. It's out of desperation more than anything else that I wind up giving Blaze a potion I knew, immediately after brewing it, might come with some adverse effects. The finished potion is a strange swamp green color, which undulates uneasily inside my cauldron. Bubbles rise to the surface of the potion, then burst, carrying with them an unpleasant stench like rotting eggs. The smell alone tells me I'd better off casting it all out, let alone the consistency, but I'm so desperate I feel compelled to feed Blaze at least a little of it. Maybe in some inconvenient twist of fate, they prove them to have some restorative properties it hitherto known nothing about? It's a nice thought at least, much nicer than the potion itself, but... So, how was it, Blaze? Feeding Blaze a potion soon proves to be a mistake. Blaze has barely had more than a couple sips of it before he stops coughing. Horrible hacking coughs, which makes his small, furry body shudder. Crap, I'm so sorry, Blaze! Oh. I scoop my feline companion up into my arms, then hurry him outdoors for some much-needed fresh air. What do you mean explode? There, when subject to the cold breathes, he heaves, and then, convulsing all the while, he vomits. Shh, it's gonna be alright. I promise it will. There. I try to soothe Blaze as best as I can, while he continues to gag. I rub my fingers behind his ears, which I know he likes, then between his ribs, at the base of his tail. I continue to pet him over and over again, until his breathing evens out and his shudders stop. He seems to be doing a little better, but his eyes are glassy with tears, and his following meals are of a helpless, heartbreaking variety. Meow. Yeah, I know, being sick sucks. I shouldn't have fed you that potion. I knew that it would cause complications. I'm sorry, Blaze, for being so impulsive. I was just so worried. My voice trails off. I frown. What's the point of trying to fabricate excuses when Blaze is in such a bad way? I don't have the right. Not when this is all my fault. Well, never mind that. My feelings don't really matter. You're the one who's suffering here. I just hope you can forgive me. Meow. Blaze mews in response, and nudges my chest with his hand. I think that gesture means he's forgiven me, if he was ever holding a grudge to begin with. But I'm not sure if I deserve it. Why should I? When I've done nothing nothing save let him down. I said I was going to help him, but I've tried all sorts of things, but everything I do seems to make you even sicker. Some great wizard I am. I continued to rub Blaze's head absently, my lips pursed, all the while, into a frown. I'm such an idiot. Later that night... Damn it, all to hell. What in the world am I going to do now? I sit, slump at my desk in my bedroom, my fingers fisting in my hair. I feel so despondent. I have half a mind to tear handfuls of it out, but as I know this would not logically improve my situation, I abstain. The only way tearing my hair out might possibly prove to be useful if my hair could be used as a catalyst for a potion powerful enough to lift Charmaine's curse. I've read a lot of books on the subject of animal transformations, and none of them suggest that chunks of hair pulled in a rage from the scalp of a malcontented wizard would be a useful ingredient in any potential remedy. I can't think of any other ingredient which might serve as a decent catalyst. However, which is where the problem lies. I've been at this all day, morning to dusk, and I've not made any headway. I feel just as lost now as I did when I woke up. All the potions I whipped up this last week were worthless. In the best case scenarios, they had no effect whatsoever. And in the worst, they made him sick. I'm starting to worry I might have caused Blaze more harm in my attempts to heal him than I did good. I can recall with startling clarity how wretched when I fed him that green noxious potion. I knew even before the potion touched his lips that it would cause problems, but I was desperate enough to try anything. I wanted to believe that I might stumble upon something. A miracle panacea? What is that? Panacea? But of course, I didn't. I made Blaze sick, and though he seems to have recovered, he's still a cat. This is impossible. I grabbed hold of my hair a little more firmly, lost in the throes of despair, and... Ow! That hurt, damn it. I know I said I wasn't going to start ripping my own hair out, but it looks like that's what I'm going to go down regardless. How am I such a fool? I always used to think of myself as a savant. I've made some pretty experimental potions in the past, things nobody else has done before. But I can see now these were nothing more than vanity projects. I only made those potions to amuse myself. They served no purpose beyond satisfying my own overinflated ego. I talked to myself up, believing myself to be infallible. But I've met my match in Charmaine. It's pathetic, really. All this time, I thought I was something special. Now, I can see how mistaken I was. I only believed that because I was so isolated. If I'd actually spent my time interacting with my peers, I'd have known I was never anything at all that amazing. It's a bit too late for regrets now, however. And it's much, much too late to help Blaze. He should turn to a human once the clock strikes midnight once more, but come tomorrow, and he'll go right back to being a cat. Then, if what Charmaine said is true, he'll be stuck as a cat for the rest of his days. These next few hours are my only remaining window of opportunity. If I'm going to help him, I have to do it now. But I've been pushing myself so very hard for so very long. I don't have the strength needed to keep going. I always hate running into barriers when working to my own potions. It discourages me. Probably because my ego is paper thin. Whenever I make mistakes with my own pet projects, I give myself a bit of breathing room. A couple days off. Once I put some time between my solo project, I'm better able to return it with a clear head and a fresh frame of thought. I don't have the luxury of time right now though. It's do or die, but I really tried to do without any success. Now, there isn't much doing left in me. I just want to call it quits. I don't think I can handle much more disappointment. I feel awful enough as it is without being made to comfort my own inadequacies yet again. This is a miserable experience, really. But if I feel miserable, What about Blaze? He's the one who'll be stuck in a real bad spot if I can't succeed. I told him that I'd help him, and when I said it, it was with full confidence. I really believed at the time that I could make a difference. I knew helping him would be a challenge, but I thought it'd be a challenge I could overcome. I don't mind working hard if I get rewarded for it in the end, but this has been nothing more than a slog. It isn't fun. If I was working on a potion of my own devising, I probably would have given it in already. But can I really do that knowing about Blaze's situation? I need to keep going. Sitting around feeling sorry for myself won't get me anywhere. I'm wasting time, and I don't much of it to waste. Get up, I tell myself sternly. Get up, you useless waste of space, and prove yourself that you're worthy of being called one of Exo's best wizards. Some wizards you must look right now, losing heart so easily. You're an eyesore. What have you been doing this last 5 years? Don't let all your efforts go to waste. Otherwise, how will you how will you ever be able to look at yourself in the mirror again? Get up, get up, get up, get up, get up! I tell myself this over and over again, but I can't bring myself to act on this advice. What's the point? A dark, brooding part of my brain pipes up. When you only fail again? It's all well and good try to help, but if you can't procure any results, you're just wasting everybody's time. Oh no. I squeeze my eyes shut. Yet more unpleasant, jeering voices dancing through my mind. Maybe you ought to give up? The voice has a point, but you're not helping anybody. Least of all yourself. Why do you even bother? At this point, I'm really starting to wonder. I thought I could do anything. I thought wrong. Maybe I've always been wrong. I should just... Aww. Shh. Aster, it's alright. Please don't be so hard on yourself. You don't deserve it. I can't stand seeing you like this. Huh? I must have lost in my own self-pitying thoughts for quite some time because Blaze has regained his human form. It's past midnight already. The moon is full in the sky. A sky which is scattered with stars. A new day is upon me. And I've still not come any closer to finding a means to alleviating Blaze's curse. I've not done a single solitary thing. Blaze... I wince. I can feel his arms winding about me. I can feel his chin pressed against the top of my head. He's holding me so gently. I might as well be a porcelain doll. Is he afraid of shattering me? His thoughtfulness is appreciated. But right now, it's doing little save further stroking the flames of my self-loathing. I look down at the pitted, uneven surface of my wooden desk and mumble. I don't know. I don't know how you can say that to me. Say what? You know what? I inhale. It's a simple gesture, but it takes rather more effort than it should. My eyes are starting to sting. I hope I'm not going to cry. That would be awful embarrassing. I don't see how you can stand being with me when I've not done anything to help you. Why are you trying to console me anyway? I don't deserve it. I'm a failure. Hey now. Easy there, Aster. I don't think you're a failure. Even if you do. And it's certainly not true that you've done nothing to help me. Do you really think so? Of course. I've been watching you, this last few days. I might have been a cat for most of them, so I couldn't exactly comment on what you were doing, but you've been working yourself like a demon. You've had your nose at the grindstone for this last 4 days. You've barely eaten, and you've hardly slept. You've been pushing yourself to your limits, and you've been doing it for my sake. After all of that, I don't see how you could say you've done nothing. If the sheer amount of work you've been putting in counts as nothing, then I dread to think how you judge me Based on my life's accomplishments, or lack of, I never put this much effort into anything myself. Not for my own sake, and not for anybody else's. Not since my mother died, at least. Nope. Blaze. Blaze. My voice catches in my throat, and I wince. My eyes really are damp now, so much so, I can't pretend otherwise. It isn't possible. When I blink, round, pearl-like tears are disturbed from their precarious perch upon my lashes. They roll down my cheeks like rain on a window pane, and I shudder. Blaze's kindness is very sweet, but I don't understand where it's coming from. How can he afford to be so calm about this when his entire future is at stake? Doesn't he care about forfeiting his own humanity? Potentially forever? If I was in his position, I would hate me for giving him false hope. Heck, I'm not in his position, and I already hate me. I'm glad you think so, I guess, but I don't get it. Shouldn't you be panicking? Do you want me to panic? Well, no, but then I don't see what's to be gained from it. It won't help us, will it? Blaze grins, then bumps his chin against the top of my head. I thought you were all for that kind of thing, Master. Being sensible, I mean. I didn't think you were the sort of to let your own emotions get the better of you. I didn't think I was either. I guess you just bring it out of me. I seem to do that to people, yeah. I know I must have really pissed off Tremaine. That's how I got into this mess. I was stupid enough to steal from her, and I was stupid enough to get caught. It's all me. It's all on me. None of this is your fault. You got dragged into it, but you didn't make any of this happen. I committed the crime. I gotta do the time. Or maybe I should say, face the consequences, since it's not like I'm gonna get thrown into jail over this. Not now that I'm gonna be a cat for all my days. I guess that's an improvement over being an slammer. Though, is it? I don't know, is it? Though being a cat's not all that bad. It took a bit of getting used to, having 4 legs and all, but I've had a whole bunch of experience. I'm more of a natural now. I'm pretty good at hunting down birds and mice, and I get to keep my freedom, if nothing else. There's probably worse ways I could have had, really. Blaze sounds light enough. He's even laughing about his plight, like it's no big deal. I don't buy it. I think he's trying to cheer me up, which, if he is very admirable of him. But it isn't working. I can see through him. I grit my teeth together, tears still beating in the corners of my eyes, then say, Don't. Please. Don't what? Don't act like you don't care. Not when I know you do. It's too painful. I push Blaze away using strength I didn't know I had, then scowl at him. I'd like it if my scowl looked intimidating, or at the very least impressive, but it seems unlikely. My shoulders are still shaking, and my eyes are damp with tears. Despite that, however, I'm still able to choke out a damp, indignant, "Stop trying to console me! I don't deserve it! And I've been trying to help you, but trying's no good. Not when it doesn't yield results. Everything I've been doing up until this point has been pointless. You can tell me you'll be fine as a cat until you're blue in the face, but it won't make me feel better about all of this. How can it, when I've let you down so badly? If it wasn't so incompetent, none of this would be happening, but I am, and it is, and by the stars." My voice trails off and hiccuping. I bury my face in my hands. Any pretense at intimidation long since spent. Why does it hurt so much? You should hate me. I don't understand why you don't. Why aren't you angrier with me? It's what I deserve. Aster. Blaze blinks. He looks He looks me up and down. I can feel his gaze on me despite my splayed fingers, which are pressed over my eyes, then says, "It'd be a lie, I guess, if I said I wasn't a little worried about all of this." Ha, only a little worried, he says. It's an understatement if I ever heard one. But I'm not really mad at you. Even if you might be mad at yourself, and I don't definitely hate you. I could never do that. But why not? Well, why should I hate you? Oh no. Blaze approaches me. He reaches out his arms. Then, what is it? He pulls me to him, pressing me into a warm embrace. I'm not going to hate you for trying, even if you didn't succeed. I know you're pretty hard on yourself, but I'm not going to validate your own self-hatred. There are worse things that Charmaine could have done to me than cursing me to become a cat. I got off pretty lucky, actually, when I think about all the other things she could have done to me. And I think everything will be alright, really. So long as I can stay with you. You want to stay with me? Of course I do. Well, why wouldn't I? There's nowhere else I'd rather be. So long as you'll have me. I mean, I don't want to be presumptuous. I know I can be pretty annoying. I'm sure I've annoyed the crap out of you already. But being with you this last week, I don't know. It's been weird, sure, but I haven't hated it. But it was kind of nice, actually. Having somewhere I could call a home. And somebody I could call a friend too. If I'm not making too many assumptions. Oh, no. I don't think it's too hasty. I inhale. Then in a shaking voice, I say, I've liked being with you too. You have? Yeah, I was alone for a while. So having you around, it's been kind of nice, I guess. It's made my house feel a little less lonely, at least. Not that I was lonely, do you understand? Being on my own has never really bothered me. It's spending time with people that I can't stand. They're so loud. Obnoxious too. I don't get along with them. I never did. In fact, at least back at school. I was always the odd one out. Maybe because I was from a poor family? The classmates were all like Angelique. I think they looked down on me. They didn't like that I did so well. I guess, despite coming from a pretty humble background. They never let me forget that I was inferior to them, either. It was all pretty stressful. Oh man, it didn't sound like you had much fun at that fancy school of yours. Not particularly. But it's not like I had to endure any great soul-shattering traumas either. I mean, both of my parents are still alive. My family aren't rich, but I never had to turn to petty thievery so I could afford to eat. I had a roof over my head and clothes to wear. I was lucky, comparatively speaking. I don't think I have any right to complain. Well, Blaze smiles wryly. Riley? Really? I don't know. It's true enough that my own childhood was pretty rough. I don't think I really had the opportunity to be a kid, since I had to look after my mother. Not that I resented her for it, do you understand? She couldn't exactly help being sick. She didn't do it despite me. She wanted the best for me. I know that. It broke her heart that she couldn't provide for me. She'd always beat herself up over it. A little like you were doing, I guess. I didn't like it when my mother started getting all guilty, and I don't like it when you do it either. You're a good person, Esther. My classmates all said I was snobby and self-important. Well, maybe you are, just a bit. Gee, thanks. It's appreciated. But I don't mind that. It makes sense after everything you've been through. And besides, that only makes it worthwhile when you finally smile or laugh. you did say you like my laughter. Yeah, I still do. Now that I've much had of a chance to hear it. It was pretty cute though. I'd love to hear you laugh like that again. But I guess the mood's not exactly right for it. Not really. I figured, yeah. It's a pity, but Blaze smiles, then caresses my cheek with his palm. His fingers played across my skin. I think I've been a little lost ever since my mother died. I spent so much time trying to look out for her. I didn't know what to do with myself once she was gone. I had no direction in life, and no purpose either. I was horribly alone myself, and I felt so lost. It's different with you though. You've gone out of your way to help me this last week, though we were strangers, and I guess it resonated. I've always been the one looking out for others, you see. I guess I'm not used to being fussed over myself, but it really did make me feel happy. Being with you makes me happy. I like you a lot, and I don't think that's ever gonna change. Even if you stay stuck as a cat for the rest of your days? Sure. I might not be able to hug you like I can now, but I can at least rub your head against your legs and you can still stroke me. I think I like that. Oh, how shameless. I didn't realize you were into pet play. But I say this in a cool, offhand sort of a way, which makes Blaze laugh. His laughter is deep and rich. It sounds deeper still, given our close proximity, and it makes me smile. My eyes are still damp and my throat is all sore from sobbing. My throat is all sore from sobbing. I still feel all cut up about this, but I'd like to stay with you too. Though, I think I'd prefer it if you were a human. Really now? Blaze snickers. I thought you preferred me as a cat. Does it make it harder for me to answer back? It does, yeah. But I like talking to you despite yourself. If you could remain a human, then, well, maybe it would be nice if I could take you on as my apprentice, if you'd like. You could still live here. We could live together, and we could try and be happy together, maybe. I think I'd like that. Now isn't that a nice idea? Blaze grins, then bumps his forehead against my own. I'd like that too. Thank you for looking out for me, Aster. It's no problem. It's all hypothetical anyways, I mean. I glance away, my face a little flushed from all this continued close contact. I'm not used to being hugged by anybody other than my mother. Being pressed against Blaze's chest isn't an unpleasant feeling, however. His arms are nice and thick, and his broad chest is soothing. He makes me feel like I matter. I really do like him. I like him a lot, but I couldn't help you break your curse. You're just going to wind up turning to a cat again. True, that's a bit of a bummer. It'll be hard for me to be apprentice if I don't have any opposable thumbs. But Aster, I just had a thought. Yes? I look at Blaze impassively, my brow furrowed. This isn't going to be something stupid again, is it? Is it? It might be, but I figured it might be worth a try regardless, just to see, you know. I'm kinda curious, so... Blaze grins, then says, do you wanna try doing that thing again? What thing? I mean the kiss, of course, silly. Blaze chuckles, then gives my middle a squeeze. It didn't work before, but we'd only just met back then. We were still strangers, and I get the feeling you didn't like me all that much. That kiss only happened under duress. There's no way it could have been true love's kiss. We're a bit closer now though, so maybe things will work out in our favor? I don't have much faith in it, but it might be worth a try. Do you want to give it a go? I mean, if it fails... Blaze leans in, his fingers still cupping my cheek. This might be the last chance. I can't do anything like this with you. Since I'm still a human, I figured I might as well. If you wouldn't mind. I I don't know. I looked up at Blaze timorously. My cheeks are still damp from my previous crying session. Ugh, how embarrassing. And my eyes sting. I don't feel particularly kissable at this moment in time. But then again, I never do. I never have. I never imagined that anybody would ever want me like this. Not since this moment. Maybe that's why I tried to push all thoughts of romance from my mind. I thought it was a waste of time. Nothing more than a mere distraction from my job. I doubted that I'd ever meet anybody who really cared for me. But maybe I was wrong. Blaze sure seems so. I don't know if he's asking purely out of desperation in an attempt to break this curse, but what the heck? I've tried everything else to no avail. What do I have to lose at this point? I don't think it will work, but I guess there's no harm in trying it. Then you want to? I don't mind. I mean, it's not like I've been thinking about this ever since he started hugging me or anything. That would be just embarrassing. Let's try it. Right, Blaze pauses. He might have been the one to suggest this, but he looks unusually embarrassed. Is his face turning red? I have half a mind to pull away, to tell him not to waste his time if he isn't actually being serious, but I still don't have much experience with this kind of thing, so I'm sorry in advance if I'm too rough, but here goes nothing. Oh no. If my heart wasn't hammering so hard, I'd tell Blaze that I don't actually find this the most romantic way of instigating a kiss. But I'm not the chance to say something. Blaze is already dipping his head. He exhales, his breath warm against my cheek. Oh my... Then, his mouth meets mine. I don't know very much about kissing. This is only the second time I've attempted it. But this feels different to the first kiss I exchanged with Blaze. It feels more... I'm not sure. More meaningful somehow. My heart was already fluttering before he pressed our lips together, but now that they are, it really does feel like it might burst. My face, meanwhile, is burning. Isn't it? I can't see how I look, but I bet my cheeks are as red as a pair of peonies. Sorry. My eyes remain open for a few moments, frozen in shock, as Blaze's lips overlap mine. But this really does last for a few moments. Eventually, I find myself relaxing into the kiss. My eyelids fall shut as I let Blaze take the lead. He cups my cheeks gently, possessively, and tips my head upwards. I let Blaze manipulate my body however he wants. This is embarrassing to say. This is too embarrassing. I let Blaze manipulate my body however he wants. At this point, my legs feel so weak I'd collapse if it wasn't here. It wasn't here to support me, and my part of my mouth willingly against his. I feel something damp against my lower lip, then against my teeth. Is that his tongue? Okay. That is gay. That is gay. That is just gay. I'm not enjoying this. This is weird. He isn't. Is he? I can't. Well, why would I make such noises as this? Nah. But he is. The first kiss we shared was a perfunctory affair which lasted only a few moments, but this one is much deeper. It's unlike anything I've ever experienced before, but I don't dislike it. The tip of Blaze's tongue nudges mine, and I gasp, my body tensing against his own. I feel so horridly embarrassed, bored at our proximity, and at all the noises I'm making. I could die. But despite that, I still don't want this to end. For guests, it's supposed to be a final resort. This feels surprisingly good. What? Kissing noises. What am I I can't do this. This is too much for me. I can't. I'm not gonna make such noise like that. Jeez. They continued to kiss for a few moments more. Blaze's fingers still splayed against my cheek until Blaze finally draws away. Ah. He exhales, still caressing my cheek, and looks at me with eyes which seems to smolder. His chest, which is pushed up against my own, is rising and falling. And his own face is a little flushed from our exertions. A gossamer strand of saliva connects Blaze's lips, which are pursed to my own, though it soon snaps. Don't say that! Too detailed! Too much information! Jeez! Oh my god. That almost feels like a bit of a pity. It was kind of nice seeing a physical manifestation of mine and Blaze's closeness, but I guess his arms are wrapped around my waist. We're plenty close already. Am I being greedy? Jeez, this is so strange. I don't think I've ever been particularly demanding when it comes to attention from others. It's always been the exact opposite. It's different, however, when it comes to Blaze. I don't quite understand why I feel that way, but oh wow. Blaze still smiles at me. His face is flushed, his chest still heaving. It's good to know, I guess, that I'm not the only one who's all mixed up about this. I was starting to get worried. That was very... wow. Yes, you said that already, is that supposed to be a good thing? It's a great thing. You're amazing, Aster. Amazing? My face, which was already red, turned even redder. I think you're giving this a bit too much credit. And I don't think you're giving yourself enough credit. That was great. I am very glad you seem to think so. I'm not too sure about that though. Huh? Blaze pouts. Are you really going to stand there, Aster, and say you didn't get a kick out of that when your face is all red? Don't tell me it was all an act and you weren't actually into it. No, that isn't it. I enjoyed it. I did. But I wasn't so sure about you. Oh, I see. Do you think I'm exaggerating or worse, lying? To spare your feelings? I don't know, maybe. I'm sure you had better. You can be as sure as you want, but you'll still be mistaken. Really? Yes, really. I don't know if I mentioned this before, but maybe it didn't come up. But I'm not the rogue you seem to think I am. That first time we kissed, a few days ago, well, that was my first kiss, as a matter of fact. I gasped, taken entirely off guard. I'd assumed, wrongly I guess, that Blaze had a lot more experience in regards to relationships than me. He certainly conducts himself like he does, in a very smooth, confident manner. He doesn't seem to have any issues speaking with other people. He was so chatty during our first meeting. I assumed he had people falling for him all the time, but maybe not. I should have been so quick to jump into conclusions. And to think, I scolded Blaze for his hastiness. I might be just as bad as he is. Then, I was your first? You were. Yeah, and you were my second too. And it might just be your last if this doesn't work and you get stuck as a cat. Maybe so. But I say hearing you moan made it all worth what? I didn't moan though! Esther moaned. Oh my god. I wasn't moaning! I scowl, stung by this accusation? Is that what it was? I'm not sure, but Blaze amused laughter doesn't make me feel any better. He's having way too much fun at my expense. It's not like I was moaning that much, and even if I was, you should expect it. It's not like I've kissed anybody else before either. Heh. You say that it's supposed to be some huge revelation, but I did have a inkling, yeah. Oh really? What gave it away? Was I really that awful at kissing? If you were, I wouldn't know. I don't have any experience myself. Ah, yes, of course. It really is a case of the blind leading the blind, Absolutely. It's amateur hour up in here for real. But no, I didn't assume I was your first because you're a catastrophically terrible kisser. I just thought, it makes sense, doesn't it? I don't know. How does it? Yeah, I mean, you always say you don't like people very much. I doubt you'd give them a opportunity to get so close to you. I guess I ought to I guess I ought to consider myself lucky they let me kiss at you at all, Mr. Great and Powerful Wizard. Ugh, don't start with that. You should know how I feel about that wizard title right now. I know. It seems like your feelings are a bit all over the place. But no matter how I feel, I still care about you. But I'm flattered that you let me kiss you. Both last time and tonight. I'm just sorry, I suppose, that your first kiss has to be with a scoundrel like me. You are a bit of a scoundrel, it's true. And a thief besides. But it's alright. You don't have to apologize for kissing me. No? No. If I hadn't wanted you to do it, I wouldn't have let you. I didn't really mind. It was a bit awkward that first time, sure, but just now, what we just did, it felt pretty good, I guess. Not that I have anything to compare it to. Well, I'm very glad to hear it. I enjoyed it a lot myself. In fact, I might have enjoyed it a bit too much. Too much? Yeah, it was hard pulling myself away from you, actually. But you've been pushing yourself hard for far too long. You look possibly dead on your feet. I don't want to push you even harder. So how's about we get some shut-eye? You look like you could use it. Oh, no, I'm fine, really. If Blaze wanted to kiss me some more, I wouldn't necessarily object to it. Part of me might be hoping, actually. I want to go in for another dosage of medicinal kissing, just in case the first didn't work, but alas. Sorry, I'm not letting you try that with me. I know you too well, Aster. I can see right through you. And excuses aren't particularly convincing. Be honest now. If it wasn't for me, you would have toppled over a long time ago, would you? So he knows that much? Darn, and I thought he was so smooth too. I guess he's got me. I really am exhausted. Have I been pushing myself too much? Since I've not had any results to speak of, I feel like I haven't been pushing myself enough. But I think Blaze might be onto something. I yawned. Tears beating in my eyes. Tears which, for once, have nothing to do with my own feelings of inadequacy. I brushed this stray tears away from my eyes, which must be red and swollen by now, and say, maybe you're right. I am a little sleepy. I know I'm right. You're starting to keep your eyes open there. Let's get you to bed right now. I reckon that's the best place for you. Right, lead the way then. But of course, after you, my liege. Don't say that, please. It's another yawn. Really creepy. Sorry. forget, I did used to work for a wealthy family. I've got the mannerisms all down. I'm actually pretty good at bowing and scraping and being sycophantic. You haven't even seen me in my full-blown manservant mode just yet. I bet I could make your heart flutter. Yeah, whatever. I roll my eyes tiredly as Blair extinguishes the candlelight in my room. Dan escorts me to my... no, maybe I should say our bed. He helps me down, then joins me beneath the sheets. Blaze's concern is so effusive. I'd probably find it annoying if I was any less tired, but I'm so exhausted. I actually appreciate it. Here we go. Are you alright like disaster? You don't mind if I keep with you, do you? What? No, another yawn. Hey, it's fine. Why would I mind? We did it yesterday already. I know we did, but you can be kind of flighty about this kind of thing. Figured I'd just ask just in case. I wouldn't get too comfortable. Poof. I snort. I can't believe you're getting worried about this now, after you literally just kissed me. I'm hardly gonna refuse. I didn't think you would, but it can be so prickly sometimes. You were the one who said you were born from a cactus, weren't you? Maybe I was, once upon a time. I shift a little closer to Blaze, then rest my hand against his chest. Under other circumstances, I tried to put so much distance between him and myself as possible. But things have never been less normal in my life. And that's without factoring in my curious relationship with my confounding new cat. I never did imagine that kissing Blaze could ever feel so good. Maybe it's the fatigue talking. I doubt that I'd let myself be so emotionally honest if I didn't feel so exhausted. But lying with him like this is pretty relaxing. I like being with him. Blaze? Yeah? I just want you to know, before we go to sleep, that no matter what happens, I pause. Inhale. Then shyly, I mutter, I still like you. Oh? Blaze smiles. So you do like me then? A little, I guess. I would have let you kiss me otherwise. I'm not easy, you know? I know. I think you're actually incredibly difficult. I have heard, yeah. I know I can be a bit pissy, but... I yawn, then mutter. I wish I could have helped you more. And I kept saying, though for some reason, you refused to listen to me. That it's alright. I don't mind if you couldn't do more. You did your best, and I think that's good enough. Are you sure? I'm positive. Now, stop beating yourself up. Other people do that enough for you. And I like you the best when you're smiling. Oh, no, you'll end up hating me soon enough. Then, I hardly ever smile. I know you don't, and it feels like pity. You're a real cutie. But even if you don't feel up to smiling, I'll still like you regardless. Are you sure? Positive. I'm not as fighty as you might think. I did spend a lot of my life helping out my mother after all. You're underestimating. Hello there, Lucy Plays Gacha. What is that face? Welcome to the stream. We're playing this game for 6 hours now. You're underestimating how loyal I am. I thought it was dogs that were supposed to be loyal. Cat or dog? It makes me... What? What am I evil? What is that? Cat or dog? It makes no difference. Hell, I'd want to stay with you even if Charmaine had turned me into a newt or a bat. Or maybe a toad? We should count yourself lucky she didn't. All those animals are used as parts in potions. Jeez. You're not saying you'd hurl me into a cauldron and boil me, are you? Why are you crying now? I might have. If a bat had fallen down my chimney, consider it fair play. Actually, since you got my workspace so sooty. But I can't bring myself to cook cats, even if they're good for some potions too. I'm glad. It sounds like I was able to avoid a bad ending. At least Charmaine was thoughtful enough to turn me into something cute. It doesn't really matter, though. Well, whether I'm a cat or a human, I still want to stay with you, so try not to worry so much. Blaze leans in, the sheets shifting about us, and gently he presses a kiss against my forehead. I know it's part of your nature, but I don't think I'm worth all this hassle. I never wanted you to worry. So silly. I pout. You're definitely worth the worry. You're worth a lot, actually. Hello, little Leo. At least, you are to me. Even if I'm annoying, everybody annoys me. You're less annoying than most people, though. And you know what? What? I don't think I'd mind being annoyed with you. Oh, is that meant to be a confession, Aster? You just woke up. Oh, I mean, okay, look at these two gay boys there. Welcome, good morning. Take it however you want. I'm too tired to pick apart the finer intricacies of what I just said. Yeah, this is a yaoi. You can't be that tired. I was gonna say, you can manage a complicated word like intricacies. But you are yawning something fierce. Are you alright? I let another man kiss me, and now we're sharing the same bed. So what do you think? Heh, sounds like you're pretty alright to me. I've definitely had worse nights, I suppose. Haha. The title is My Confounding Cat is Criminally Cute. That's it. That's the title. I nuzzle my head against Blaze's chest, my eyelids falling shut. My breathing begins to even out. Slowly but surely. Okay, yaoi is good. Yes, my confounding cat is criminally cute. Confounding. And at long last, I fall asleep. What's gonna happen? The next morning. Up. Hey, faster, wake up. Huh? I'm awoken the following morning, not by Blaze licking my cheek, but by a soft, gentle voice. What's going on? It's been a while since I was last woken up by anybody. Anybody human, I mean. My mother used to haul me out of bed in the mornings, but that was many years ago, when I was still a small child. By the time I became a teenager, she soon realized there was little point trying to chive me out of bed at a reasonable hour. I've always wound up wrapping my blankets around myself and ignoring her. Nobody woke me during my time at Oleander Academy either, which might have been disaster. Okay, it's 4 a.m., which might have been disastrous, and I slept through the nights, like most of my pupils, but this wasn't so very bad. So I really slept at night. I'd often stay awake for 36 hours over. Okay, I'm really getting so tired. Sorry. I so rarely slept off at night. I'd often stay awake for 36 hours at a time and head off to class fresh from a productive night spent in the library or in the potions classroom, researching and working. Despite my awful track record at getting myself up in the mornings, I didn't miss all that many classes. I might have fallen asleep during some of my lessons, sure, but particularly the more hokey ones like astrology, but I always turned up. Your same title said some. What other romantic game you tried? Well, we tried Cupid's Kiss, There's Something Wrong with My Blind Date, and Asaihatis Station mod. Those things are 2 hours, so that means I've been streaming for 10 hours? No, 9 hours, I think. It's been a long time since I was woken up like this, but... Aster! Hey Aster! Wakey, rise and shine! I don't know if I like it very much. Whoever's calling me out to me is being awfully persistent about it. I didn't love being licked into wakefulness by Blaze, but that felt less intrusive than... Come on, Sleeping Beauty, I've got something really neat to show you. Don't you want to join the land of the living? Then whatever this is... Alright! My eyelids snap open and feeling more than a little aggrieved, I shout, I'm up already! I'm wide awake, so you don't need to keep bothering me is what I meant to say. But my rebuke dies on the tip of my tongue. I'm staring into a pair of eyes that look very familiar. So much so, it sends shivers down my spine. A new day has dawned, but still, Blaze is in his human form. His long, dark hair is tangled about his cheeks, and upon his face is wearing an amused smile. Yeah, I've been doing this for 7 hours. Yeah, I know. What is that emoji? It doesn't have pointed ears, and it doesn't have a tile. Sorry. Ugh. I'm awake. I just need water. That's it. Okay. I'm good now. I'm good. He's a human man. True and true. I've been watching streams all day. Well, I've been talking for like non-stop for 9 hours now. Got nothing else to do. Oh, well, what are you doing other than watching other people stream? I mean, it's like a TV at this point, right? Just switch to different channels or something. He's a human man, true and true, and he's lying incredibly close to me beneath the sheets. Okay. Happy Valentine's, Leo. His broad, firm chest is all pressed up against mine, and when he laughs, I can feel it rumbling. I stare at Blaze, my eyes widening. They then say very softly, Did the curse finally wear off? It sure looks like it, yeah. Unless Charmaine's toying with me again, and I'm all set to turn into a kitty at some predetermined point in the future. Do you think that's likely? I don't know, you're the expert when it comes to magic, don't you? I really couldn't tell. Oh my god, that made me jump, Lucy, please. This scared me. What are you doing? No, what? Maybe, but you're the expert when it comes to Charmaine. You should know what she's like. Yeah, I know enough. I know she never much like me, but I know she was pretty into romance stories. Really? Why did you never said that? She was? She was always lounging about her parents' fancy home, her nose buried in some book or another. I never gave them much attention myself. I'm not really into reading, you see. Wow, what a surprise. Not. But I could tell what they were about, more or less, based on the covers. She's really into princes and princesses, and lavish balls, and true love's kiss. That's why I thought the kiss might do the trick during that first night. I wouldn't have suggested it otherwise. Not that I didn't think, of course, that you weren't attractive because I did. Have this kiss at all? Yeah, they did kiss. You missed the kissing, Lucy. You missed it. You missed them. They kissed like 2 times now. They were even naked. Well, stream-friendly naked. Well, in the river. You missed it. You missed it. I know, Lucy. I still do. I suggested more out of pragmatism than anything else, though. I was trying to be smart. Yes, I'm sure you did. That was very clear for you, but it didn't work. Like I needed to remind me. I know our first attempt was a wash, but you know what they say. What? The second time's a charm. I think what we got up to last night must have done the trick. Hey. Hello there. Anomaly 935. Welcome. I've been taking is streaming for 9 hours taking care of myself lately? I was about to sleep and then I heard they kissed. I missed it, dang it. Yeah, Leo! You just need to watch it again. Have you all been drinking water and eating? Yeah. Hey. I pull a face. I'm trying to keep my calm, which is no easy feat, given there's a handsome man only a few centimeters away from me, but I do my best. The odds are stacked against me, but I've never been one to back down from a challenge. Don't say what we got up to last night. It makes it sound like what we did was more indecent than it was. All we did was kiss. And I thought the saying was the third time's a charm. Is it? That's what I always heard. Haha, well, perhaps we ought to go for a third round just to make sure. What do you think? I don't mean, how cute. Cat got your tongue? Or are you more upset that the cat doesn't have your tongue? No, not literally, no. I was just thinking. I stared at Blaze, all while stammering ineffectually. My face flushed from our close proximity. I've still not managed to wrap my head around all this. It feels much too inconvenient for me to fully accept it. Yeah, I'm sorry, Blaze, but I think you're going to have to pinch me. Why would I do that? I don't want to hurt you. And that's very gentlemanly of you, but this is serious. I need to know if this is actually really real because right now it feels way too much like a dream. Is that so? Blaze chuckles, his red warm against my cheek. I'm glad it's not a nightmare at least, though. Really, that should have been my line. I'm the one who's made a miraculous recovery after all. But you know what? What? I think I can do you one better. Pinches are pretty cliche, and I wouldn't want to hurt you. Not when you're so... I'm not scrawny! Delicate, I was going to say. Blaze chuckles again. Still depressed, I missed the kissing. Well, maybe just watch some more. Maybe they'll kiss at the end. We'll see. I mean, they're about to kiss. Come on, just kiss already! This too. Oh my god. Blaze chuckles again, in that maddeningly endearing way which makes me want to poke him and fist my fingers in the front of his shirt, burying my head in his chest. You're shaking so much already, just like a little leaf. But maybe this will help steady you? If nothing else, it ought to prove this isn't a dream. Oh no, oh no! Blaze leans in. I feel his chest pressing against my own. I feel his red against my cheek. Then... Oh, they did it again! His lips meet my own. He's kissing me, just like he was last night. But this time, the light which is peeling through the cracks on my curtains is the pale pink rosy light of an early morning. The last two kisses I exchanged with Blaze were conducted when it was pitch black outside. But this is very different. Blaze kisses me gently and slowly, as though he has all the time in the world, and maybe he does. As unbelievable as it might seem, it looked like a curse has, at long last, been broken. The morning has dawned, and Blaze hasn't turned back into a cat. He's retained his human form, and we're together, and I don't want to let him go. I never much like people. I never much like people. My school years left me an awful misanthropy, but I have to wonder. Now, as Blaze holds me in his muscular arms, and impresses me upon me a series of gentle kisses, whether my judgments were too hasty. It's not like I'm going to go through any sudden personality change. I still think people are pretty unbearable, for the most part, but it's hard to maintain my icy demeanor around Blaze. I don't even want to maintain it. I'm more than happy to let him tub me out. I don't have any experience with relationships, so this is a little scary, but being with Blaze isn't at all bad. There's no guarantee that we'll always be happy together. We are pretty different, but we'll never know until we give it a shot. I've hidden away from people for the majority of my adult life, afraid of being hurt. But even if Blaze does end up hurting me, I think it would be worthwhile. There's no pleasure without a little bit of pain, and right now, I'm happier than I've been in a long, long time. I'm so happy, in fact. I feel compelled to share at least a little bit of that happiness with Blaze. I lean into the kiss, winding my arms around Blaze's shoulders. Finally, I have something to live for. Really, Lucy? And I dip in the kiss, twirling my tongue on his own. But there's tongue action in kisses? I didn't even notice. This is a long kiss with tongues now involved. How is that impossible? They're like, how they're breathing? Well, with their noses, right? I don't think Blaze expected me to be quite so forward, and neither did I, if I'm being honest, because he gasps. His lips part against mine, and they bring our mouths together even more intimately. But that one thing? Ew! That's weird. How can they holding their breath for so long though? Usually people lose their breath from kissing too long. Really? I can taste Blaze's saliva. Okay, too much information! Please! Oh my god. You don't need to say this, you know? You don't need to say this. I can taste Blaze's saliva on my tongue. It doesn't have much of a flavor, but still enough to make my head spin. If possible, I'd like to keep kissing him over and over again. I might be 26, but I know very little about human relations. Now that Blaze is a human, probably a min, I think it's high time I learned. Who else am I going to be able to practice with? I don't like being bad at the endeavors I attempt. If kissing Blaze is going to become a regular occurrence, and I hope it will be, then I need to try and get better at it. I'm not going to let him beat me. No. There! At least, that's what I tell myself as I continue to kiss Blaze. Maybe I'm being a bit shameless. Blaze is starting to whimper, but... Nah. Ad break. That's what you deserve. I habit ads. Oh, that's why you need to subscribe. Oh no! What are they doing next? I'm gonna mess with him. Oh no, this is not allowed for stream. No. Oh no, this is cursed. I can't see it anyway. They're doing... It's scary. It's scary. Oh no. I'm not gonna go to bed. Oh, I'm back. Oh, I was messing with you, Lucy. I'm sorry. They're still kissing. This really does feel good. I think I could get addicted to this. I spent most of that morning entwined with Blaze in the bed, engaged in very important affairs such as kissing, and more kissing. Oh my god! They kissed all morning! I lie on my back, Blaze atop me, as we match our mouths together repeatedly, finding new interesting ways to make one another whimper. Sometimes Blaze cups my cheek with one hand, and at other times he skims his fingers through my hair. He pulls my waist against him, and he pins me to the bed, and he even nudges his knee against a rather sensitive part of my body during all of our experimenting. By accident, I think. He springs back after he does this, red-faced and apologizes, but I'm not interested in his apologies. I'd rather kiss him some more, and so I do. Since I'm not accustomed to romance, I tell myself it's only sensible that I take this newfound opportunity to become more intimately acquainted with the act, and more intimately acquainted with Blaze. Very interesting experiments. I tell myself my studies are purely scientific, but, well, as much as I like deepening my knowledge in various subjects, I have begun to enjoy kissing simply for its own sake. It feels so good, in fact. It requires a lot of effort for me to finally pull myself away from him, but I know that's what I have to do. I'm happy that the curse has been broken, but we can't leave things as they are. That's why when Blaze and I are later eating breakfast, I say, I think you should apologize to Charmaine. I think we should do the credits because I'm super hungry. Again. I didn't know people wanted to know about the Forbidden Mount so much. The Forbidden Mount? I think I'm being perfectly reasonable. But Blaze doesn't seem to agree. He pouts. His hair rumpled and his lips are a little swollen from earlier exertions. The moi. And he says in a sullen, sulky voice, "Do I really have to, Aster?" Yes, no, I switched the voices. Yes, you have to. But why? I don't want to go anywhere near her. The last time I saw her, when I looked like this, she cursed me. Because she caught you stealing. You really did bring it upon yourself. Well, yeah, I guess. But she hates my guts. If we were hoping we might kiss and make up, it's not possible. The only person I want to kiss is you. I blush, then glance away, as memories of our mornings roll about in the forefront of my mind. I'm glad it feels that way, but stop trying to distract me. I'd rather stay in and kiss you too, but you do have some responsibilities as a fellow human being. You're not a cat anymore, so you need to start acting like it. We need to try and rectify things. I'm not suggesting that we visit Charmaine, you know, just because I want to make you squirm. Though that, I must admit, is quite an amusing thought in its own way. Maybe I'm a bit of a bully. But I wouldn't know, given I don't spend enough time with people on a whole to understand how I prefer to interact with them. I always thought I didn't prefer to interact with people, full stop. But maybe I was mistaken. Don't lie, Ube. You don't want this to end as much as I want to. What? I'm suggesting this because I think it's the right thing to do. Theft is wrong, regardless. For reasons you might have suffered in the past, but two wrongs don't make it right. Now that you return to your human form, you really ought to apologize, and that's only proper. Plays Haroops. Doesn't look too thrilled about my suggestion, but that doesn't come as a surprise. I didn't think it would be. Since when do you care about that was a proper, Aster? You were pretty rude to that noble lady who came to bother you, weren't you? You mean Angelique? Yeah, her, the one with all the hair. She seemed pretty mad at you. While I did fail to brew her potion in time, I can't blame her too much. I know I wronged her, but you did far worse to Charmaine. If you don't want her to hold a grudge, you ought to come with me. I can try to apologize on your behalf, but I think you'd reflect that I think that reflect pretty poorly on you. You don't want her to think that you're a coward, do you? Well, of course not. You're not planning to talk to her without me, are you? I might just be. What of it? You know you can't do that. I really would look awful then. Like I was treating you like an errand boy. Yes, I suppose it might come across that way. Is that not the impression you want Charmaine to have before a relationship? Of course not. I don't really care about getting her forgiveness. I think that bridge has been burnt already. But I don't want anybody thinking I don't treat you well. Ow. You mean the world to me, Aster? Well, good. I am very glad you think so. I like you a lot too. Which is why I want you to try and make amends with Charmaine. I think it do you some good in the long run. I don't want you being so afraid of her that you can't head into Excel in case you run into her. I'm not afraid of her. Then why are you shaking then? I'm not. I mean, I really couldn't care less one of another. I'm so sure. But if you think it would help, then well, you do read a lot of books and you're pretty smart, then you're a lot cleverer than I am at least. Why thank you, I'm glad you noticed. So if you think this is a good idea, I guess I'd better go along with it, just to see, I guess. Oh sure, you want to. Come on, you want to, Jacob. I mean, yum yum, the gay sweeting me. The gay sweeting me, what? I mean, how bad could it be? How bad could I be? Sorry, I'm sure it'll be fine. What's up? After all, Blaze smiles at me and is crinkling in the corners. He says, I'll be with you. Aww. Later that day, oh my, what? Well, this is the epilogue, I'm pretty sure. This is it, okay? Well, look at what the cat dragged in. That's the common saying, at least. But maybe under the circumstances, it would be more appropriate to say, look at the cat who dragged himself in. Charmaine giggles while absorbing myself and Blaze from her overstuffed armchair. She toys with one of her pigtails, which is every bit as uneven as I remember, then says, I'm glad you turned back, Blaze. I was sure you would, after I saw the way Mr. Wizard was fawning over you during your last visit. But it's nice to have some confirmation. You two must have gotten pretty close. Am I right or am I right? Huh? Blaze, who doesn't fluster easily, I know from experience, now turns a brilliant shade of sunset red. What do you mean we got close? What does that have to do with you? It has everything to do with me, surely. I'm the one who put that curse on you. Don't forget. Of course, I'm happy to see that you broke it. Though I was banking on you being stuck as a cat for just a little while longer. I want to see you panic. I think you deserve a bit of trauma after everything you did to my poor father. But it's like it is in my romance stories. True love always wins out in the end. Ah. Yeah, they got very close for like, what, the entire morning. You two are so lovey-dovey, I'm kinda jealous. You're all over one another. When am I going to find a handsome prince of my own, Nanny? I'm sure you'll find a wonderful man, milady, when you're old enough. Lord Velour does not think it ought wise. However, to introduce you to any eligible bachelors before your 18th year, he does it to protect you. It is for your own good. The forbidden mouth for hours. I think my daddy is a bit too protective. If you ask me, I'm not a child. Living here is so boring. I'd even be alright with a beautiful princess. If she offered to whisk me well out of that awful Armand's clutches, or maybe even a beautiful maid. Have you ever wanted to marry into nobility, Nanny? You might be able to afford some nice dresses then. I'm sure you look pretty as a picture. Milady, please do not start with this again. Not in front of the guests. A red-faced Nanette shoots an awkward look at Blaze and myself, while Charmaine giggles. At least Blaze is the only person Charmaine likes teasing to within an inch of their life. I wonder if that's making Blaze feel any better or not. Oh, don't be such an old fussword, Nanny. They're the last people to judge, after everything they've been up to. I'm sure you should be well aware that love takes all sorts of forms. It's not the 17th century anymore. You can buy all sorts of interesting love stories now, not just ones about men and women. Why, just the other day I was reading an interesting tome about a young man and a werewolf which was most... Milady, please stop that at once! Your babe is quite unpardonable. If Lady Buller were to hear this, then... She'd faint in shock, I know. Jeez, you never let me have fun, Nanny. And let you read these questionable books. Though I'm beginning to rethink my position in this matter. You are becoming quite unmanageable. Oh, don't be so uptight. I'm just a young maiden in love. What could be so very bad about that? Who are you in love with? You have no suitors. A fact you yourself complained of. Why, I'm in love with the idea of love, of course. I think it's beautiful. I'll never turn my nose up when it comes to romance. Not even between a grumpy wizard like you, mister, and your wicked, duplicitous, thieving ex-cat. All forms of love are worthy in my eyes. You've been talking about love at great length, but I don't understand. Are you insinuating that Blaze and I are in a relationship? But of course. And I'm not just insinuating it. I know that it's true. She isn't wrong, exactly. The first blush on Blaze's face is probably giving him away, but... And on what grounds do you have to base that exactly? You haven't figured it out? Charmaine blinks at me, all girlish innocence before responding. Just think about it, Mr. Wizard. I thought you were meant to be clever. What's the most popular way of breaking a curse, Think about all of your fairy tales. That would be... not True Love's Kiss? Exactly. I think it's such a lovely idea that I had to work it to my magic. I had Blaze enchantment all set up. It would break the moment somebody who'd loved him gave him a smooch. Don't you think that's charming? Oh my. Does that mean the pair of you are a couple? Well, one doesn't like to bandy it about, but yes, I suppose we are. We are able to break the curse between us. As a matter of fact, but this is interesting. What is? You told us when we came to see that you didn't know how to lift the curse. You said you had no early idea. Oh, I know. I remember that. Then why didn't mention it sooner? Why did you make this as difficult as possible? Well, why not? You did steal from my household. Don't forget that. I don't think I was under any obligation to tell you how to get back your usual body. Not even when that was supposed to be a punishment. I wanted to make you squirm for a little bit, as befitting a rotten thief like you. And, well, telling you would defeat the point. You can't force true love. It's something that has to develop naturally. If I had told you, you'd probably set off into Axel, trying to kiss every person around, and that would be a disaster. You would cause a public disturbance. I think I handled things as best as I could, and everything worked out in the end, didn't it? You're human again, and you fall in love with Mr. Wizard. You look so cute together. It's almost enough to make me forget all the wrongs you've wronged me, Blaze. You're both adorable when you blush like that. I'm so happy for you. Now, what do you have to say to me? Are we supposed to say— Yes, Blaze, you're supposed to say sorry! I think so. Shouldn't I thank you be in order? You wouldn't have gotten together if it wasn't for me. It's almost like I'm some kind of Cupid. I'm so kind, I scared even myself. I don't know if cursing me was all that kind, I mean. I'm glad everything was alright, but what if Aster's been slower in realizing he actually has a huge stick for me? Then I would have been stuck as a cat forever. What? No, you wouldn't. Where'd you get a silly idea like that? You told us that? I did? You did. He's right, you did give us a week's limit. I remember that too. You were quite specific on that point, milady. Oh, did I? Charmaine blinks, in the manner of one who's heard something unexpected. Then coyly, she grins. I guess I must have been annoyed at you, Blaze, for being so naughty, so I decided to give you a bit of a scare. I wanted to make you panic just a teensy tiny bit, but I didn't mean it. I'm a pretty strong witch, but there's no way I would have been able to curse you indefinitely. It would have been way too tiring. Do you play any gacha game? Genshin Impact is a gacha game, right? Honkai Star Rail is a gacha game. Yeah, we do play a lot, I think. A few. It was pretty tiring cursing you for as long as I did, actually. It made me so lethargic. I couldn't pay attention to any of my etiquette lessons. I kept falling asleep. I thought you kept falling asleep because, and I quote, "Our man is an old bore and his voice could put even the fierce demonic General Superior to sleep." Well, yes, that was also a contributing factor. But my magical energy isn't infinite, you know? You'll see our next schedule for next week tomorrow. I'm glad you all think so highly of me, though. Did you think I really could have made good on that threat? I didn't know I was that intimidating. Wait, so let me get this straight. Are you saying Blaze wasn't in any immediate danger? Nope. The spell would have worn out on its own in a couple of weeks at most. Kiss or no kiss, though I'm very glad that you did decide to go for the kiss route. That's the most exciting ending to this little tale. Oh, I'm sure it is. To you at least. I sighed and pinched the bridge of my nose between my thumb and index finger. I think I can feel a headache coming on, and Charmaine's brazy laughter isn't helping. It's nice to know she's not so sociopathic that she generally intended to stick Blaze in a cat's body for the rest of his days, but making him believe that was ever an option does seem a bit... If I'm speaking too fast, I'm sorry. Well, sadistic. It's little wonder Nanette always looks so harried. I'd feel harried too, having to put up with a girl like this. I can't help but feel like I was being played for a fool. But I guess I can't be too mad at Charmaine. She is right in one regard at least. If it wasn't for her, my relationship with Blaze would never have had a chance to blossom. I'm glad that I met him. He's changed my life for the better. And though this might have started because he swiped a few utensils from the Wheeler family, he has stolen something far more precious from me. I used to guard my own feelings jealously, fearful that they would be used against me, but no longer. Finally, I feel like I can let down my guard. I'm happy with Blaze, and with that, I hope will never change. Like one of the romance stories Charmaine is so fond of, I can only hope that we can stay together, no matter what. And that we, too, can have a happily ever after. Oh, is that it? I think that was it. That was it! Yay! Oh my god, thank you, Ebihime. That was a really fun visual novel. If I didn't do this like in one go, it would have been amazing. I'm so sorry if I sound exhausted at some point, but like I like the story. Sometimes it can be a bit boring, like they're extending it too much, but that always happens in visual novels. You can't like escape that, because if you do, well then it's gonna be, I don't know, too fast. It was great. That was great. Yeah. Oh my god. Well, did you guys enjoy our Valentine's special? I mean, that was our Valentine's special. We played 4 games and I saved the best for last, and honestly, it was worth it. It was worth it that I bought this game, okay? There are more games that Ebihime have made, and if you guys want me to play them too, well, we'll play them at some point. Oh no. Epilogue. All's well that ends well. Don't tell me they had babies! There's an epilogue? But what? Thank you once again for your patronage. It really is appreciated. I'll be swing by again sometime. We'll be waiting. Oh no. Is this with Charmaine? I think so. Blaze bids a cheerful goodbye to our latest customer, who leaves with several tonics all wrapped up nice and neat in a paper bag and beams. Tucking a strand of dark hair behind her ear, he turns to me and says, "And that's a wrap. Looks like we had another successful day, huh, Aster? Don't you think that business has been booming lately? I guess. I suppose I should be happy that my humble little shop has exploded in popularity during the last fortnight, but it is a little humbling. My shop did well enough in the pre-Blaze days, before I started to work as my assistant, but it was slow going. I was fortunate to get about 7 customers a week, and sometimes I went several days without seeing a single person. This suited me just fine. It gave me more time to myself, to work on my strange and eclectic potions for my own amusement, but my finances were pretty tight. Wizard who graduated at the top of the class from the esteemed Oleander Academy, I can't say I was doing particularly well for myself. In fact, in comparison to the rest of my classmates, many of whom went on to become professional sorcerers or personal witches and wizards, the wealthy elite, I was barely scraping by. I've never been a man of expensive habits, so it's not like I need to get a lot to get by. All it requires is money enough to keep a roof over my head and food in my belly. I never begrudge my lot in life, therefore, but it does feel like a weight has lifted off my shoulders since Blaze started working with me. Ever since he started as my assistant, we've been a steady increase in customers. Today in particular, we've been absolutely swamped. The man who just left, bearing several tonics for myriad health problems, was our 12th customer of the day. Something which would have been unthinkable back in the old days, save for on very, very rare occasions. I thought I managed this place just fine on my own, despite my staggering lack of people skills, but I can see now that I was doing a pretty poor job. Blaze, with his chipper demeanor and his easygoing attitude, has turned this place around. Word somehow got out around Axel that I found a new apprentice, and people have been rushing in droves to come out here and see him. Blaze's patter really must have been appealing, if people has been willing to tramp all the way through the woods to pay us a visit. We've even had a few maids from the royal palace where Queen Asmodeus reigns, and I think one of her demon lackeys stopped by, too. A tanned girl with horns wearing with little clothing who wanted a wakefulness tonic, so I can perk Nimue up a little, you know? I don't know who this person is, but I've served this demon politely enough, despite her horns and her tail. I know some people in Meal are wary about demons given the immense amount of magical power they possess, but I've always been more pragmatic. Might be an ordinary human, but I can perform some pretty impressive feats of magic myself. Thinking about it that way, I don't think I'm all that different from a demon myself. Though I don't have horns. Of course. In any case, while thankful Blaze's presence had led to an uptick in customers, it is a bit embarrassing. Wish I could have done it myself. I mean, this is my shop. It's my name on the sign. Haunted the Wood. Aster's Apothecary. Is that how you say it? It's simple, but it gets the job done. The apothecary hasn't quite felt like mine, however, since Blaze started to work here. While people come here ostensibly for my tonics, I feel like Blaze is a bigger draw. He's so personable. Even I find myself getting drawn into his patter. And I'm the one who brewed the damn potions he waxes lyrical about. It's galling, being bested in my own business by a newbie like him. But I know he's doing this for my sake. I shouldn't begrudge him for my newfound success. I should be thankful, and I am, but well, it's complicated. Maybe I'm just cranky, since I've been dealing with more customers lately. Blaze takes care of all the small talk, but I still have more potions to brew than usual, which means I have less time for all of my strange experiments. I'm a bit worried I'll wind up burning myself out, if it hasn't begun already. But hey, I have more money now, which means I can afford some of the rarer, more exotic ingredients to be delivered to me. That means I can make a stab at some really exotic potions I've only read about in books before. Provided I can find the time, of course. Yeah, you've been doing a great job. Things haven't been the same since you got here. I know, aren't I the best? I gotta say, I'm not used to working this hard. Not even the Valiers push me so much, but it's nice having so many people to chat with. Why is that dog barking at 4:43 p.m.? Is it now? I frown. Blaze has only been living with me for a fortnight, but is he really already getting bored of my company? I know I'm not the most interesting person out there, but I'm starting to worry. He doesn't prefer our customers to me, does he? My shoulders slump, and I think Blaze sees it. He might not be a cat anymore, but his eyes are still plenty discerning. Oh no, bounding over to me, he grins, then says, "But of course, I like talking to you the most. Don't worry, Aster." It was interesting listening to that guy who just left. He said he knew heavy Clarence, can you believe it? But it's not my type. You're the only one for me. Blaze grins, then gives me the quick peck on the cheek. I know he's just trying to placate me, but it works. I find myself blushing regardless, a small single smile rising to my lips. Well, thanks. You're the one for me too, despite yourself sometimes. Glad to hear it. Sometimes I worry that I tire you out, but maybe things are working out alright after all? It's fine. You're not tiring me out. It's all the customers. Suffering from success, are you? I suppose so. But there are worse things a man can suffer from. You're so right. I'm glad you don't have the pox. Not like some of our poor customers. I'm glad we can make their lives a little better at least. But I'm even gladder that I get to work with you. Now, do I get a reward for putting in so much hard work? Maybe a pat on the head? What? I don't know why you're so into having your head patted of all things. You aren't a cat anymore. No, but I was a cat for a while, thanks to Charmaine. I might not chase mice or birds about. Thanks goodness. If Blaze started to drag desecrated carcasses indoors, we have a few problems. But I still like having my head patted. It feels good. Will you give me a bit of a treat, Aster? I think I deserve it. I've been working hard, haven't I? Well, I flush, taken aback by Blaze's large, winsome eyes. I thought it was easiest for him to win me over when he was still a cat, but it's not strictly true. He's pretty good at getting what he wants while he's in human form too. I wish I wasn't so weak-willed, but oh, alright. If a pat on the head is all you want, I don't suppose it's such a steep price to pay. Now come here. Yeah, you're the best, Aster. If Blaze still had a tail, I bet it would have been twitching. But that's a moot point. He doesn't have a tail anymore. Or the ears. And yet... this was nice. Being patted by you feels so nice. Some of his cat-like tendencies have remained. He sighs as I sink my digits into his hair, running the tips of my fingers against his scalp. Since Blaze is so much taller than I am, he has to bend so I can pat him properly. It's a bit of a perplexing power play. And I'm not really sure who's in charge here. Blaze for requesting my attention or me for taking charge. My relationship with Blaze is a little convoluted in general, owing to how we met, but I'm not happy with how things have played out. We've only been together for a couple of weeks, but that's enough time for me to appreciate what a positive impact he's had on my life. I feel a lot happier with him around than I did without him. He gives me a reason to wake up in the mornings, quite literally. Often, since he's always the one who wakes up first. He's always been helping a lot around the house. He's originally good at cooking and cleaning, and he's helped drum up a lot of business thanks to his cheery, smiley attitude. He promised he'd made himself useful when I offered to let him become my apprentice, and has made good on it and then some. At this point, I'm not really sure what I'd do without him. He's helped me more than I think he even realizes. Meow. It sounded pretty cute when he purrs like that. I continued to pat his head, my fingers rubbing against his scalp. We've done this often enough that I know its most sensitive spots. When I thought the credits would show up again, but no. Oh no, she showed up again. No. Why? That would have been a good end. But no, you have to show up. Oh, Aster, I was hoping you would be here. I know you sometimes go for in the box in the woods, but my intuition told me you would be available today. I suppose that is further proof that we are fated to be together. I know we've had a few disputes in the past, but they do say that absence makes the heart grow fonder. What do you mean? Of course he hates it when a girl shows up. No, it's just that we've been streaming for 8 hours now. I hope that you missed me, just as I missed you. It feels as though it's been too long since last I came here. Uh-oh? I start red-faced, my hand falling from Blaze's cup, and with my head upwards. I think I recognize the sound of that smug, self-assured voice. And sure enough, Angelique? Just as I suspected. Angelique is here! Why? Why are you here? Angelique looks much the same as you always. Her blonde hair teased into curls. She's wearing her favorite ostentatious dress. Not saying much. I mean, yeah. Which is a bit too fancy for a trip to the woods. Hello there. Then again, that's Angelique all over. She really does have more money than sense. She doesn't seem to have noticed mine and Blaze's proximity. But Ninette does. Happy Valentine's Day. She zeroes in on us, and her irises narrowed, and then says, "Perhaps you interrupted something, my lady. Do you think we should leave and come back on another occasion?" What? Angelique's nose wrinkles. For a moment, I worry she might realize what it is Ninette's getting at, but this doesn't seem to be the case. A few seconds pass, and then... Why would we leave, Ninette? What a ridiculous suggestion. Why, we only just got here. I don't know about you, but I've no desire to waste my time tracing back and forth across Excel. Especially not to pay impromptu visits to this, home. Damn, she was going to say hobo just then. I know she was. She might have been able to course correct this time, but I still heard her. I've always known that Angelique doesn't exactly have a high opinion of my home, but still. It might be a bit messy, but I don't think it's that bad. We've come here, so here we shall stay until I have conducted my business. That is, there's something that we should discuss with Aster. You might be more— Oh no, what is it? I think it might be busy, my lady. I wonder if Ninette's trying to help me. After I passed on the Noisette's message during the market last week. I can't say I appreciate being an errand boy, but I felt obliged to try and do some good, since I forgot Angelique's last order. I've been trying to better myself, really. I have. Though it doesn't look like Ninette's attempts to ward Angelique off are going to bear any fruit. She scoffs. Don't be a ninny, Ninette. I know it's hard for you to help it, but what in the world could Aster have to do that's more important than serving me? Do not forget, I am the member of the Lumiere family. Now Aster, would you mind showing your, customer out? Once again, I don't fail to notice derision that drips from Angelique's voice. She might have called Blaze a customer, but I'm pretty sure the first word which came to the tip of her tongue was vagabond. That's not his customer, that's his boyfriend. So he can attend to more important affairs, namely me. You might have disappointed me once, but I'm willing to give you another chance. I'm not a forgiving one by nature, but I wanted to allow you an opportunity to redeem yourself. If nothing else, it would have been unladylike not to. Now, aren't you happy? Happy? Well, of course you are. Anybody would be. Okay, shut up! Shut up! Angelique's pointed gaze flickers down into my feet, and she shudders. Not that I would ever wear your shoes, of course. They're too much drab, and they wouldn't go with my dress at all. Now, are you going to show this young man out? Your atelier is dirty enough as it is, without letting such unscrupulous, shady-looking characters loiter about. You will give yourself a bad reputation, and I'm sure that's something you can afford. Not when your reputation is so poor already. Be gone with you, my good sir. Leave, shoo! Angelique makes a shooing gesture towards Blaze, which makes her lips quirk upwards into a small smile. Angelique's being rather rude, but there's something funny about her, treating the newly human Blaze just like anybody would a stray cat. He doesn't have the ears anymore, or the tail, but that isn't enough to deter Angelique. Yeah, this is just like Sweet Earth from Mori. For a blue-blooded young lady, she sure doesn't seem to mind taking liberties with her manners. Blaze doesn't seem to mind, however. He smiles and says, "Begging your pardon, my lady, but I'm not a customer, and I'm not loitering about either." You aren't? I'm afraid not. It'll take more than that to get rid of me. I've become something of a permanent fixture on this place. As it happens, since I am Aster's new assistant. New assistant? Angelique blinks. Then she frowns. Yes, I hear something about that on the grapevine, but really, why did you have to employ a fellow like this to be our assistant, Aster? He hasn't even tucked his shirt in, and his hair is a mess. Has he ever heard of a comb before? Your home might be a veritable pigsty, but doesn't mean your employees need to be similarly disorganized. Well, that is... apologize, milady. If my appearance offends your eyes. I know I'm not the best looking guy out there, but I'm plenty competent. I can assure you of that. I have a bit of experience working for fancy young ladies such as you, actually. So at least I know my P's and my Q's. Now, please allow me to introduce myself properly. My name is Blaze, and it really is a pleasure to meet you. Enchanty. Blaze okay, what's happening here? Blaze takes a small step forward, then bends. Taking Angelique's hand between his own deft fingers, he dips his hand and presses a kiss against her knuckles. It's just a light graze, but I think I see the beginning of a blush forming on Angelique's fair face. Oh no. She isn't upset, is she? I watch her uneasily, waiting for what I'm sure will be the inevitable outrage as to there's Ninette, but at least you have some manners. To immense surprise, it doesn't come. Instead, Angelique glances away, now toying with a lock of fair hair. This is new, as she says. Perhaps you aren't as uncultured as I first feared. Looks can be deceiving, or so they say. There's more to me than meets the eye. So what can I do today, my fair lady? I can imagine you come here for my potions to whiten your teeth or smooth your skin. Your appearance is flawless already, just like a seraph's. Well... Angelique falters. Yeah, this is not her. Well, Ninette scowls in the background. Angelique's white-haired maid clears her throat, then says, "If you want some instructions, Mr. Blaze, you can let go milady for a start. I doubt she appreciates being manhandled in such a way. Is that correct, milady?" Ninette's voice was, initially, full of self-confidence, but it wavers as she glances at Angelique. She takes in Angelique's dewy eyes and her flushed cheeks, which are now the color of caramel apples, then frowns. Milady, what is it? Please, come to your senses. Mr. Blaze asked you a question. What? Oh yes, my apologies. Oh ho ho ho! Oh my god, he is a sweetheart. With an awkward laugh, which doesn't sound like the Angelique I know, she draws her hand away from Blaze's grasp. Cradling it to her chest, as though it's a baby rabbit, she then says, please bear with me. I was not expecting with such an address. I'm rather used to Esther's clumsy, artless manner of customer service. Huh? Since when I was clumsy? I thought Angelique always said that she visited me because I listened to her, and I made her feel valued. What happened to all of that? He can be a bit awkward, yeah. That's why he took me on. I took the most of his clients for him, so he gets more time for pouring over his potions. I think it's a pretty good arrangement, if I do say myself. You've seen a real uptick in customers since I've started helping. I'm really surprised. As talented a wizard as Aster is, he has always been so awkward. I've been coming to him for years already, but I fear he still doesn't know how to treat a woman. Not like you do. You and he could not be more dissimilar. I mean that in the best possible way. I was wondering whether I could continue to patronize this place, but given the degree of service I received today, I feel I have no choice but to grant you my continued business. A kind, well-spoken man such as you deserves it. But milady, please, whatever happened to your feelings for Aster? What feelings towards Aster? Oh my god, so wait, so he was right about you having feelings for Aster. This is the first I'm hearing about this. I know that Blaze has some suspicions, but having them confirmed like this is unexpected. It doesn't seem like Angelique wants to play along, however. She frowns instead. She then says, I don't recall feeling anything special towards him. He was and always has been a convenient dispenser of potions at a reasonable price. A relationship is purely business. You say that, yet you were mooning about not seeing him for the last fortnight. You were so grumpy, even made your father worry. He hardly ever pays any attention to your affairs. I was beginning to worry for you. You had been eating so little. Yet you're now acting as though there was nothing amiss? Well, there wasn't. You are reading into it too much like always, Ninette. Haven't I told you to stop being such a ninny? Yes, milady, but shush. From this point onwards, Aster is dead to me. I found his new assistant. Blake, was it? Blaze, milady. Blaze, then. I find you to be much more diverting. You really are a man after my heart. Ha ha ha. Why, thank you. I'm very flattered, though I don't think I deserve your heart. It's smart to find a gift from me. Simply seeing you smile is all I could ask for. Blaze flashes a winning smile and bows his head. Angelique, meanwhile, sighs. It looks like she's close to swooning, and the next clicks her tongue. And I thought Milady's conversation with Aster was irritating. I fear this will be even harder to shake. He is rather charming, isn't he? I side up to Ninette, then glanced over at Blaze. He's busy giving Angelique a run-through of the various potions they offer, like she needs to know. Angelique has been here enough times that she know my full repertoire? What the hell is that word? Of my heart, but she listens to him regardless, hanging on his every word. She nods to everything Blaze says, and when he jokes, she laughs a little too loudly. She couldn't make. Are you feeling jealous? I think Aster is feeling jealous. I think it's too charming for his own too good. The way he speaks might be flowery, but it's not so dissimilar to a con artist. Where did you pick him up anyway? The gutter? It was from the flue of my chimney, actually. But it's not a bad guess. He was pretty grimy. No one's ever worried about what Angelique might think of me anyway. I did not have bothered. Not if she's going to move on this quickly. She really is fickle. I spent the rest of the afternoon and all of the ensuing evening in a poor mood. Blaze tries to lighten things up over the dinner table, but I'm not having it. I'm not really in the mood of conversation, not after watching him in great shade himself with Angelique like that. Oh my god, he really is jealous. I know he's doing his job, but geez, does he really need to be that effective about it? Oh no. I don't know about Blaze's behavior for most of the night. even after I change into pajamas and grab a book to read from a shelf at random. The book is just a prop, however. I'm not really reading it. I can't pay my attention. It's 5 a.m. My thoughts are all over the place. I flip through the pages of my book angrily, using more force than necessary to turn them. The pages beneath my fingers, but I'm too incensed to really care. At the moment, I don't think I even care if I ripped it. I'm not one to advocate violence against books. I think they're precious resources, but crumpling a few pages seems like a better idea than kicking Blaze in the shin. I don't want to get in a fight with him. I know I'm being unreasonable, but that makes it feel even worse. It doesn't help better either when Blaze looms in over my shoulder and says his voice as cans advance? I don't know. Hey Esther, what's wrong? I grunt in response, and he frowns. Now what's that supposed to mean, huh? It means it's none of your damn business. What? Blaze takes a step back, but it doesn't give me a wide berth that I want. Instead he pouts and says, Who's got it into you? You seem happy enough this morning. As happy as you ever are. I mean, you've been grumpy ever since we closed up shop. I would have thought you'd be happy, Aster, since things were so high today. Why aren't you more enthusiastic? I'm never enthusiastic. Heh, well, that much is true at least. But are you sure there isn't something wrong? You're not usually this aggressive. Yes, I'm sure. It's nothing. Really? Blaze takes a step in, then peers over my shoulder once again. You've had your nose in that book for the last half hour, but Esther, what? You can't have been reading it. I mean, it's not even the right way up, huh? Now this is news to me. I was so focused on my own silly feelings of indignation, I wasn't paying this book much heed. Now Blaze mentions it. However, he's right. It really is upside down. What the hell have I been doing? Oh, it was just a test. A test? Yes, I was trying to decode an arcane script. I thought approaching it from a different angle might help. You say that, but the book was in Millian. And how would you know that, huh? You hardly read at all. Oh yeah, but I'm not illiterate. I read enough. You're not so stupid you can fob me off with an excuse like that, Aster. I'm kind of hurt you think so little of me. Yeah. I pout, still looking away from Blaze's face pointedly. I can't bring myself to meet his gaze, not when I'm such a bad mood. I know I'm being petty, but geez, can't Blaze figure it out on his own? The fact that he even has to ask is more annoying than the fact he's asking at all. I sit there for a few moments, scowling until... Alright, fine, you got me. I'm not upset about nothing, though knowing you probably say that it is. I thought you'd think it's such a big deal. You can be careless sometimes. Heh, well I can't argue with that. Guilt as charged, but still, I feel like I should be the one to say how I feel about things, not you. Now, are you going to fess up? Fine, if you really want to know, I don't appreciate that you were being so friendly with Angelique earlier, that's all. Oh, so that's the problem, is it? Of course, what else would it be? We really didn't need to lead her on. Flattering her ego like that, it's already so monstrous I'm surprised she can fit through doorways. If you keep it up, her head will get so swollen she won't be able to stand. She really doesn't need you buttering her up, not when she has a bunch of maids who'll do that for her already. Not that Ninette seems like the sycophantic sort. She's surprisingly straight-laced, given she's Angelique's maid, but it's probably for the best. If Angelique's had a maid who folded to her all the time, like Charmaine's Nanette, I'm afraid she'd be even more unbearable than she is, and she's already plenty unbearable on her own. I don't want Blaze justifying her behavior, and worst of all, I don't think you needed to kiss her either. Ah, poor Aster being so jealous. I mumble this last part under my breath in little more than just a whisper, aware that I am being ridiculous. I know that Blaze didn't mean anything by that kiss. It was pleasantry more than anything, but it still stings. I don't want him kissing anybody but me! Not even on that hand, and especially not Angelique. The whole thing has put me in a dour mood. Though I feel stupid for being so upset in the first place, which of course only succeeds in upsetting me all the more. I scowl as I look down at my desk, not wanting to meet Blaze's mismatched eyes. I don't think I can. I just want to sit and stew in a well of my own self-imposed misery, but... What was that, Aster? Blaze must have heard me, though, now that I think about it, I'm not sure whether this is what I wanted after all. I never can tell when I'm with him. He always makes me doubt myself. I'm forever second-guessing my true intentions, wondering what it is that I want. But in actuality, I know it's all rather straightforward. The only thing that I want for Blaze is to pay attention to me. He grins now, ruffling the top of my head and says, "Oh, Aster, you silly thing. And what's so silly exactly? Why are you looking at me like that? And why are you mussing up my hair?" You know why. And something so precious about your hair, you never cared about it before. Why start now? Is it too late for me to care about my looks? Well, no, I suppose not. But if you start fuzzing, you're gonna end up like Angelique. You say that like it's a bad thing. But you and her seem to be getting along very well either. Don't think I didn't see her hanging onto your every word, giggling like a schoolgirl. Don't think I didn't see it either, or hear it. She wasn't being subtle. But you don't need to be jealous. I know I was being nice to her. Maybe a little too nice, but it was all customer service. I figured a hoity-toity madam like her would enjoy being treated like a princess. I just went with my gut instinct. I was trying to get her on a good side, especially since you failed to finish your last potion on time. Yes, and whose fault was that? Exactly. I know you only missed your last deadline because of me, so I wanted to make amends. I really did want to win her back over, so you could, get one of your best customers back, but I wasn't doing it because I have any romantic interest in her. I was trying to help you, Aster. Well, I know that Blaze is in the right, but I can't shake the mental image of Blaze's lips against the back of Angelique's hand from my mind. It was only a slight brush, hardly enough to be called a kiss, really, but still. Seeing my boyfriend kiss somebody else, especially Angelique Lumiere, still stings. If I want to be mad about it, I think I deserve to. It doesn't matter how justified my temper is. I have every right. If you want to help me, you have a funny way of going about it. You don't need to put in quite that much work. Probably not. No, but I wanna work hard for your sake, Aster. So we can secure a comfortable future together. Just kiss already, jeez! I just want to make myself useful. And you know what? What? Hello there, Mango. I think you just woke up. I haven't slept yet. I might have been treating Angelique like a princess, but I've never been all that interested in them. I far prefer princes, especially when they're cool and aloof, and just a little grumpy, but with soft and gooey centers. That's the sort of person I'm interested in, and that's the only sort of person I really want to kiss. In fact, oh no, Blaze grins. He leans down, then, quicker than blinking, grabs hold of me. He hauls me up to my feet before I can protest, pressing our bodies flush, then says, "I'm feeling pretty starved for kisses." Oh no, not again! I'm feeling pretty starved for kisses right now. Would you mind, Aster? I wanted to smooch you all night, but you've been ignoring me. It really is cruel. You're breaking my heart here. The pretty princess. Huh? I look at Blaze, flustered by our newfound closeness, but a sudden change in my position. Just about 2 seconds ago, I was sitting at my desk, but now I'm pressed up and against Blaze's chest. I can hear the sound of his heart humming almost in tandem with my own. I can feel his warm breath against my cheeks. His hair brushes my skin, soft and silky, and I tremble. He really is handsome. I always thought about this about Blaze. Well, since discovered that he wasn't an ordinary cat, at least. But at close quarters like this, he's captivating. I want to cling onto my discontent. I still feel a bit disgruntled, damn it, but I can't. Not when he's this close to me. It isn't possible. I inhale, breathing in Blaze's scent, the homey scent of his skin, and of his hair, then mumble, well, I guess that sounds kind of serious. As annoying as you can be, I don't want to hurt you. Right? As figure as much. You're a pretty sweet guy, Aster. Which is why I like you so much. You're adorable. Blaze leans in. The tip of his nose brushes against mine, his eyes half-lidded, as he murmurs, "But you're even more adorable when I have you in my arms. And I'm kissing you, and you're whimpering. I think you're at your most adorable like that." What? But Blaze, you... I begin, but I don't get the chance to finish the sentence. Whatever it might have been, I'm not even sure. Oh, again, there you go! Come on! That's because at that moment, Blaze dips his head. His lips find mine, claiming them in a kiss so hot it burns. No! No! And as they do, my eyelids fall shut. I can't help myself. I tried to act grumpy earlier, but that's all it was, an act. Now that Blaze is pressing our bodies together and is kissing me, I can't keep it up. It's impossible. I've never been able to resist Blaze. Not when it's like this. I don't think I want to resist him. I'd rather stand here, his arms looped around my middle, as his mouth continues to press against my own, his teeth gently nibbling my lower lip. I sigh against the kiss. Once again, I can't help myself, and Blaze uses this to his advantage. His tongue slides into my mouth, turning this kiss into something decidedly wetter. Oh my god. Wetter and warmer than anything he did with Angelique. I can taste Blaze's saliva, can feel his fingers pressing firmly against the ridge of my spine to better support me. He dips his head, altering the angle of the kiss, and it deepens. I moan against his mouth, helpless, completely incapable of resisting him. And, as I kiss back, my short-lived irritation melting away, I find myself thinking that this is fine. It's all I could ever ask for. Not that I would ever do to ask for it. Typically, I'm too shy to outright demand kisses like this. So Blaze has to try and gauge my mood based on the things I do and say. I know this can't be easy for him, given I'm so huffy, but he doesn't let that stop him. If anybody can cheer me up, Blaze can. Though so often the source of my distemper, he always helps wash it clean away. When he kisses me like this, I can't get annoyed or upset by anything. It simply isn't possible. I can't think of anything how much I love him. Can't do anything except kiss him back. All I want to do is melt into his embrace, our mouths pressed flush, his firm hand supporting my back as the time slides by. I want to be with him, like this, forever. Or at least, for as long as it is physically comfortable. I know that nothing, of course, that lasts forever. I'm too much of a pragmatist to believe infinity, but for now, it is more than enough for me. It's more than I could ever ask for. Angelique, eat your heart out, the petty part of me thinks. Blaze might have kissed your hand, but he'll never, ever kiss her like this. She can craft as many potions and tonics and tinctures as she likes, but that won't change the facts. Blaze is all mine, and I'm not about to share him. I love him far too much I love him far too much for that. Ah, that was it! That was it! The end! Wow, that was the game! Extras, what is extras? Let's go. Gallery. In case you missed it, everyone, here. Look, see, they were swimming together. See that? Ow! 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 Someone, why would you do that? Oh, so it was why would you do this? Over 7 octaves. Were you watching us this whole time? I do remember you, 7 Octaves. Welcome back. Now the epilogue's epilogue. No, no, please. Please, no more. Heck yes, I was. Oh no. I fell asleep. Was there hot gay What is hot gay eggs? Do they lay eggs? You get really attacked. I know! That's what happens if they throw bits at me. But yeah, that was it. That was the story between Aster and... What's his name again? I forgot his name! Brioche. No. Blaze. Blaze! Oh, brioche bun. Anyways, that was really... Sorry, I'm so tired, but I'm so sorry if I sound so, like I want to get over with it immediately, but I really am gonna be honest here. I really had so much fun, okay? All that writing, especially writing it in that, like, you know, age, like, you know, not age, but like in that world, you know, with the whole wizardry and witches and something like that, and curses. It was really amazing. They put a lot of effort into this, and it was worth it. I bought this in Steam. If you guys want to check this out and support Ebihime, please go so. They have a Steam store, which also have a sale right now. They also have a lot more interesting visual novels, and this is the safest one, I think. So yeah, that is it. We need more from this page. It's so cute. Well, there's more. There is more. Esther Brioche decided to make out. Play more from the Ube. We'll see. We'll see. We'll definitely do. It was really cute. It was really cute, and I like the art style. I like the music that they used. Okay, I like the characters that they have, even though it's simple. It's such simple where, you know, just kiss and it's through love, but you know, it's just there's something unique into it, you know. And I hope you guys enjoyed today's stream. Tomorrow though, we stream every single day. I can't believe that game would last us 8 hours. Oh my god, that game was set only 3 to 4 hours, but no, it was more than that, like a lot more. Yes, it's 5 a.m. now, okay? It was crazy, but don't worry, okay? I really am getting hungry. At this point, I should also just eat breakfast. But I guess I'm gonna do that now. I don't know. But yeah, you should rest well, Ube. Yes, I should rest well, but don't forget that we stream every day, and Sunday, tomorrow, we're gonna be playing Persona 5 Royal, but before that, in afternoon, my time, we're gonna be opening some Legos because it's still weekend, okay? We're gonna spend with all you guys, okay? Because jealousy was so adorable, but it's not. It makes sense. It's jealous. Anyways, yeah, we're gonna be opening some Lego. Yes, Lego opening. This is for someone that gifted us. I don't know if it's gonna happen though. I hope it does, but we'll see. I have to end the stream now. Okay, thank you so much for people that join us in our Valentine's special, okay? For me, Valentine's is very important, even though I'm an angel, you know? I just think that people deserve to feel loved, even if it's a game, even if it's not real, or maybe if it is real. People deserve to be loved, and I really enjoy that, okay? I really enjoy that. It's really sweet, it's really and I enjoy that a lot, okay? Thanks for making my workday go quickly. Oh, don't worry, Jacob. So yeah, Valentine's is important, although I'm single. Well, you didn't feel single when you were watching that thing, right? Yeah, right? You just like people sing be in love, or maybe get jealous, I guess. Like I wish I'm that thing too. Maybe, I don't know. But thank you guys so much. We are now streaming for over 10 hours, okay? And that's what happens with every special streams, okay? But I just want to say thank you so much for those people who stayed and watched our stream, okay? From the start or the end, or even just joining us just now, or just watching the cat one, the one that we're playing right now. Thank you guys again so much, okay? It has been really fun, okay? Thank you guys. as well so much for all the people that followed us as well. Okay, all of you guys have followed us so nicely. Thank you guys so much. Okay, thank you Rabid Boyo, Stella26009, Becca Love 25 Wolf, Asian Lamb, Eurydice Sylvia, Jelly Belly Bella 33, Super Himichan, Kanek Kirill, Engine's Left Toenail, Decker Riz, and Miniren 12 and his other scary things. I don't know. I don't count that actually. But like, it's still crazy. Why would he make so many accounts? Like, we're now in 453 followers. I don't think it counts. Thank you Bendova for me baby boy. Lucy plays Gacha. And that's it. That was it. Thank you guys so much for joining us in this amazing Valentine's special. And I'll see you guys again tomorrow for another stream, because we always stream. Okay, Ube doesn't get any rests. The only rest he gets is sleeping. Maybe. Bend over from baby boy. That's their name. Okay. It would be perfect for me. I would feel wanted. I want to feel wanted too. Anyways, that is it. Okay, don't forget everyone, tomorrow we're gonna be streaming early, and then at night we're gonna be streaming Persona 5 Broil. Okay, it's a separate stream. I'm gonna have some rest in between that, but I want to spend some time with you guys on Sunday tomorrow. Okay, and tomorrow you'll see the schedule that's gonna be happening for the next week. Okay, I'll see you guys again next time. Thank you guys so much. Thank you Lucy Plays Gacha, Mango Graham, Jacob as well, and Leo earlier. And also thank you 7 Octaves for donating 150 bits. Thank you guys so much. Okay, this was all worth it. I hope I made you guys happy or feel loved this Valentine's Day, because I also feel loved with you guys just watching us. Thank you so much. Okay, happy Valentine's Day again. I'll see you guys again tomorrow in our stream. Bye bye everyone. Thank you so much.